Gor blimey, Mrs. or potentially Mr. Most probably Mr. I look at our statistics. I know where the numbers come from. Nonetheless, it's episode 151, everyone, of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known across the internet and potentially lands beyond as the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. I probably need to work on that patter because ultimately the fact that I say Warhammer 40,000 podcast, then go into that bit and then have to then end with that same kind of wording kind of creates a weird kind of overall structure to the intro. But that's what I'm working with at the moment. Much like Phil. How you doing, Phil?
I'm doing all right, thank you. Pretty excited because today has been the reveal day for us.
It's finally happened, hasn't it, Phil? It's finally occurred. Beastman in Warhammer 40,000. Kaloo Kalay.
Exactly. No one cares about 10th edition. It's all about Beastman.
Absolutely, mate. Ooh, golly, golly. Although, yes, obviously as well, the Lion, 10th edition, a bunch of Adepticon updates. Yay. But Beastman... Ooh.
Exactly. Pretty exciting stuff. Now, we did originally have a plan. We were going to do Arks of Omen Abaddon and a big lore chat, which we had planned to record. But basically, that's all been blown out of the water because the previews were pretty epic and need a good old chat. So most of this episode will be talking about that. But we've already done some other segments. So we're talking about the rules for VASHTOR, his armies of renown, which I think we're calling COGS of VASHTOR.
I'm pretty confident that was what they were called, yes.
And then the Strike Force AGASTUS rules for the, what was it, the Brutalis Dreadnought, the all-in-one lieutenant that we're gonna still go over, and also the Desolation Marines as well. So we're looking in depth in those rules, even though they won't be around for too long.
No, indeed. A bumper episode, as is appropriate for exciting times like these. Beastman, everybody. Beastman.
I mean, Beastman Combat Patrol coming soon, everyone. That's what we want to see.
That's the main takeaway. But also, in addition to that, somehow, some way, it makes sense. 5-star review.
Come on now, Timmy. You've got your orders. You've got to do it.
But I don't want to, sir.
You've got your orders. Now get up there, get over that trench, and get me that 5-star review, and get it back here right away.
Okay, sir.
Welcome back, everyone. In this part of the podcast, we're going to do the 5-star review. I've done that wrong, but I'm going to carry on anyway. Phil, what do you reckon? I used the usual...
I know.
Segment spiel, but that's not how we usually do the 5-star.
It's fine.
review,
It's fine. You did very well. I'm going to
you.
guess that it is Apple Podcast of the Americas.
You're quite wrong, Phil. On this occasion, it is none other than Audible of the Germanys.
Oh, we've finally done that one.
Not that there are multiple Germanys anymore. There is but one.
I guess there
Germany.
was. Yes, yeah.
Indeed. And then maybe, depending on how you look at it, it could maybe also incorporate Austria. But I feel like that's very much its own place now.
Yes.
What little I know of Austria is it's a country.
Yes, it is.
And they are the place of origin of Red Bull and strange chocolate wafer things.
Oh, okay. Not sure what those are, but I'll take your word for it.
It's like a thing. If you ever go to Austria, ever been to Austria, Phil?
I haven't, no.
I've been to Austria. They basically laud the fact that it's like, come look at the Red Bull and this weird wafer that they have. It's quite nice though. It's like a chocolatey, wafery biscuit.
I mean, I wouldn't say no.
Exactly. You wouldn't. Much like this lovely individual who isn't from Austria. Get back on point. They're from Germany, Audible Germany. And they've left us a 5-star review, as is customary for this segment of the podcast. And if you would like to leave a 5-star review, like this unnamed individual from Audible Germany, we'll get to you. You need only do so in the places where 5-star reviews can be left. That includes Audible, iTunes, or specifically Apple Podcasts. I think that's it, really, isn't it? Where else do they leave 5-star reviews? Facebook, that's the one.
Facebook, yeah.
We haven't done Facebook in a while, have we? I'll make a point to do that next. Although maybe I won't, Phil. Ooh.
Keep me on my toes.
Keep me on your toes. I probably will. Anyway, Yeah, so there we go. If you'd like to leave us a 5-star review and be like this as of yet unnamed individual, please do. Otherwise, you can support us on Patreon, and those that do are hugely appreciated. Thank you so much for all of your support on Patreon, those who do so. If you would like to join them, we encourage you to, but we don't demand it of you. It is not a prerequisite. We will still continue to do this podcast in its current guise, with or without your support. But if you were to support us, we'd appreciate it. And lastly, there's merchandise, because everyone loves a little bit of merchandise. So perhaps you'd like to adorn yourself with a piece of Lookout Sir branded tat. And that is available to you by the good people of Rev Level. And there is a link for that as well in the description.
So, mate, if you get it now, you'll get it in time to wear it at Warhammer Fest.
There you go.
You can run up at us. Or
jiggle
if you
at
just
us.
Exactly. Or if you happen to look like us, you could pretend to be us.
I wouldn't pretend to be me if I could be anyone. That would be a fool's errand, you know. But if that is something that you aspire to do, God bless you. I appreciate it. Anyway, is that all the plugging out of the way, Phil?
It is. I think you did it very thoroughly.
I think so. I don't think I did it as smoothly or as well as I normally do, but I'm not about to do it again. So that's how it goes. So let's get into this week's 5-star review. So on Audible, normally I think they grade us on like performance, quality, some other set of criteria. It's difficult to remember because what I'm looking at here are the German words for whatever the heck they gauge us for in Germany. So there's Gizamat, Spurter, and Geschichte.
I think one of them's voice.
Ah.
I think that's the other one.
Which one would that be? Gazamet?
Oh, I've got no idea.
There we are. Anyway, long story short, this 5-star review comes by way of Jonas. One with a hat does 40k on Instagram, Phil. So you know what that means. Got to fire up the old Instagram in the outro.
Oh, fantastic.
There you go. One with a hat does 40k on the Instas. So yeah, we'll get to that in the outro. But yeah, let's go through Jonas's 5-star review. So, best Warhammer 40.000 podcast out there! Exclamation mark. 5 stars, prerequisite. That's the usual spiel, but I've done it in the wrong order. So let's just get into the words. While commuting to work and back home, I like nothing more than to listen to Dan and Phil rambling, explaining, deep diving, and sometimes ranting about the silliness of Warhammer 40k and adjacent things. Sadly, open brackets, but good for their mental health, I assume, closed brackets, they switch back to a bi-weekly schedule. So one episode only gets me through 1 week of commuting. My goodness. We're really dropping the ball there, Phil. Although I'd still suggest that being able to, give him an entire week's worth of commutes is still pretty good for one episode, right?
That is quite an achievement. I mean, this episode, I reckon it'll be a long one. Could be a week and a half's worth of commuting time, quite possibly.
It could well be. This is why we have to stick to that minimum 4-hour length. Otherwise, we will be
letting them down. Yeah.
Exactly. Poor Jonas a disservice. Who else will he listen to? Without us filling the airwaves unnecessarily.
Exactly. The other times, I feel like he should just be pining after us.
Exactly.
No one else, just missing us. That's it, really.
Or just listening again. That's the real, because there's real
exactly.
nuance.
There's 150 episodes that you can go back and listen to.
That's it. Keep up the great work and thanks for the podcast. Jonas at One With A Hat does 40k on the Instagram. Sadly, without any hedgehogs in my feed. There you go, Phil.
Oh, deep cuts of a hedgehogs. I do. I love a hedgehog.
There you go. That was a prerequisite of your appreciation of people's Instagrams based on a few episodes back. You were adamant that you needed a hedgehog image in there in order to take it seriously.
Exactly. I'll give him 1 point deducted for not having hedgehog.
Wow, that's fair. Nonetheless, thank you so much, Jonas. I really appreciate it. We'll get to reviewing your gram in the outro. But before we do that, Phil will elaborate, and then we're going to get on with the show, I suppose.
I will do. Well, thank you, Jonas, for your lovely review. Even if you don't have any hedgehogs in your Instagram, it's an honour to be able to keep you company during your, I guess, walks or your driving or on your commutes, wherever you may be going. Sorry, we can't do it enough. I would do a weekly format again, but poor old Dan, it's too much on his fingers to do all that editing. It's too much. He can't do it. It's just not possible, I'm afraid. But we would if we could, is the answer. So sorry about that, but enjoy this show. It might be extra long, so it might keep you going for a bit longer.
Well, there we go. Thanks for dropping me under the bus there, Phil. It's not just because of me, although I suppose it mostly is. You weren't the poor bugger who has to stay up till 3 a.m. or whatever it was on like Saturday mornings editing this thing together.
Not exactly. No, that's true. That's why it's on your shoulders that this podcast rests, but it's also on your shoulders that the blame lies as well. That's
is that what it is? That's what it is.
You get all the credit.
You could pick up some of the slack,
Phil.
Phil. I'll just put it out there.
I mean, you keep telling me you're a well-oiled machine when it comes to editing this podcast. I wouldn't want to tamper with it. That's basically. I mean,
I've seen how long it takes you to put out a video on Beyond the Tabletop. Mate,
oh God, I'm still working on one, and it's it's taking a while.
This is it. Anyway, thank you very much, Jonas. You've been appreciated. We're going to move on to the first of the segments. We don't know what it is yet, but you will soon. But Jonas, if you want to hear our appraisal of your Instagram, get your butt over to the outro. But otherwise, guys, have a great one. Thank you very much. Transitional noise. Hello, everybody. It is a momentous occasion, a time in our little wargaming lives where we get all excited about the strange period of time that is that moment between a new edition being announced and then all of the subsequent weirdness as we try and figure out how we're going to fill up the moments between now and then as we make sense of current rules becoming old rules and, that strange period of time where Battle Scribe needs to figure out what the heck it's doing and we all try and sort of work out how we're going to even write lists and all of these weird like muscle memory reflex things that we do as a matter of course all become different now because we're trying to kind of come to terms with a whole new set of systems and rules. But it's exciting and it's enthusiastic moments for people like us because ultimately I think it's fair to say that you and I, Phil, me more than you maybe, haven't overly loved the 9th edition period of 40k, it's fair to say, right?
Yeah, no, I would agree. You've been a lot more vocal in a couple of episodes, once or twice. I mean, I've obviously had my criticism of it as well. I think overall we can both agree that the core 9th edition system is overall pretty good, but not perfect. But the sort of creep of the codexes, both in terms of the power of them and the complexity of them, kind of got worse and worse as the edition went on. And that was what was ruining the game alongside what I would call rather mundane GT mission packs, which felt very stale for the vast majority of the edition, although they have gotten better in the last couple, I would say.
I struggle with the language of ruin the game. It's weird, right? As much as I criticised aspects of 9th edition and continue to, I've always loved it because it's still Warhammer 40,000, right? It's just not a version.
Still fun to play games.
Exactly. It's just not a version of Warhammer 40,000 that I have found enjoyable versus older versions. I think 8th edition definitely took a while to find its feet, and I think very early on it was quite exciting, and there were times within it where it felt like GW needed to do more to better understand the nuances of their system and better reflect the stat lines. I think, in all honesty, the most consistent issue with 8th and then subsequently 9th edition has been the kind of historic roll-up of old stat lines and kind of baked in kind of assertions around what certain, weapon profiles, ranges, all those different kind of mechanics needed to be. I think at its core, 9th edition is a perfectly acceptable system. I just think that there is obviously a lot of bloat and a lot of kind of, not laziness necessarily, but just some misguided design decisions that led us into a situation where we ended up with a very lethal edition, which created a heavier emphasis on terrain, and we also had a lot of bloat in the form of stratagems and everything that happened with that. But look, at the end of the day, we're not here to, berate 9th edition anymore. That is something that we have done to a degree over time, although I feel like we were balanced. I know it's always the calling card of people like you and I who do this sort of stuff on the internet to turn around at the end of, kicking in, an edition of 40k to turn around and be like, but, I think on balance we were pretty fair about it, right? Like, I mean, I don't think we were too mean, were we?
Well, here's the thing. Give it 6 months to a year into 10th edition. Will we be all rose-tinted eyes for 9th edition and be like, oh, the good old days of loads of stratagems and choice and complex army building mechanics? Will we miss those things when they do go? That will be the sort of proof of the pudding, I guess.
Well, exactly. And the proof is in the pudding, right? Because at the moment, what we have is a bunch of promises, but no actual kind of facts at this point. We have some very promising signs, but we don't know for sure what is going on. And if it wasn't already clear what we're going to be going on about, we're going to go over the preview from AdeptiCon, and that will include 10th edition chat. I think for the sake of sanity, what I'm actually going to probably do is segment out the 10th edition chatter in its own place, because I know people will probably want to listen to that specifically. So what we are going to do is go over the AdeptiCon stuff and then move into the 10th edition stuff as it was part of it. So we are going to start by going over the preview. So we will talk about the non-10th edition specific stuff, and then we will basically do a kind of 10th edition specific segment. So if you're listening to this and you just want to hear us talk about 10th, go and find that. It's there for listening to in the timestamps. But if you would like to hear our opinions on the other stuff that's not 10th edition specific, then please stick around, because that's what we're going to get into now. Isn't that right, Phil?
It is indeed.
So, did you stay up for it, mate? Were you awake when it all was happening?
No, I did randomly wake up in the night. I checked online and the page was up. The Twitch stream was not active though, and I gave it a few minutes and it still wasn't, and I think that was around 2:30. So I decided to try and go back to sleep, so I didn't stick up for it. But I know you did,
well,
the madman that you are.
Miraculously, I awoke at 10 to 4 in the AM, completely out of the blue, with no necessities to go to the toilet or anything. I just woke up. I was like, oh, I'm awake. And it's 10 to 4. I wonder if that stream's happening. And I went on the YouTubes and I saw old Valric streaming it. And I thought, oh, well, it's probably already over. I just clicked on it. And literally as I clicked on it, they were just wrapping up on Underworlds and doing their little kind of coy, ooh, ooh. And then, bam, 10th edition trailer. So I finished watching that and then went back into the Warhammer community thread and started looking at the other stuff that had happened. And it seems to be, and I know we all often try and rate these previews after the fact that we've gone over the things that are in them, but across the board, this seemed like an extraordinarily strong preview. Like, I think everything in it was pretty exceptional, with maybe the exception of the Stormcast Eternals in the Underworlds section. I feel like everything in this was top shelf A tier content.
Yes, I mean, I still think they were good for what they are. Whenever I look at Stormcast Eternals, I'm like, can I convert these into Thunder Warriors? And those have, sadly, too many women and too many robes. That's my category, because Thunder Warriors obviously are all dudes, and I want them to have a lot more armor and less flowy, roby stuff, because that would be a pain to just cut off and trim. So when I look at those models for conversion prospects, they got 0 points from me. But they were objectively still quite cool minis. But they do have already quite a few wizardy stuff. So, you know, if you're into them, they're great. If you're not, then maybe you'll be less fussed. But yeah, very strong review. Basically, I had my tactic laid out. I woke up in the morning. I avoided Instagram. I avoided Facebook. I avoided our WhatsApp chat because I know everyone would be talking about it. So I managed to get through my breakfast, spoiler free, and then I went straight to Twitch to avoid, because I learned this the last time. If you go to Warhammer Community, the page will already have loads of spoilers from all the thumbnails because they break out all the articles. So I was like, I'll go straight to Twitch and watch it there. So I watched it spoiler free basically and thoroughly enjoyed it. I was actually like giddy with excitement afterwards. I was like, oh my God, that was so good. I really enjoyed it. I guess, go on.
No, I was just going to say, I struggled to get back to sleep afterwards. Like, it was one of those things where I was genuinely buzzing. I randomly, not to name drop, but after he finished his stream, I reached out to Valric because I was like, man, that was amazing. And we just started like doing a bit of back and forth over WhatsApp talking about stuff. But he had to go because he had to make 101 different videos off the back of that. But
I'm not surprised.
But he was the only person I knew was awake because I'd obviously just watched him stream. So I was like, oh my God, like, that was amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty epic. I guess it could have been better had I assume Dante not been leaked the week before.
Oh yeah,
and
what
I
a shame.
he would have appeared in it as well, which would have gone, oh my God, it would have been technically even better, although that was probably the best one in a long time. But I guess whenever they're revealing a new edition, which only really happens every 3 to 4 years, so it's not very often these kind of level of shows happen. And they did say it themselves, it was I think it was the largest one they've ever done, because I looked at it was like an hour 40 or something on the Twitch timestamp. So it was pretty dense and filled with content.
Indeed. But not that this is an Age of Sigmar or other general Games Workshop related podcast, but we do like to talk about it every now and again. Really cool to see the Soulblight Gravelords and the Bone Reapers getting new battle tomes. Love those
and the
two
minis.
armies.
They're pretty cool.
Yeah, lovely minis. The new the Outcast Ivyar Volaug or whatever it's called looks absolutely amazing. And not massively into the Bone Reaper dude, but again, as I say, the aesthetic of that army is sort of a mixture to me. I think that kind of centerpiece, kind of Lord super duper mini with the council around him is A tier, incredible miniature design. But then a lot of the other Bone Reaper models always are a little bit not quite on point as far as I'm concerned. But still cool to see that expanding. That's really cool. On the topic of A tier, utterly incredible miniatures, the new Seraphon, my God.
Yeah,
they
really nice.
are stunning. Absolutely stunning. And
yeah, I guess the only thing that was odd about them is the new sort of Sauron lizards aren't Cold One riders, and they actually said they were kind of replacing them, which is an odd choice. So I don't know if they're a new unit and you can still use your old Cold Ones, or if the Cold Ones are kind of going and they're just a new one and they're giving them a brand new name just to, because it's now the Age of Sigmar and not Warhammer Fantasy. So they're evolving those, or if they're actually going to be two separate units that are still playable. That'll be interesting to see.
Those old Cold Ones can go out in the cold. These are gorgeous.
Well, they're so derpy.
These are unbelievable. They are so nice. They're just like, they're so nice. It's just ridiculous. The new riders are amazing. The Croxagors are flipping amazing. They're just awesome. And it looks like they're going to be getting a fancy box set as well that just looks utterly stunning. I think, Seraphon, chef's kiss. If I wasn't already heavily invested in Gloomspite and Ironjaws, I think I'd be picking this up. But because I'm already heavily invested in Gloomspite and Ironjaws, it could stay on the shelf.
Yeah, like the aesthetics of some of the old units that they had, like it was a Cold One on Carnosaur, like that aesthetic where it's like much more Aztec, but sort of future tech as well in terms of the sort of metal and the jewels that they're wearing. They've really lent into that for all of these, which is great. And that's a nice design choice to sort of differentiate them a little bit more from the older range of past. Really stunning range. I've always had love for Seraphon. I've had them before.
Nice.
They're so tempting to get into. I can't yet do another cavalry army, having just done cavalry for Nighthorn. But it's like you could really do a full cavalry army for Seraphon now as well.
Oh God, it would be so amazing with the pterodactyl rider guys and they got those skink rider things as well, haven't they?
The new skink riders.
So nice.
These ones. There's and then you obviously got the big Carnosaur and stuff.
I want it all, Phil. I want it all. It's so cool. I want it all. I also want Cities of Sigmar as well. It's amazing. Wow.
They are good. Although the one thing that is slightly disappointing is they're just they're very hard edged. Now, this is a bit of a hard thing to define. It's like they're very 3D sculpted. They're very, it's like a lot of the stuff like the shields, they've just taken a 2D design and gone bevel or emboss or something and extruded it out. And there's no softness to the models that you would get if these were like hand sculpted.
No, fair.
That's such a finickety.
It is a very finickety
thing to complain about.
Yeah.
But to basically say that the models are too crisp and too accurate. But that's sort of the vibe I get from some of the elements of them, and maybe things like the helmets and stuff. But, you know, design wise, I think really cool. I love the guy on the left with like the eye patch and stuff, and the overall kind of gear that they're wearing, and the sort of the scale of the weapons don't look too crazy. They're a bit more sort of true scale rather than hero scale. And obviously this is just 3 of them, so it'd be great to see what's coming for them later on. I can imagine that they're going to be another gorgeous army for AOS.
Yeah. But all that AOS stuff being said, let's get into the 40k goodness.
You skipped over one for Warhammer Underworld, which was the amazing...
We talked about that. We said it...
Well, no, the Slanesh, you didn't talk about. The demons.
Oh, the Zench, you mean?
You were too busy poo-pooing the Stormcast. Slanesh, Zinch. Because actually the demons would be a great little 40k minis.
Indeed, they would be, to be fair. I think the Sorcerer is pretty cool. So yeah, probably would make for a pretty great herald. The one with the foot where some other appendage might be is quite lovely in this weird sort of amalgamation.
Yes, many feet and an eye.
Yeah. And I mean that weird like Zangor that's like melting while also wielding like a fireball, and I mean they are extraordinary. I think to be honest with you, sprinkling those into a demon army would be pretty amazing.
Yes, yeah. My favourite, I think, is the weird tentacle one with the teeth eye thing.
Yes, and the feathers sort of...
Yes, it's just a mad, like Lovecraftian horror, which is kind of what I want in my demons. And they're just really obscure and mind-boggling, and they're kind of small as well. They're not like just giant, traditional scary monsters. I think they've gotten the cosmic horror, I think is the phrase to describe these down quite well. No,
agreed. I mean, the pink horror one that's kind of like holding a flame with teeth running over its entire kind of skull is my favourite. Yes. I think it's just extraordinary. I mean, that is true. I mean, the thing is in the Underworld, again, I mean, it's like informing you that the sky is blue, but turns out the Games Workshop consistently release extraordinarily good miniatures, especially within the confines of Underworld. It's I mean, even the Stormcast, I mean, as Phil said, not much use for turning into Thunder Warriors, but...
The flying one with the lady that's flying with the white mask is actually objectively an amazing sculpt. Like, I love it for Stormcast, and it's probably the best of the 3. And the dude pointing with the spear, clearly like casting a spell or something. I actually thought he would be great. He's the one with the most conversion potential, because I could swap that spear out for a pistol and it'll look like he's shooting a gun. And he's got some robes, but not too much. So, he's got potential, but the other 2 don't.
Fair. All right. Can we talk about Warhammer 40,000 now, Phil?
Yeah, let's get into it.
Let's get into it. So first of all, out of the gate, they kicked it off. I mean, it was actually one of the first things they revealed on the stream, which is Lionel Johnson, the Primarch of the First Legion, the Lion L. Johnson. I mean, I hope it hasn't escaped anyone's attention over the years of potentially listening to this pod. I like the Dark Angels. Have you let it be known, Phil, that I like the Dark Angels, right?
Do you have a Dark Angel army? Who would have guessed?
I know, it's madness, right? And to be fair, Phil, have had a Dark Angel army before they were cool.
Fair enough. I can confirm that is true.
And have resisted the temptation to run them since they became cool. Because
Yes, that's true. Because I'm trying to think the amount of times I've played with your new Dark Angel army.
against them,
Maybe once. Yeah.
yeah,
Not many
maybe once.
times.
I took them. So I last took them out last year to. Oh no, not last year. The year before. Was it 2021 or 2022? I feel like I took them to the last of the RFW events, or the first of the RFW events, which was at the arse end of 21, wasn't it?
Yes, I think it was.
And I took them to Crusade, Phil. Remember that? Crusade?
Oh, yes.
I took them to
Well, I
Crusade.
didn't go with you to the Crusade. So
That's right, you didn't go in the end. That's why you don't remember that. But I did take them to the Crusade. The point is, though, Phil, is not only do I have a Dark Angel army in 40k, I do also have a Horus Heresy Dark Angel army as well. So I already have Lionel Johnson in his younger form, in his earlier days. Now, the jury is out in whether I think this one is better than the Horus Heresy sculpt. Because I've not seen it yet in reality. However,
true, yeah.
Early signs are promising, is what I would say. It's pretty good, isn't it? This Lionel Johnson mini.
I mean, the fact that they started off the stream with showing this off is quite a strong move and a good sign for how the rest of the show went. And good to just get it out of the way. Yeah, phenomenal. Like, great mini. Kind of blew me away how good it is. If you think about how Gilliman looked when he came out, he was a bit hit and miss. Like, he was kind of cool, but everyone complains about his face, and his armor was like weirdly ornate, but not in like a good way. Whereas it feels like if you were to compare the two side by side, you can see the difference in like the technology for both how they sculpt minis digitally, but also how they make plastic sculpts now. And it feels like the level of detail on this is way higher than on what Gilliman was.
I feel like that's actually not fair, because Gilliman has a lot of Baroque style ornamentation on his armor.
Yes.
And I think, like, we're just used to seeing him, and we make, I think, a lot of assertions about some of the simplicity of the Gilliman miniature. I think the Gilly miniature is still really good. And I think actually when you see the two of them side by side, they will compare very favourably to each other. I think they will look pretty much at home next to each other. And I think for most people doing their own kind of paint schemes, if it is that they're going to have, Gilliman and the Lion going out together, you'll probably not really see much of a difference between the two of them as they are represented on the tabletop, if painted by the same, artist and
sort of standard.
Yeah. I think genuinely, I don't think evidently it's better than Gilliman because it's an evolution, and obviously it has a lot of amazing techniques. But
I mean, it might just be I like this style of armor more, because I think Gilliman's is overly baroque and ornate, whereas this is much more feudal and knightly, which strikes a chord in my heart that says, "Oh, baby, oh, this is good." This generally would make me like generally tempted to do a Dark Angel army, even though I've never really been interested in Dark Angels, never had any like love for them or care of the lore. They've been like a low tier Space Marine army in my opinion. I'm going to annoy a few people with that statement, but this model,
not least me, Phil. How dare you, sir?
sorry, sorry, sir. The models are really amazing. Like, I think my one criticism of it is if you look at the two Watchers, and you just look at their little waists or the bottom half of their robes, that bit seems too small in comparison to the top half, and that's it. That is my one nitpick of the entire model that I have. I like the helmets, I like the shield, I like all the heads. I think it's all great.
It's extraordinary. I mean, for me, the only helmet that I don't massively get on with is the Eagle one, where it's the big old rabbit ears.
The big wings.
Yeah. I'm not massively sold on that. I mean, for my one, he's definitely going to be wearing the helmet and hood combo. That's for the...
that's a cool one.
That's the one I'm going to be going for. I like a helmet. I like a hood. the two together make for a great marriage. The hooded helmetless one is pretty awesome as well. I think that's like going to be like the number 2 one for me. But yeah, no, I think that's the one that you go for. It's just it's stunning. I mean, obviously, everyone out there knows that the Lionel Johnson Mini is stunning, at least if you've gone out there and looked. If you haven't, please do. It's gorgeous. Get over to the Warhammer community site and look at this thing. It is a incredible miniature, and I cannot wait to own it and to add it to my 40k Dark Angel collection. And yeah, I'm definitely reinvigorated with kind of trying to experiment with other kind of styles of Dark Angel armies, because up until now my Dark Angels have just been Deathwing, Ravenwing, because that's kind of the Dark Angel gimmick and it's what I've leaned into. But I think when you start to add people like, or rather the Lion to the mix, it's like, oh, actually, is there something to be said for adding in like more Green Marines? Is there stuff that's going to be quite fun from that side of things? I'm also really tempted to do Lionel Johnson and Gilliman in an army as well. Like, I think that'd be super cool. Like, you
bros together,
the brothers
back to back.
Yeah, the Brothers of Destruction, or whatever it is, or not destruction, because they're kind of fighting for, sanctity and order.
Yes. I imagine it's like the Dylan gif from Predator, where they lock arms and in a mini arm wrestle type vibe.
Similar to the events.
They meet.
Similar to the events that transpired on Macragge during the events of the Horus Heresy, where Lionel Johnson arrives on Macragge and is kind of curious if Gilliman is trying to build his own empire and is become a traitor. Those kind of weird vibes. That actually is a really interesting story, actually. And I have to be honest, like, there was a lot of people that, and myself included, who have definitely speculated on how viable it is that Lionel Johnson will fold in with Gilliman and fall under his, leadership. And I have to be honest, there was a time where I thought actually there was a bit more kind of competition between the two brothers that would have led to a bit more conflict. But actually, when you actually really dive into that relationship and read a lot of the lore between them, yes, there is rivalry, and yes, there is a certain level of kind of conflict between the two of them, but it's all born out of competition, and there's a lot of mutual respect. And you got to remember, these are the two guys that came together to basically break the siege of terror after the events on the Vengeful Spirit, right? These are the guys that are racing to terror collaboratively and did everything kind of together on Macragge during the events of the book in the Unremembered Empire and a bunch of other little bits and pieces. So there is a lot of union between the two of them. So I do think, actually, in retrospect, I think the Lion's a really cool character to bring back at the stage. There's also a lot of intrigue because he's missing his sword, isn't he? Obviously, his sword is with Cypher, so he's now wielding Filthy,
which is his new sword. That's quite interesting. And the fact that he's also wielding the Emperor's shield, which I'm not sure if that was ever a thing before, because I don't think you've ever seen it in artwork.
Yeah, that he's usually got the Talon, hasn't he? Yeah, I'm trying to remember that.
Talon and the Flaming Sword, and the Flaming Sword's what Gilliman's got now.
He had a shield kicking around somewhere, I'm sure.
Exactly. I'm sure he did. But as a concept, all the Primarchs have a gift from the Emperor. Is kind of cool. I like that they're all wearing bits of his armor.
Well, indeed. And obviously, I suppose if they ever bring back Russ was already gifted a spear by the Emperor. So yeah, Russ wields a spear that was gifted to him by the Emperor. So maybe he'd just have that. And then I guess, I don't know, if Vulcan comes back, I guess he gets a hammer made by the Emperor for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, so I imagine the Emperor's got one of everything.
Maybe he gets the Talon.
Of war gear ever.
That would be cool, actually, if Vulcan had the Talon. That would be pretty badass. But look, long story short, Lionel Johnson is a beautiful addition to the range. Incredible miniature. And just, what it represents for the migration and evolution of the fiction of the Warhammer 40,000 universe is extraordinary. So I'm really excited to see this guy being realised on the tabletop in the 40k universe. And I can't, Lionel Johnson was one of the best minis in Heresy, as in the Heresy Primarch Lionel Johnson, and this is incredible. Of the 5 Primarchs that exist in 40k, he's number 1 in my books. In my books, him and Mortarion, number 1, number 2 for me.
Oh, interesting.
Of the 40k Primarchs, not the Horus Heresy.
Yes. Yeah, no, fair enough.
Because in Horus Heresy, that Mortarion model is way down. Like, that is a bad mini. But, well, not bad, it's just not to my taste. But, yeah, like the Lionel Johnson mini is incredible. And then probably Mortarion, just because it's such a gorgeous miniature. And then I probably would put Agron at number 3, Gilliman number 4. And right at the bottom is Magnus. I don't like the Magnus mini anymore. I think they made him too big. You know, he's a bit too weirdly proportioned.
Yeah, I think, no, I do agree. I don't mind him as much. I think, him and Gilliman are definitely at the bottom. I would probably say Angron and the Lion are at the top. But you are right. I think Mortarion is the most, like, iconic, I think, and classic of all of those sculpts, and is definitely up there almost just for that reason. So yeah, top 3 are those. Not sure I could necessarily pick one, but the Lion definitely is a potential contender though, because it just looks good. But I'd love to see it in person myself, and also it'd be great to see them all like next to each other just as a comparison. Well,
here's the thing though, mate. You know, you can add the Lion to your collection and just have him join your Minotaurs. That's the army you do. There you go. You can just have him hang out with them. Why not? Why wouldn't he? Probably not really the sort of thing he does, but, you know, it's a bunch of old made-up nonsense anyway. Who cares? Chuck him in.
That's true.
Chuck him in. True. Just be like Minotaurs. Turns out.
Well, just as it would be potentially a great painting project. Quite daunting, I think. But what I like about it is it's almost like what those old Inquisitor 54mm scale minis. It just feels like a real like upscaled Space Marine model that's like figurine sized. I think it's pretty lovely.
If I can say one last thing of the comparison between this guy and Gilliman, I really respect the fact that they kept him very kind of pure to the kind of concept of the Lion and had him with his sword and his shield in this instance, but he's a very kind of, you know, combat orientated character. He's showing his martial prowess. He's obviously giving off that aura of a swordsman. Whereas the thing I always sort of struggled with Gilliman just a little bit was the fact that he had that weird gauntlet with a heavy bolter on it, which was like, it was sort of such a weird kind of addition to him. It sort of almost like robs him of some of his regal status almost to be carrying a underslung heavy bolter around with him. I understand why he's got it, and it's cool, but and I guess it was one of those weird Belisarius cool made me this weird costume.
Yes, I'm glad they obviously haven't sort of primarisified the Lion's armor in the same way that they did it with Cool, and they've kind of kept him more of a kind of classic mini. I also like the fact that he's really old.
Yes, and I also like what that might represent in terms of their relationship now, because obviously, you know, Gilliman has been in stasis for tens of thousands of years, whereas the Lion's just been sleeping. So,
yes, and an interesting but key distinction to make between the two of them.
Yes.
So yeah, one hasn't aged and one has.
Yes, which is super interesting. Although, you know, one of them had their throat very, very badly slit, and
that's true.
you know, had a lot of time being practically dead. So, you know, I'm sure that had an impact on him. You know, wise beyond his years, perhaps. But anyway, Lionel Johnson, marks an incredible transition into a new edition and just a phenomenal miniature. Cannot wait to own him. And super excited to see what he brings to the tabletop and what he will add to my forces of Dark Angels in the not too distant future. So that's going to be amazing. Well done, them. Top shelf. And then obviously there's the Arcs of Omen book, which is the Lion. It's just going to be another Arcs of Omen book. I assume there's the thing that's going to have the data sheet for this guy in it, but they probably will also release it.
Yeah, because that was odd that VASHTOR does actually appear in the VASHTOR book.
Yes.
Angron didn't appear in his. VASHTOR and Azrael, I think, appear in the VASHTOR book. I
Correct, yes. Yeah, both.
which is odd. They obviously gave them as free downloads as well, but when the Arcs of Omen books were being announced, they were like, yeah, there's no data sheets in these. So it was odd that actually there are, but they've also just released them as free downloads as well. So I suspect the Lion will be a free download in addition to appearing in the Lion book.
Yeah. But really exciting. I just think, so cool. So,
what do you think about the artwork of that cover? Because to me, the Lion looks like John Malkovich. And I can't get it out of my head. The odd thing is you don't see it here, but in the video of the live stream, they show you all the books together, and all of them are really nice, like full coloured images. And then this one's just like a wash of green, so it doesn't look as exciting in comparison to the others when you see them side by side. But maybe they're doing that to denote that it's like the last one, perhaps.
I don't overly like the covers of the Arcs of Omen. This is fine. I think it's fine. I don't love it, but it's fine. I mean, it's my frustration with it, if I'm honest with you, is if you're going to depict the Lion, I feel like, yes, okay, you want to focus in on the fact that he's like this old man and this, incredible warrior, but it's sort of a weird image to kind of, I think the posing of it and the looking up and the sort of almost of a position of like, he's almost in prayer or something, looking up to the emperor or whatever. Like, I think it sort of removes some of his authority from the image by having his eye line going in the upward direction. I think actually, if I'm honest with you, I would have just loved to have seen one of him with like hood down and hair kind of strewn across his sort of eyes and stuff, and seeing that really kind of chiseled mustache beard combo, but through like a hood and stuff, which is more kind of iconically Dark Angels. So I think if it were me, I would have liked to have seen the bare head, but within a kind of hood and framed in a more kind of like coming out from the shadows kind of look to it. So maybe more kind of the eyes face towards the viewer and a bit more of a kind of intimidating kind of stare, rather than this, which just sort of makes him feel quite, like I say, it's like he's in prayer or in kind of appreciation to a sort of higher authority.
Maybe he's lying down in bed and he's just woken up.
Yeah, he's just woken up like, where am I?
My alarm's going off. It's exactly. time to get up. It'd be interesting from a lore point of view what they're doing with the story. So they're sort of saying that there's going to be a showdown with VASHTORR, Abaddon and Angron versus the Lion and Dante. So, I mean, normally with those kind of sort of showdowns, it's Chaos loses or Chaos almost wins but gets thwarted at the last moment. No one dies. Angron will probably get banished back to wherever he's come from, so he could remanifest again. But that will sort of reset it and give the Imperium a brief respite. They're obviously not going to kill Dante or the Lion because they've only just come back. It'd be interesting to see how they sort of make that showdown work. Would love it if Chaos wins a little bit more, because it always feels like they should win, but then always lose at the last minute for some other reason.
You know what I'd like is if just Lionel Johnson just kills them all. All of them just die to him. And obviously Agron will go away and come back again because he's Agron, but like Lionel Johnson just murks them all. Like Abaddon's just dead. And it's just like, there you go.
End of the threat. Well, it would make sense.
Not the threat necessarily, just Abaddon. I think that's the thing though, because Lionel Johnson, like, again, if you read or listen to the events of the Siege of Terror and you see like what the Primarchs are capable of in kind of like combat situations, like Sanguinius achieved such extraordinary feats during the events of the Siege of Terror. I won't spoil it, but essentially he goes for a sequence of taking out like 3 massive threats in short succession, and it's quite incredible. And Lionel Johnson is equivalent to, or some would say, at least in a kind of one-to-one combat situation, superior to Sanguinius in terms of his ability with a sword and his kind of martial prowess, as I say. The thing is that Sanguinius he's a bit more of a kind of supernatural kind of creature because he's obviously got the wings and the mobility of being in the air and stuff. So he's a bit, and also he's got a certain kind of rage and power that maybe the Lion doesn't possess in the same guise. But in terms of like, if Abaddon came up and was like, "Come on then," I would, within the kind of lore as established, Lionel Johnson would make easy work of him. But obviously, Abaddon's fueled by Chaos Gods now. Who knows, right? Who knows what the potential is?
And the Lion is old. He needs his cod liver oil. He needs to wake those joints up and, maybe he needs a mobility scooter to get.
But he definitely would make short work of Agron. That's for sure.
Okay.
Because Agron's just pure fury, unfettered rage, and just would charge at him, and he would just use all of his skill and just sort of parry him aside and just do him in. And I don't know about VASHTOR. If his rules are anything to go by, I think the Lion will be fine.
I imagine the rules will be super good. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be.
Totally. All right, so that was the Lion. Next one should be fairly quick, which is Gallo Fall, which is the latest Kill Team box as part of the Into Darkness range. Interesting that before we get into the miniatures that are part of this, the terrain that they are giving us here, one of those pieces, those like drop pod pieces, I swear that's been in another kit at some point.
Yes, that was in the Rogue Trader Kill Team that you had.
And now you have.
It didn't have the base though. I think they've changed it slightly because I think the base is more of an upright thing, whereas I think before they were just freestanding on their own. The like cryopods are very much inspired by the ones from the very old Forge World Zone Mortalis range when it was in resin. The medical chair is a bit similar to they did a series of, I think they were like unique objectives, and there was like a medical chair on a pair of tracks, and it had like a sort of servo skull on it and it, like an automated operator. So different, but a similar kind of aesthetic to stuff that already exists. But I think, the medical bay kit is amazing. The cryo tubes, amazing. The drop pods, I'm not too fussed, and you seem to get almost way too much. But I guess from a game point of view, that there's probably a reason for that, because I imagine in some missions you're running towards the drop pods and each, member of your team needs to go in one, for example. Yeah. It does seem like there's an option to also open them up, and I don't know if the original drop pods had that option or if they were always just like closed. So that'll be interesting to see if they've actually sort of updated that model in any way, or if it's effectively the same one but with a little mini base on it.
Actual miniature wise though, I mean, this is doing nothing to win me over from a Votan perspective. Like I look at this and I go, "Oh, Votan, you suck." Like,
so if you look on the page, the very first miniature is the squad leader with a pistol and an axe and a regular dude. And those just look like they're out the box regular guys.
I think they are, yeah.
Or ladies. They don't actually look like they've had any of the upgrades, unless the pistol, for example, is one of them. But I can't tell from those two. It feels like all the others are the upgrade. So you got like the Vox operator, the weird knuckle duster guy.
I mean, I don't mind the knuckle dusters in a way. I quite like that as a sort of concept. I think that one sort of works. And I mean, the Vox one, I guess, is all right, but it's not really winning me over. They've got one here with one of the guns off of one of the
the bikes, isn't it?
Yeah.
That one's quite cool.
I'm not feeling it. And then the dude in the with all the mining gear
equipment
sort of looks okay, I guess. What I love is you got this robot here with a data slate, which is hilarious. Like, as if he needs that, he probably could process it in his head. dealing with all that.
Yeah, but that's because they're trying to pretend they're humans, maybe.
Well, indeed. And then there's a mini that I have no idea what's new about him. Maybe the running pose is the new thing. I have no idea.
Yeah, possibly. Otherwise, it feels the same. Or unless there's some equipment on his backpack, like he's got something slung over his shoulder, maybe. And then the two arguably worst ones out of the kit are the grenadier sort of sling. And the weird jump pack guy who, if you were playing boarding actions, I'd imagine he'd have a fly keyword, so you wouldn't actually be able to use him. And it feels like
it's kill team, isn't it? It's kill team, so don't worry about it. It's not boarding actions.
It feels like a really odd choice for kill team because you're in Gallo Dark. Why would you have a jump pack?
Well, he brought it with him, so he's
I guess, yeah. I'm not sold on any of these, to be honest. I'd like some of the squat models, but not a whole lot of them. And yes,
Votan do look better in reality than they look in photography, right? I'll give them that. But God, this.
Yeah. Like I've got one of the minis that was the free model of them up from the Warhammer store, and I've converted him up, and I actually quite like that one. And I think the core like infantry squad, which this is based on, is one of the better sets. But yeah, just some of these upgrades I'm not it's not wowing me over in any way, to be honest.
They are underwhelming as anything. I don't like the Votan aesthetic, and this continues to underwhelm me. It's all right, but yeah, whatever. I mean, obviously, if you like it, good for you. Not trying to kind of upset or unfairly influence you. I'm just not impressed. The aesthetic just doesn't work for me. But great if it does for you. I hope you're excited about it. And I'm sorry that I'm not. But one thing I am excited about, my goodness, Phil, the Beastmen! My word, these I like them quite a bit, to be honest with you. I think for me, seeing things like the Beastmen realised again in the game of 40k, if not Kill Team specifically, is super awesome. I love the sculpts, the variety. I like the little kind of detailing and all the sorts of kind of interesting design decisions they've gone for it here. I think it's just a really nice looking unit that I think once you've got it and can paint it up yourself is just going to look awesome on the tabletop. I think some of the variants in the unit are really cool. I like that some of them are kind of laden in bionics, some of them have got like crazy mutations. I adore the gas mask wielding smoke grenade fella. I think that's absolutely hilariously awesome. I just love it. I know it might not be everyone's cup of tea, but I think these guys are great. And I just love the fact that we're getting Beastmen back in 40k. But what do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, Beastmen as a concept, love. They're great. The Blackstone Fortress ones I really like. These ones don't really fit in visually with those the Blackstone Fortress ones, and I don't know if it's because maybe these aren't actual Beastmen, but they're something else, like they're Ungors, or they're like these seem much bigger, right? And like it's like either a bigger scale or just chunkier. So I wonder if they're like a more elite unit of Beastmen in comparison to the basic ones that we got from Blackstone Fortress. I really hope that either Beastman becomes its either own codex or it becomes part of a Renegade Traitor Guard codex. That would be the dream. Model-wise, they're cool, but the thing I don't like about them is they really feel like they're AOS or Fantasy Beastmen, and they've just tacked on a few visual bits to make them look 40k. It generally feels like they've kind of taken some models that were meant for fantasy and gone, oh, let's just stick a gun and a sword on them. Because you look at the belly plates, you look at the staff and the axe and the maul, like they're so archetypally fantasy like designed, as opposed to something that was manufactured or created in a science fiction setting. Like that's the only thing that bugs me about them. But they are cool, and I wish there was one of them with the bionics. Love him. Sort of wish they all had like a bit more bionics to them, more like bionic legs or something. to just make them look a bit more sci-fi. And probably the gas mask guy is odd, but he's the one that probably, him and the cyborg one is the one that fits in the best. Whereas some of them just look like they're out of place. Obviously, love the old school Hazard-Strap chainsword. That sort of nods very much to the Necromunda Beastman that they've got as well. So that's cool. But yeah, things like the belly plates, I wish they just looked a bit more futuristic.
I do hear what you're saying. I think the thing is, right, is like within the game of, or within the Warhammer kind of pantheon, the IP, they have a certain established kind of look for Beastmen within their kind of fiction. Yeah, that's probably true.
Or that they're from I don't know, like a feudal world or something. So that's why they look a bit more low tech with some aspects of it.
But also, they're just they're the menial class, aren't they? They're there for serving and dealing with all the kind of maintenance of these ships and all the rest of it. Like, I mean, the Black Legion and the Vengeful Spirit use so many beastmen in like so many kind of menial roles that it's just that thing where I think legitimately, I don't think you necessarily needed to lean too heavily into some of the sci-fi aesthetics, but I do agree with you that maybe the belly plate is one of those things that kind of does give it that sort of feudal, almost kind of Age of Sigmar-esque kind of appearance. And, it's like, well, they're in the 40k world. Why aren't any of them wearing trousers? Maybe some of them could have been like, oh, maybe a trouser. But then, they obviously just didn't make them in their sizes or whatever. And I think that's the thing. I understand where you're coming from, but I just think, it's just cool. It's cool that they exist. And maybe they haven't got it exactly right this time for some people, but it's a step in the right direction. And if they expand on that fiction over time, I'm going to be very happy with that.
If they do like a Command Squad or Commander type model, I mean, that's almost all they need, because they've obviously, if you take the Blackstone Fortress ones and assume they're the regular infantry, these guys are maybe a slightly more elite version. Then you just need a couple of, like, at least one model to be like your HQ Warlord choice. And then that's kind of a bare bones for an army, but realistically they would be probably part of a renegade guard army, I would have thought. Filling that role of like the Zangors, right, for the Thousand Sons, doing that kind of cultist kind of role, but with a lot of decent close combat kind of presence on the tabletop. So I'd love to see him expanded upon though. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, no, agree, mate. Cool. All right. Well, that pretty much addresses everything that isn't specifically 10th edition. Obviously, the new Terminator and Termagant models that were shown as part of the 10th edition reveals are technically 9th edition capable, but ultimately they're not going to exist until 10th edition rolls around the corner.
No, that's true.
So we're going to wrap that up in our 10th edition chat, I reckon.
Yeah, that's true. And obviously a little nod to the Horus Heresy, just to say, it's a campaign book. Sounds really cool.
Sounds amazing. I love Horus Heresy, as I keep saying, and I think, having a campaign book is really cool. Again, whether they can live up to the high, exceptional standards of the books of old is TBD, but I hope so. I think there's a lot of promising kind of signs. I love the Heresy books. I think the Heresy books even the new ones are just really phenomenal. So, hopeful. I will definitely pick up the book and be interested to see how it enhances the overall gaming experience. But cool. All right. Well, look, we're going to move on now and talk about 10th edition. So, transitional noise. So it's the big one, I suppose. 10th edition Warhammer 40,000. A piece of news and or content 3 years in the making. Or slightly longer, I suppose. Or slightly shorter. When did they announce 9th edition? Was it like May or something? Because they were supposed to like punt it out in like May, but then they ended up having to do it in June because it was all COVID-y weirdness, wasn't it, back then?
I thought it was meant to come out in June and then came out July, but I can't remember the exact month, but it was definitely a month late based on some of the promo poster stuff that came with the box, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was something like that. Yeah.
Well, nonetheless, whatever the time period has been, we are excited to embrace the new edition of Warhammer 40,000. And as has now become customary within the confines of the Games Workshop business model, they kicked off 10th edition with a lovely trailer, didn't they, Phil? A lovely trailer. They love a CG trailer these days.
Yeah, they've gotten used to it. They started with Indomitus, which was 8th edition, did it with AOS 3, and now they've done it again with 10th edition.
They did.
So, yeah, pretty cool. I guess to an extent it's maybe not as exciting as the 8th edition one, just because we've had one before, whereas the 8th edition one was...
You mean the 9th edition one?
Before. Sorry, yes, the 9th edition.
The 8th edition one was just a sort of animated GIF of the Death Guard Ultramarine head, wasn't it?
Yes, which is interesting because they've sort of replicated that with the artwork of the Terminator and the Tyranid Warrior,
yes.
Like the two halves of the face. It definitely calls back to that 8th edition artwork with the Plague Marine and the Space Marine, which I thought was quite a nice little touch.
Agreed.
But yeah, the trailer was really good.
Trailer was exceptional, I think. I mean, obviously they continue to, allow us to kind of realize the fantasy, as it were, of the 40k universe. I mean, those of us who are old enough to remember will have recalled the kind of profound impact of certain video game trailers that, have become kind of synonymous within the hobby over the years. Dawn of War as a franchise.
I thought you were going to call back to the even older live action trailers that they did for Games Day around 98, 99.
Oh, the Inquisitor movie.
Was like there was the Gene Stealer cults with the fighting the Terminators, and then there was Orcs as well, yes. Versus Space Marines, and occasionally like a Chaos Space Marine in there as well.
Yeah.
Literally just people in what is nowadays cosplay. Filmed on a very low budget, VHS tape. Well, probably not low budget for the time.
No.
Nowadays has dated, but still looks pretty amazing. I still hark back to it. You can look them up on YouTube.
Well, they had that Epic game, didn't they, as well? That they did all the various CG trailer. Well, not CG, the live action trailers for as well, which was pretty great. And but yeah, Dawn of War was probably that one moment where, we all kind of stood up and took notice of the kind of possibilities of, computer animated, sequences within Warhammer 40,000. Strangely, the one that was most profound for me, although now I'm going to struggle to remember the name of the actual game, was the fantasy one of the Chaos Warrior fighting the warrior priest in the woodlands, in the kind of misty woods, where the... is it Rise of Chaos, I think it was, or something like that?
Yes, I think it was that one. Yeah, no, that one was pretty cool, actually.
It was pretty great, yeah. But nonetheless, look, I mean, the CG trailers now are nothing special in the sense that we are somewhat accustomed to Games Workshop doing these, but they are special in the sense that they always, breed a lot of intrigue and create a lot of exciting moments, and they just kind of kick off things in a great way. And my only criticism, if I had a criticism of the animation, is not the quality of the production, but the decision to make the Marines quite static. So there's a lot of movement in the NIDs, but the Marines all kind of have a very kind of boxy, clunky kind of... animation style to them. When you see them navigate the environment, it's very clop, 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 clop.
Maybe that's just, even though Space Marines can be depicted as sort of lightning fast, I presume they've done it just so there's a difference.
I agree.
The Tyranids are attacking and they're being swarmed, and therefore the Space Marines need to be more static. It also, it reminds me a lot of the Space Marine 2 trailer, because that's, again, Ultramarines versus Tyranids. So there's a lot of similarities between that. And obviously, there was also the Horus Heresy cinematic trailer as well, which was last year, which was also... That was probably more awesome just because of the scope and scale of the battles it was depicting, whereas this is much more granular. But what I liked about this one more than the Indomitus one was like the story element to it, where it's Gilliman talking about basically the Imperium tells everyone that we're winning the wars and the Crusades are doing really well, but ultimately the story that you're shown is that they're not, and that they're getting it handed to them on a plate, and that the Tyranids are winning, and that the Imperium is losing wars all over the place. So I like that there's a little sort of story behind it in terms of the narrative of what the Imperium tells its citizens versus what's actually going on. I thought that was a nice touch that elevated the story beyond just Marines killing things or being killed.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So, given the nature of what we are and what we do, it's probably not logical that we break down the trailer, because ultimately, you know, given that we can't really kind of show you or kind of talk over the trailer specifically, it's probably just worth talking about some of the miniatures that we expect we will see off the back of these. So there's obviously a great kind of selection of things that could potentially be coming in the future. What I actually really like about this, and I will say this from the outset, is it's quite clear that Games Workshop have actually decided that with this edition and this box set, it feels like we're moving away from the kind of fixed, rigid parameters that have been older kind of releases. So, like, the Indomitus Crusade was very Blade Guard focused. It was very much about, here is the Blade Guard, here is the Judicar, here is the Blade Guard Ancient, here is the Blade Guard Lieutenant, here is the Blade Guard Captain. Here is some Assault Marines, you know, because why not?
Yes, that one was the outlier in terms of that, but it was kind of close combat.
Yeah, Outriders as well were in it, and they were quite close combat-y. But, you know, this is the thing. But it all kind of fit within that Indomitus theme. They all had the Indomitus branding on their pauldrons or whatever it was. Their greaves, their whatever that wrist guard thing is called. So that was really cool. And then obviously before then we had like the Shadow Spear box, which was all very Phobos based, other than the fact that the suppressors are technically not in Phobos armor, but whatever, is Phobos enough. And then prior to that, obviously we had the Dark Imperium box, which was a mixture of Gravis and standard sort of intercessors, I suppose.
Because you got the plastic aggressors, didn't you?
Actually, weirdly,
the easy build ones.
Well, technically,
didn't they come in?
Yeah, so the aggressors came later, but you had a Gravis captain. But then everything else was...
Oh, yes, it was the Gravis captain. Yeah. Right, yeah. And then it was standard Marines, Hellblasters,
correct,
and Redemptor? Was it Redemptor?
No, it wasn't a Redemptor.
No Redemptor.
I think it was literally just intercessors. Oh, and then the 2 lieutenants, the chapter ancient.
Oh, the banner, right? Yeah, the ancient. Yeah.
Anyway, long story short is what I'm noticing with this trailer is that it's clear that they're trying to kind of give us more of a mixture of things. So we see, all sorts of different types of possibilities within the Marine side of things. So we have
lots of different armor.
Oh, mate, yeah. So we've got Apothecary and Gravis armor. That's really promising. I think a lot of people are going to be really excited to see a new, Gravis character miniature being added to the collection.
Been asking for that for ages.
Yeah. So that's a big win there. Obviously, there is a myriad of other kind of war gear equipped intercessors of various ilks.
Yeah, sort of Phobos style with flamer combi bolters, it seems, which is a odd choice. I think I'd almost rather they just have flamers, a bit like the one Black Templars guy that had a flamer weapon, whereas these are combi. And in the video, there's also someone with I assume it's a combi melter that will be part of that squad, but I don't actually know how that relates unless that you could all have combi melters or all have combi flamers. Maybe that's like the build options. Who knows?
Yeah.
But I definitely spotted a melter gun in the trailer.
Yeah. Well, there's also the regular intercessors with the flamers as well, and they're the Black Templar-esque, what they call pyromancer thing. Oh, not pyromancer, whatever they're called. There's the larger, newer flamer things, and they're just like it's seemingly the Hellblaster equivalent flamer squad, which is certainly interesting to see as well. So it'd be cool if that comes to life. But yeah, like the opening shot is of a of a almost like Phobos Lieutenant. Looks very similar to the Phobos Lieutenant that we saw in the Shadow Spear box. So very similar kind of vibe to that, but I'm sure there's something else going on with it. I mean, one of the things that's quite interesting is the way that his right arm is kind of almost like camouflaged with like bits of like jungle foliage or something. So
no, I think that's a Tyrannic War veteran.
Gotcha.
So he's got like a pauldron, and his greave has like tyrannid carapace on it.
Nice.
So yeah, I don't know if he's just a generic part of the unit, or as you say, he's a lieutenant, or is a specific Tyrannid War veteran.
Yeah.
Or Tyrannic War, I think it is. Units in addition to those other Phobos squads.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously on the NID side of things, we see a couple of interesting additions here as well. We got the Screamer Killer, which is quite an awesome addition to the overall kind of flavour of things. I mean, cool to see them bring back that old school second edition Rogue Trader mini that, well, at least that's the assumption anyway. And obviously there's the new kind of like Zoanthrope, massive, almost like,
Yes, I assume it might be the Doom of Malantai, which was a named character from back in the day, which was basically like a augmented or souped up Zoanthrope. Basically,
well,
and it looks like he's surrounded by spore mines, and obviously there's a biovore in the video as well. So biovores and spore mines go hand in hand.
Well, also as well, I mean, what's interesting is that Zoanthrope is definitely very similar to, again, the old second edition Rogue Trader Zoanthrope type of design, with the large kind of exposed brain inside of a kind of exoskeleton, kind of almost like crown. So again, it's interesting that they're going back and looking at some of the historical NID sculpts and trying to incorporate that into the design, which is super cool to see. And then there is also this winged, maybe Tyrannid Warrior, maybe High Tyrant. I think it's a Tyrannid Warrior by all accounts. A new kind of like
were they Shrikes?
Something like that. I
can't remember, or just like the winged version of Tyrannid Warriors that you could get before, which was like a Forge World upgrade, I think, at one point at least.
Yeah.
So potentially it's them. Yeah.
But clearly the thing that most people are talking about, the thing that, the elephant in the room that needs to be addressed.
It's the Hormigaunt.
Yes, it's the Termagaunt, you mean, sorry. Yes. The new Termagaunt sculpts.
Termagaunt,
which look incredible, like absolutely incredible. I sincerely hope that these are not difficult to put together. I hope the Games Workshop have basically made it that you just basically maybe put like two things together and then stick an arm on it with a gun.
Yeah, I imagine it's like a body with one leg all together, and then I assume maybe the head and the front arms get attached on. It'll be hard to tell, really, but
yeah.
Apparently, from people we know, the old one was a nightmare.
Yes. Well, it's just the fact that you have to build so many of them, and they're just not. Anyway, they're not.
That's true.
They're not great, but the new Termagaunt models look really, really cool, which is awesome. Oh, and also they got Terminators as well. I think people are relatively excited to see those again. Don't know why. I mean, they're just like bigger versions of the old models. I can't understand why anyone cares about that.
No, yeah, they look amazing.
Yeah, they're stunning.
I think that's the thing. It's the sort of thing, a bit like with the Chaos Terminators, where in a way they were more underwhelming because they were just like, they just look a bit like the old ones, but a little bit better. But I think with with the regular Terminators, they're a lot bigger. Whereas I don't think the Chaos old Terminators were as bad as the current Terminator range. And I think, Terminators are like one of those most requested things in terms of, people trying to kit bash. People want to know how to make true scale Terminators. I did like an article on it a while ago, looking at all the Terminators to work out the best ones to like kit bash and convert. I'm not surprised they've listened and that they haven't I think the problem with Terminators is so iconic, you can't mess with them too much. So if they were to like make a Primaris variant of it, I think that would have enraged loads of people. So I like that their compromise is to say it's ancient armor, it's a real relic, it's not being touched with, cool isn't changing it, and anyone who is a veteran can go inside it as part of the first company, which is sort of what it should be. Like, so Primaris and Firstborn Space Marines can both be in Terminator armor, and they've just upscaled the armor to make it, be the right size and just look good. So what more could you ask for?
Mate, honestly, I don't know. I think these Terminator miniatures are just... It's just such a slam dunk for the company, right? Like, it's everything I wanted them to be. I am incredibly disappointed that I already own something like 30 or 40 Terminators in my Dark Angel army, because now I've got to rebuy them all. Because
well, here's the thing though. Surely most of those Terminators aren't the standard Indomitus ones. They're Deathwing?
They are the Deathwing ones, yeah, but they're still going to be Diddy and Dinky compared to these things. If you're going to add one of these units to your existing range of Terminator minis, you've basically got to just purge the whole thing and start again. These are going to be... Yeah. I mean, I've got a bunch of the Space Marine Heroes ones, so I've got a full squad of Space Marine Heroes ones.
They are, because I did I'm in the process of adding these to the blog post that I did before, so I did a size comparison. The Space Marine Heroes are the best ones that you can get currently, and they're only a tiny bit smaller than these ones. Correct. But these are slightly bigger, and therefore just look a bit more correct, I would say.
But also just the quality of the sculpts, the plastic that they use. Oh, yeah. Because the thing is with those Heroes ones is they're using a cheaper plastic and a different kind of molding, different type of casting technique. Not the different necessarily fully, but it's...
No, but the way the gates are on the model, you could almost... you can effectively like pop those Space Marine Heroes off the sprue by hand. You don't need to clip them off in the same way that you... I mean, you should, but you can almost get away with not doing it. Yeah. Because the gates are very small and much more similar to like Gundam, I think, in terms of how they've done it. The one disappointment I was going to say is if you just bought Azrael and was it Soul Forge box set?
Yes.
With the old Deathwing, and then these have just been announced a few weeks later. Obviously, I appreciate that Deathwing aren't being redone and maybe won't be redone for a while, but I'd assume they're going to be on the cards to be redone. If they've done these and these are popular, they could go and do the others.
I mean, it depends, because potentially all you need to do is just do a shoulder swap on them, and then they basically fulfill most of the role. I mean, obviously, yes, there is more to a Deathwing Terminator than just a shoulder pad, but like, to be honest with you, 99% of a Deathwing Terminator is the paint job. Yes, okay, it's got a few feathers and other kind of iconography on it, but realistically, who cares at this point? Like, I think these guys will work well for those needs, and I think, again, it's just awesome to think now that first of all, it's awesome that we've got really cool new Terminator figures. I think that's amazing, and I'm so excited to add them to my collection, but also it's just cool that it's also a really positive step forwards in regards to the lore around Primaris and Firstborn, and the fact that it feels more and more like we're moving away from the distinction between the two, and that Games Workshop is starting to recognise that actually they've kind of painted themselves into a corner with the Primaris thing, and now they're just kind of going, yeah, whatever. It's like, oh, are these Terminators Primaris or Firstborn? To which the answer should be yes. And that has kind of been the answer throughout the whole process, and I think this is cool. My only hope is that we also see, because what I was hoping for before the reveal happened is that we were going to get like a new intercessor squad, but basically it's a tactical squad. Basically, like it's a new squad,
right? Like a true, like a true scale tactical squad.
Yeah, fundamentally,
in the sort of style of the Indomitus armor.
Well, it incorporates a number of different design cues, right? So the idea of Primaris is that Primaris have been given to all these different chapters, and most of the other chapters are going, they're all right, but they just fight like Ultramarines, and they're trying to kind of obviously indoctrinate them into their cultures and develop them and build them. And I think what was really cool would be the idea that we'd start to see Primaris squads that maybe are recycling old armor types and moving those in. So maybe it was that you did an Intercessor squad that incorporated some of the old marks. So like, maybe some of them have the old, Mark 7 helmets, and some of them have like some of the old, like, not everyone has like the modern Mark X stuff all over the place. Like there's, some of them that use a regular old bolt gun design, and then some of them use like the bolt rifle. But, admittedly, I suppose where that becomes a little bit of a problem in terms of the game is that if you give that level of flexibility to the squad, but then have like standardized weapon profiles, but you've got maybe 4 different looks to a bolter in one squad, it does create some inconsistency. But all I'm thinking is that it would have been cool to try and like build that now to kind of blur the lines even more and just be like, yeah, we're just kind of moving away from this Primaris thing, and just kind of leveling this out. Because I personally think Primaris has been, it's not been a mistake in the sense that I don't think it was a bad idea. I just think that Games Workshop just haven't had the ability to do the things that made it interesting. None of the characters have died as they've passed the Rubicon.
Yes, I would have. I still think Calgar should have become a Dreadnought.
Agreed.
Or at least, there's still time. Games Workshop, do it. Just pick a character that's left, make them a Dreadnought. That's all I want.
Yeah.
To say they died while crossing the Rubicon, it didn't work out. And I think, because if you set that up in the lore and you say it's really dangerous and there's only like a 50% chance of survival, or maybe now you've updated to say they've finessed it a bit more and there's a bit more survivability rate. But I still think you should take a well-known Space Marine character and kill him off.
I agree.
If you can kill off Yarrick, you can kill off, Dante. Or
I think they should have killed
Obviously, Dante won't.
I think they should have done it.
Yeah, I think most people say that because you could have had someone else in that armor.
Yeah.
Sort of take over his mantle.
Yeah, Dante would have been my pick of all the ones to kill. I think under the circumstances, you could have killed Azrael because what is he anymore, right? Like,
I think you need to kill off a chapter master, and Azrael would have been a good pick.
But if maybe Logan Grimnar from the Space Wolves, that would be a fun one to kill off, or because
I know, but he was one of the first. Oh no, I'm thinking Ragnar Blackmane. Yeah, because Ragnar Blackmane's like almost the better, of the characters.
Yeah.
So Logan. Although Logan's got a nice bit of story going on in.
He's got a lot of intrigue around him. Yeah,
with his axes potentially possessed, right?
Well, I mean, what's interesting now that we've got these like newer Terminator kits is, do they look back to other Terminator characters and start to give us new sculpts for them? Will we see a new Belial for the Dark Angels? Will we see a new Logan for the Space Wolves? Will we see a new Arjak for the Space Wolves? That would be cool. You remember Arjak?
Was it Lysander for the?
Oh yes, Lysander for the.
There's a few good ones.
Yeah, man. That would be super cool if we started to see some of those famously Terminator-clad characters getting their new sculpts, and again, not even acknowledging the Primaris variable of it, just going, yes, Space Marines.
Well, yeah. Well, here's the thing: these are actually Primaris Terminators, and do you know how I know that?
Because they are.
They've got Primaris belt buckles. Because the old ones used to be a little Crux Terminator symbol on the belt buckle.
There you go.
These now are the Primaris belt buckles. So the belts are definitely Primaris.
There you go.
And that's a nice little tie, and that's all you need, because that belt buckle's quite, I think, iconic for the Mark 10 armor. So it's a nice little check, and that's literally all they've had to do to effectively tie the iconic Terminator armor in with the newer marks of armor. Oh, that's it. That's all they've done.
There you go. Made it bigger. Gave them a new belt buckle. Call that a day, guys. There we go.
Yeah, so I'm guessing as part of the Terminator range, based on the trailer, we're also going to get a Terminator Captain.
Well, that just looked like
which
a
would be-
Terminator Sergeant, and then obviously there was the Terminator
Oh.
Librarian, which is, I think, going to be the kind of...
Oh yes,
character.
Terminator Librarian,
and that would be
Yeah.
cool. I mean, obviously we've had 2 different... In fact, no, we've had 3 different Terminator Librarian figures. 4 if you include the old metal one, which I suppose you should do, because it did exist. So you had...
Yeah, I mean, I would loved a Gravis Librarian, but at least we've got the Apothecary. That's something.
Yeah, but again, who knows what's around the corner, right? Like, we could see a more comprehensive range of Gravis and Phobos characters coming up, because we still don't have a Phobos Apothecary, and we don't have a Phobos Chaplain. So again, these kind of things could kind of come into effect down the road. But look, the Terminators are a slam dunk. They're amazing. I'm so happy that they've done this the way they've done it. It's just everything I've wanted to see. I think, this is, as a first introduction to 10th edition, amazing trailer, Terminator reveal, and then the miniatures that are just absolutely on point, and the NID models are also pretty stupendous. So, at this point, I'm pretty, moist with enthusiasm at the sight of things to come, and that's when we get into what Games Workshop have been able to talk about from a rules perspective. But you seem like you've got something else you want to add, Phil.
Yeah, we've forgotten the other thing, the Redemptor Dreadnought that was in the trailer.
Oh,
which,
yes.
Covers the old, what is colloquially called the Boxnaut, which is the twin las cannon and the missile launcher arm. And I think it's got stormbolters for what we call the nipple guns.
We presume it could also be frag launchers, though. We don't know.
Yeah, I assume it would. It didn't look like it had a top missile pod, but it might have that option. But it's definitely a Redemptor chassis, but harking back to the old style dreadnoughts, which is cool. I like that. It'd be interesting to see
that Redemptor
lined
army
up against the Redemptor and the Brutalis.
That Redemptor army is becoming more and more of a reality, isn't it, with the Brutalis and Redemptor combos?
Because the fact that if you say you've got a rule of 3. That means they're basically like Lehman Russes. You can have 9 of them in
assuming
in an
that this new Redemptor has its own sheet.
Oh, yes, that's true. It might be just a Redemptor with different weapon options now. So, which would be interesting, because imagine if you could then go, I want to take... No, they won't do this. Imagine you go, I want to take the Macroplasma and I'm going to take the missile launcher. And that's going to be like a variable, but I suspect it'll be like how they lock things in.
Yeah,
so
I'd
it'll be
say so.
Macroplasma, Gatling cannon, or las cannon, missile launcher.
Yeah, I would suspect that would be how it works.
They're your 2 choices. But yeah, that's true. It could be the same data sheet, which will be interesting.
Really interesting.
Still waiting on that character Redemptor, but like you said, if they just kill someone off, they can make it happen.
I don't think it's unreasonable to assume that we are due some kind of character Redemptor at some point, but I don't think it's going to happen quite this time around. But
no,
it's just so exciting, man. I think again from the outset, it's just this is what you love to see, and then what Games Workshop did after is just I genuinely to preface this, and again I appreciate maybe I'm kind of giving the game away too early here, but I think I'm genuinely super excited for what they talked about from a game perspective. So we're going to get into that now, but just to say from the outset, I think, their opening gambit was, we've listened and we've streamlined. And we talked about it when we talked about World Eaters last episode. The World Eaters decks is really good, because it's exactly what you wanted. It had very little bloat. Everything was really easy to identify and locate. And the layout of the literature was just phenomenal. And the rules were pretty accessible. Again, it's still 40k. It's still, complex. But that complexity is more consumable within the World Eaters book. Same is true of the Demon book as well. The Demon book. Oh, my God. What a book. Like, those 2 books, to me, are the, creme de la creme of 9th edition. Like, I think that is... If 9th edition had been that from start to finish, it would have been phenomenal. But by the sounds of it, that's sort of where we're headed with 10th. But, I mean, what was your outlay for this one, Phil?
Yeah, there's a lot of options for sure in terms of the previous codexes. And yeah, preface with World Eaters, what was great about the limited stratagems that you had was when we went through it, every single one was pretty much like a slam dunk. I think there was maybe one or two that I would like, you wouldn't use them every game, but they're really good when you need to use them, sort of thing. And that is what I hope that they're going to do with this. And it seems like, as you say, the concept of they said streamlined but not simple. So the idea, I think that it was something along those lines. So the idea is it's going to be a lot more easier to play, a lot more beginner friendly, a lot more easier to just pick up and run with the rules. But there's still depth in there, and they did really want to, make it clear that it's like this isn't a simple game. There's a lot of elements that are very AOS inspired. So the stat line, for example, and if you look at the data sheet,
you're jumping ahead, Phil. You're jumping ahead.
Oh, sorry.
It's fine. You can jump ahead if you want. Let's get into the stat line. I mean, basically, before we get into the stat line, though, it feels like we should set it up, right? So yes, Phil is right. They're looking to simplify things. We've said all that stuff. But ultimately, that simplification comes at a cost. Because what we have already can no longer exist in a world of simplification.
Yes. So they basically we're rebuilding the game from the ground up. And basically, because of the stat line is totally changing. Well, not totally, but changing enough. And the way it's all being displayed and the way weapon profiles work, that's all been out the window and come back in afresh. So because of that, the old codexes are completely done. You can't use them anymore. Well, obviously you can until this new game comes out.
I mean, technically you can use them forever.
Yes, if you want to play 9th edition, if you're glutton for punishment, you by all means could. And I have actually seen people on forums, especially on the Guard forums, that people have been obviously complaining that their codex has barely been valid and is already going to be invalidated. But one guy was like, my group's determined to still play 9th edition for a bit longer, so he'll get more use out of his codex. And, but I think a lot of people could do that. You don't have to get straight on. They've said they're going to announce indexes so you can play the new rules for free, and then codexes will come out a bit later. So you could actually say as a gaming group, we're going to just play with our codexes for 9th edition until more codexes have maybe come out for 10th edition and then jump across to the new edition. So yeah, you don't need to have a mass panic, but I do feel for people that bought the Ashram Militarum Codex or the World Eaters Codex, because they've only just come out.
I agree.
I've literally played one game with the Ashram Militarum Codex, and that was against you when it first came out, and that's it. So I've got no use out of my codex whatsoever.
I mean, part of that is your choice, though, Phil. You could have taken them to more events. You chose to carry on using your Minotaurs.
Well, the one event that I went to, they didn't allow you to use the Guard Codex because it wasn't actually out on general release.
Throwing you under the bus
via the box, via the army box. So yeah, I get that. I could definitely play some more games, and I still could. There's still going to be at least a couple of months, I would say 2 months until this comes out, maybe longer. But it feels like if they've announced it now. There's Warhammer Fest next month, so it feels like it's due very soon. Like they can't hype this up for too long.
Can I
would say two. Oh God.
Can I pose a question to you though, Phil?
Yes.
How would you have felt had 9th edition concluded and a Guard book hadn't been released?
Well, here's the thing. I would have felt aggrieved, but in a way glad that I didn't waste any money. And
but they needed to release the Guard miniatures, right? Like they've got a whole new range release.
Well, that's
where does that
true.
fit in their slots, and where do they do that? And then when they do that, can they do that without giving you new rules? Of course they can't. They have to do it.
Yeah. Here's the thing. The way I would have ended the edition, I would have extended it out until the end of the year or next year. I would have done World Eaters Codex as the last one. Then you've got boarding actions, And I think they could have spread out boarding actions instead of one book a month, one book every 2 or 3 months. So they could have easily made it last longer.
I disagree.
They could have actually done. Imagine if they didn't do the Warzone books during the start of the edition.
I mean, they may as well not have
stopped doing the Warzone books. But my point is, they could have done the Warzone books now and given life to some of those older codex. Gone, cool. Here's some armies of renown, so everyone can play their armies in a different play style. And they could have done that for the year, because that would have been much more in line with what they did with Psychic Awakening, because Psychic Awakening was like a good year-long period after all the codexes had been released. The Psychic Awakening codex books were like updates to everybody's army and a sort of tide you over ability. And I think that would have been a much better way of dealing with the end of the edition and people getting use out of their codex. Because it generally, like I said, the edition was only finished when World Eaters came out, because then every single codex, or at least the Astra Militar one, because, World Eaters wasn't a playable army as a standalone codex beforehand, but every army is only finally playing 9th edition in January when Astra Militarum came out. So to say, you get 4 months of playing the edition where every single army is playing the same rules is a bit sucky. If you had a year of it, I would have been like, that's fine. That's how I personally would have done it. Because even though it's a bad... Here's the thing, even though it's seen as a bad edition, it's pretty balanced. The competitive players seem pretty happy with it. It's a bit of a shame they sort of dropped the support for Crusade, because, I quite enjoyed the Crusade games that I played. I think they could have carried that on. I think they could have carried on with the Warzone books now to prolong the edition. And because of lockdown coming, during the beginning of the edition, I feel like people lost a good 6 months to a year of being able to even play games when they would have otherwise. So it feels like a very short edition. And even though the game's a bit rubbish in places, I would have happily done that for a bit more longevity with the armies and people getting to actually play out their codexes.
I mean, what I will say is I sympathise with that perspective, right? I'm not suggesting for a second that I don't feel for people who've dropped money and now are in a situation where they're frustrated because I spent £35 on a guard book and now it is, going to get sunsetted. I mean, equally, there were people who will have purchased Votan, people who will have, even purchased things like Custodes, Elder, all this stuff came out like a year ago. And now already we're facing its, transition. But I think for the overall health of the game and the broader kind of, system, this is needing to happen. I think.
Yes. I am. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah, I'm in favour of the greater good of the situation, which is that this is the right choice for the overall health of the game. And although I sympathise with people who are frustrated and disappointed by the World Eaters and Guard releases specifically, I would say for the Guard players, going through an entire edition without a book would have probably been worse than what is happening to you right now. And I think the Guard range needed the refresh as well. I think
true. I mean, the only counter to that is they could have held off the Guard Codex and the range release until 10th edition, and it could have been one of the first codexes and armies out the door. And then that wouldn't have been as bad, going, I had nothing for a whole edition, but now I've got this brand new release right at the beginning and it's going to see me through the whole time.
True. But then at the same time, we don't know what's around the corner for what they've got planned for everything else, right?
Oh, yeah,
and
true.
I think that's the thing. Like, I do agree with you. Like, I do understand that. But there was always going to be a winner and a loser in these scenarios.
There's always the last codex. Like I said, I think Guard didn't get a codex in 6th edition. They got skipped over, and they were the first, or one of the first was 7th. Yeah, I think it was something like that, or one of the last. Can't quite remember, but yeah, it does happen. I think with Guard they had to wait a especially long time because they were one of the first 8th edition codexes, so they've had almost like 2 whole editions.
Yeah.
To wait for the next codex. I mean, what I would say is if you were someone that bought Astra Militarum or World Eaters, just email Games Workshop and complain and say you'd like a refund. They might, because they have done it for books in the past, where they suddenly released a new thing and invalidated the thing you've just bought. You might get something from it. You might not. But if you are feeling aggrieved, email their customer service and make your voice heard, because that's the only way to, let them know how you feel.
Yeah.
Nothing might come of it, but it's worth a try.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think all I'll say is I think, ultimately we were all really happy. I was excited when the guard book was coming through. I think we had a broadly positive reception to it when it happened. And we knew that this was happening this year, right? We didn't know. We didn't know for certain that they were doing what they're doing now, where they were basically wiping out old books and replacing them with indexes. But we had a suspicion. But the fact is...
and we said it would be rubbish if they did, which it is from that point of view.
100%.
But as you say, I didn't go in blindly thinking this was going to last for
but some will have.
Several years.
Some will have.
Oh, no, that's the thing, especially if you're not experienced or you haven't been around for a few editions of the game, and you might not know how these things work. Yeah, some people would have gone in going, oh, great, I've bought my book. It's going to last me until I get a new book, which will be 3 years' time. Right, or if you assume you'll get a codex towards the end of 10th edition, for example. So for those people, that's quite a shock to them, and you can't penalise people because they're new people to the game or to the hobby. So that's pretty unfair on them to say, oh, you shouldn't have known that an edition was coming, because not everyone's that clued up on. I mean, the hobby of a game.
Credit where credit's due to Games Workshop. They didn't really kind of go to town on new formations and new books. Like 7th into 8th edition was really harsh because they really went to town coming up with all sorts of mad things where they're like, buy loads of transports, buy loads of transports, buy loads of this, buy loads of that.
Yeah. I think boarding actions is a great stopgap for the game. But I kind of wish it would have lasted longer, because I'm halfway through building the boarding actions terrain.
Well, it's going to
get a game in.
It's going to keep going though, man. Boarding actions carries on.
That's true. That is a slam dunk for Games Workshop. Well done them.
Yeah.
Because that was my worry, is that they would forget about it as soon as, and well, his thing, they might forget about it from a future game support. I hope they don't, but they have said boarding actions was designed to still work with the new edition of the game, because ultimately it's just missions and telling you how to streamline stuff. And you get effectively like a page of stratagems, which kind of fits in with their ethos that they talk about with 10th edition, that every army will effectively need 2 pages of rules, which will include 6 stratagems. If you have a sub-faction, you'll swap out those 6 stratagems for another 6 stratagems. Oh, in addition to obviously the generic stratagems that will be the core stratagems. So the idea is that there's never going to be too much rules bloat, because you're just swapping out rules for different rules, if that makes sense. And I feel like that's how the boarding actions ones will work. Instead of using the core stratagems from the game or from your future 10th edition codexes, you'll just use the boarding actions stratagems instead. So
which don't exist.
That's really great.
Which don't exist. There are no stratagems in boarding actions.
Yes, yeah, there are.
Are they?
Yeah, you get faction specific ones.
Oh, okay. We haven't played it yet.
Because so each book has some. I think the first book just has the generic rules, which I don't think has either any stratagems or is very limited in terms of which ones you can use from the core book. And then every future Arcs of Omen book, they've released faction specific rules for armies, and within that is a bunch of specific stratagems for use with that army in boarding actions.
Gotcha. Let's talk about these data sheets. I think we've queued this up. So basically what's going to happen is that any codex that you have currently is going to be rendered null and void, at least obviously in terms of 10th edition, and it's all going to be replaced with freely downloadable data sheets, which is a big win. Everything, you know.
To start off with, everything's free,
Yeah.
and it might be because they did that with Age of Sigmar 1. They gave loads of free rules, but then eventually they became less free as actual battle tomes came out.
Yeah.
Now, will these always be free digitally? That would be great. And then they just do codexes on top.
Yeah.
But it might be that as soon as a codex comes out, the data sheets are no longer free anymore.
No, agreed. But when you basically get the new codex or index, as we'll call it for the sake of convenience, you basically will be in a situation where you can download these, and it will give you a page of your rules, and then it will have all these different data sheets, which will be also in card form. So they will be accounts selling them as cards as well, which is really great because I think Tim is synonymous with the cue cards.
Oh, yes. He likes to design and print his own out
exactly.
and have them as a handy reference. And to be honest, that kind of AOS style model is really good, where everything you need for that unit is pretty much on the card. I think with the exception of some faction specific abilities that they've previewed here for the Termagants. So that's great, right? That's nice and easy. If you don't need to really lug around an entire codex.
Yeah.
If you want to take a small army, you can be like, okay, here's my 5 cards that I need to play the game. I can lay them out if I've got a little sideboard space, nice and easy to reference.
Yeah.
They did it a long time ago for 40k because I've got some 7th edition Imperial Knights. The Imperial in card form.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that was specific to Imperial Knights or if they did it for other. I think they probably would have done it for other ones as well, but they kind of dropped that as a.
Yeah, they definitely did it for Imperial Knights, which was really nice. Anyway, look, you get this data sheet, and it's quite a bit changed from what it was before. So in terms of your core stats, you got your movement. So a Termagant's movement, by the way, it's 6 inches. Now I'm intrigued by that because I feel like. Obviously, Termagants are quite fast, or theoretically could be fast, so it feels like 6 might be speedy. I'm hopeful that a Guardsman, for example, might be movement 5, and that a Votan would be like movement 4. Maybe an Orc could be movement 4 or movement 5. But I feel like a reduction in movement would be valuable overall. I don't mind Marines being movement 6 because they're superhuman tall people, fine, but I think it's going to be interesting to see where that goes. But,
Termagants are currently movement 6.
Oh, yeah, of course it's going to change.
So that's not actually changed.
Yeah. Well, exactly, but we'll see. We'll see where they go with it. Toughness 3, which is really good to see. We thought for a while, there was a lot of rumours doing around that they were going to get rid of toughness, but they're not.
Yeah, I'm so glad that was a lie.
Yes.
And that happens every edition. There's always these wild speculations of rules, rumours, and you can never take much to town with that because it's I'm glad that's wrong.
Saving throw 5+ in this instance, so again you still got the saving stat, and it's presumed that will be impacted by AP still, so it's presumed that the system is still the same, that essentially you will have an AP value that will reduce the value of that save. We can talk about AP in a sec. 1 wound, or the wound characteristic of 1. Leadership of 8+, which is an interesting development because typically leadership is denoted as a numeral value. It is not normally denoted as a numeral value with a, plus, essentially.
Yes, I assume that's because they're taking that kind of AOS and also Blood Bowl sort of situation where if it's a dice roll, you put plus next to it because you make a save, you need a 5 or more. With a leadership, I guess on 2d6, you'll need an 8 or more. Same with ballistic skill. So they've just gone, there's a difference between something that's a dice roll and something that's a stat.
Yeah.
So that's a good way of doing it.
I mean, what's interesting is they've spoken about the fact that they're massively overhauling the morale system. And the morale system now will not result in the removal of models. So essentially,
that's really interesting.
Yeah. So there is a game system out there called Beyond the Gates of Antares, which was a Rick Priestley game put out by Warlord. Really fun little game that used a kind of traffic light system for your unit kind of readiness. And essentially, when units were losing wounds, they became more susceptible to issues with like morale and things. And ultimately, when they were in a kind of reduced status, they effectively entered into a scenario whereby they were less effective. And the way they would do that is by reducing their ability to perform actions or shoot or whatever. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that's interpreted within 40k, whether or not we're going to enter into a scenario that this unit is broken, and when it's broken, it's ultimately unable to maybe benefit from commands. Maybe it's unable to, do actions. Maybe it's OC value, which is the last of statistics, which stands for objective count control. That's the words. Objective control. Maybe that is reduced to 0 or something of that nature. Yeah. And I think that would be really interesting, actually, and adds a nice layer of tactical nuance to the game, which I think we needed. Because I think the thing is with leadership up until this point is it in 8th edition, if you weaponized it, it was very lethal. And in 9th edition, it's broadly ineffective. So to enter into a scenario where you're not now taking off models, but you're reducing the functionality of the unit is a thumbs up from me.
Yes, it's really good as a concept, and it takes place now in the command phase, so hopefully you don't need to keep track of how many models you lost in your previous turn. I think that would be too confusing. I suspect it's if you are ever below your starting strength, you'll just take a leadership test at the beginning of the turn, so every unit will do it, so more and more units will take it as you go through the game. Yeah. And the obvious one seems like your OC value will degrade, but it could be, as you say, you can't do actions, you can't be affected by auras, your ballistic skill worsens potentially. And maybe this stacks, maybe you put tokens down. So if you fail a leadership test once, you're broken, but then you can be broken multiple times and, effects stack on a unit. Who knows? And that will be one of the things that I'm sure they'll be telling us over the next coming weeks and months. Yeah. In terms of how the game's going to play. So that's a really interesting one. Yeah,
it's a really nice little stat line. I'm intrigued to see what happens with vehicles, whether they add any additional columns to denote any additional kind of attributes. It seems that they are talking about having toughness characteristics exceeding 10 now, which could be super interesting as well, because obviously if they increase those toughness characteristics beyond 10, it creates some interesting dynamics, assuming that we're still in a system whereby a strength that is equal to a toughness results in a wounding on 4+, and all the other variables that we've come to expect from 8th and 9th edition 40k. Range weapons now.
Sorry. We should just mention the OC.
Yes,
So objective secured is no longer a thing. Termagants are worth 2 OC, so every model is worth effectively 2 models, let's say, for the point of scoring or holding an objective. So some models might be like, imagine a Terminator's really cool, it's an elite unit, but it might be worth 0 because it's just really good at killing but not very good at holding objectives. Tanks or knights might be worth 5 or 10, so big models can now control objectives in the way that they probably thematically should, and that's a nice way of not having to rely on just troops get objective secured or something like that. So, and it's a nice simple mechanic, I think. So I think that works pretty well as a addition to the stat line.
Yeah, totally. I think adding the OC is a really good plus point. And
it was something they were pretty much doing anyway with the balanced data slate. So knights became like 5 for the armigers, 10 for the big ones, and the armigers gained extra, and they were doing that with other big things. So and that's again a sort of not holdover, but taken from the concept of Age of Sigma, where the giants can be worth like 10 or 15, I think.
I think they could go up to as much as models. 30, those flipping mega gargants or something.
Yeah, they can go up to really large numbers that they can count as, so they're very good at controlling objectives. I imagine we'll see a similar thing for monsters and vehicles for this, but maybe not all vehicles, because maybe, a rhino shouldn't really be very good at controlling an objective, but maybe a battle tank or dreadnought should be.
Yeah. No, it'd be really interesting to see how they denote what is and isn't good at the OC side of things. But again, that's going to be another nice little layer of nuance that we can add into the game, which I really appreciate. Because again, it's so much now. Objective secure creates these weird little abstractions where it's like I have an objective secure guy, but I have more models, and then it's a very. It was a good enough system for what it was, but I think there was too many ways that you could layer things on that made it a bit ridiculous, where it was like, here's this really killy unit that's just literally on, like, take Sanguinary Guard, for example. You were like, here's my unit of Sanguinary Guard. They are objective secured because they've got rights of war. And because they're objective secured, they're running forwards and murdering things, but also at the same time hanging out and holding objectives. It's like the two don't necessarily align. So I think something like a Sanguinary Guard unit being a bit rubbish at holding objectives, but really killy makes sense. But then Terminators being really killy and holding objectives makes total sense as well, because that's kind of what Terminators do. They just sort of bed in and make themselves a nuisance, right? So we'll see how that develops. But range weapons is interesting now because basically they're the same as they were before. But they've incorporated ballistic skill into them. So you now basically have the name of the weapon, a keyword that denotes the type of weapon that it is. So in the case of the Termagant, we have the Flesh Borer, that is an assault weapon, or the Spine Fist, which is a assault pistol and twin-linked weapon, or the Devourer, which strangely has no type. So I don't know whether that's a typo.
No, I wouldn't have sure. Well, do you remember when we were talking about Votan and what was the name of their gun? So they
Beam.
introduced a new there was another type of gun. I don't think it was either of those. It was just like a generic gun that was like, it wasn't even, it was like heavy but with no movement to hit penalty.
Oh yes,
so
yeah.
You could just move and shot, and you always shot with those numbers, which I pointed out was like, isn't this just like a normal gun? What should be technically a gun with no stat line, like no special ability, no assault, no rapid fire. It's just a gun, and it feels like that's what the Devour is. It's just a gun that you can always move, you can always shoot. Maybe you can't obviously advance and shoot or anything like that, but you can move it. There's no penalty, but there's no special rules with it. It's just a generic weapon. But it is interesting, as you say, this is the first time where every gun normally has to be assault, rapid fire, heavy pistol,
grenade.
Like they're the normal ones. Yes, and grenade is the off one. And then they introduce sort of more obscure concepts like the rail and ion and stuff like that with some of the other codexes. But yeah, this one, the Devourer, is just nothing. It's just a generic gun on its own with no extra abilities, which just means it's a straightforward thing, right? Because the keywords denote extra rules. So assault keyword might be you can advance and still shoot, which is how it currently is.
Could it be a universal special rule, Phil?
Yes, well, this is the thing. I think they are. The twin linked hints at that these are universal special rules. Assault might mean you can shoot and still charge the unit, which is sort of what assault used to be in even older editions. So it'd be interesting to see what that is. Twin linked, if we just talk about it now, used to mean it was a two-barreled weapon, but you only got one shot. But if you missed, you got a reroll. So you got a free inbuilt reroll. Whereas nowadays in the current edition, if something has two guns, it lost its twin linked from 7th to 8th edition, but it got two shots. But what people would do is then they would somehow get an aura buff onto it. So it got two shots and also got to reroll, which again ups the power level of the game because everything suddenly becomes way more lethal. So if they go back to twin linked means you get less shots, but you get a free reroll maybe. That would be quite a cool way of doing it. And hopefully then rerolls are a bit more rarer in this game. But so it makes twin linked quite meaningful in the game. Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, that'd be really interesting if they go down that route. But yeah, the fact now that they basically call out the weapon name, the different keywords denoting what kind of gun it is, unless it's just a gunny gun, in which case it's nothing. You got your range, the number of attacks. So that seems like a fixed sum. So it doesn't seem like we're going to be in a situation where rapid fire might be a thing anymore. Maybe it is that just marine guns are just 2 shots. And there's no context to that where it's like half range or whatever. But we'll see, right? We'll see.
Yeah, it could still be, like a bolt gun. It's still got the rapid fire keyword, and it says 1 attack, but maybe within half range it is 2. Or it will be like DACA, maybe. So it might say under attacks, it might say 1-2.
Yeah.
So within half range, you do this many shots. At full range, you do this many shots. And like DACA, it could actually vary. So it could be 4-10 or something, or 10-4.
Well, yeah.
Whichever order they're displaying in. So that could have some nuance in that attack profile.
Rapid fire has been one of the more kind of iconic profiles of the game, right? So we can't imagine that they're going to get rid of it, but obviously they've not shown it yet. So we'll see. But anyway, they've got the number of attacks. Then they've got the ballistic skills specifically stated here, which is really interesting. So it could be that, the same model with a different gun will hit on a different number because that gun comes with a number of, variables. And it could be that the same gun wielded by a different model would hit on a different number because the model is better at shooting. But that will all just be here on the data sheet, which will be nice to see.
Yeah, so they separate out sort of what weapons do from the person that's wielding it, which is quite interesting. And I like the fact that maybe a heavy gun on a let's say an infantry unit that could maybe carry both a regular gun and a heavy gun, and maybe that heavier gun has a worse ballistic skill to denote that it's kind of more difficult to operate and fire, even though the regular gun they could hit on 3s, but the heavy gun might be 4s. I don't know if it will do it. It might just be it's always going to be the same, but they're streamlining it like AOS, where they go, here's the number you need to hit on. We're just stating it on that weapon profile all the time, just for ease of use.
No, totally. No, it's really cool to see. I think it's a really good change, and everything else remains the same. Strength, AP, damage. Melee, by the way, is broadly the same. It specifies as a melee weapon. And again, the weapon skill is also stated there. So in this instance, it's 4+ again. What's super... sorry, Phil.
I was going to say that, there's 2 differences. So one of them, the AP, minor difference, it used to be a dash, not a 0. So that's odd to see.
There you go.
Makes it much more explicit. And with strength, what I believe they've done is, because strength is now no longer a characteristic on your main profile, it's now a weapon profile, which makes sense, because strength was either always strength user, maybe +1 or +2 or ×2. And it's just something that you can just bake that into the profile now. So maybe instead of a power fist being ×2, so on a Space Marine it's strength 8, but on a guardsman it's strength 6, maybe they're always going to be strength 8, like regardless of who it's on. Or maybe depending on who's wielding it, the strength does vary. But it does mean like a regular chainsword could have a better damage or strength on a sergeant than on a regular person. Like, they can do some nuance there. So a chainsaw doesn't need to have the same profile no matter where it is. And they would sort of doing that in between codexes, where pretty much every single army, if it has a las gun, a las cannon, a bolt gun, always had a very unique name. So they could make those distinctions between armies, that they've effectively got the same guns, but maybe they've got different profiles to denote, you know, different technology and stuff like that.
Yeah. No, it's really cool to see. I think it's a nice streamlined change for sure. AP is going to be interesting as well now, because as I understand it, much like in Age of Sigmar 3, AP1 will now be rare, but, you know, relatively common, but still rarer than it is now. AP2 will be, you know, really rare, but like AP3 will be extraordinarily rare. Like, stuff that's AP3 will be, by all accounts, few and far between. And
that would be good, yeah.
Yeah, and AP4 will be exceptional. Like, literally, probably the Emperor's Sword will be AP4, but like most stuff, like outside of the most focused anti-tank crazy things, will probably not be that high an AP value. And I think that's really good, because that's really one of the things that's contributed to the lethality of the game, and ultimately the way that system is poorly synergized with the way that the terrain system works to try and help you kind of mitigate some of that damage, has essentially resulted in a very lethal game that's required this heavy emphasis on very specific terrain layouts when played in a kind of competitive sense. But yeah, I think when it comes to reducing AP across the board, I think that's going to be a huge win for the game. I think the game being lower AP is really good to see.
Yeah, so it's nice to see a data sheet with loads of, with no AP on it whatsoever. That is quite refreshing, I think, in comparison to the current edition. It was the reason why we got things like Armour of Contempt, to try and solve the problem of the lethality of all the weapons. The other interesting thing to note is the number of attacks you do in melee is no longer on the character stats, it's on the weapon profile. So with here, the Xenos Claws and Teeth just does 1 attack per model. But it does give you some interesting options, maybe where maybe a character or a hero or vehicle, for example, will have several weapons and each one does a different number of attacks, and you just do them all like you do in Age of Sigmar. You just do a set number of attacks for each weapon profile, as opposed to currently where you I get an allocation of 6 attacks. How do I want to split those 6 attacks up between all my different weapon options? So that will, I think, be a streamlined change we'll see.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, that's the profile. I mean, obviously there is also abilities and other stuff, but again, we don't want to get into all of that just yet, because I think it's probably a lot of speculation at this point. But again, it seems like there's a faction ability that's Synapse, which, again, at the moment, affects like leadership. And again, that looks like it will be a universal or army specific rule within the faction, which is cool.
Army special rule for sure. The Skulking Horror's worth actually talking about, because it's effectively, because it's a reaction. If you to think about, there's 2 rules. So there's reactions in Horus Heresy, but there's also a command ability. Can't remember what it's called now off the top of my head in Age of Sigmar, but it basically does the same thing. So this says, once per turn, when an enemy unit ends a normal, advance, or fallback move within 9 inches of this unit, if this unit is not within engagement range of 1 or more enemy models, it can make a normal move up to d6 inches. So this gets an ability which is triggered in your opponent's movement phase, and you can either move towards them, move away from them, whatever you want, which is quite interesting. I want to say it's called Disengage, but it's not. It's something like that in AOS, where any unit can do that with command ability. So that's cool. And maybe we'll see more abilities that activate in your opponent's turn, because it feels like that's a design philosophy they're trying to push more on, based on AOS and Horus Heresy.
I do like that, though. I mean, again, it does seem that obviously there has been a lot of work done to try and look at things that are stratagems, are abilities, and then trying to kind of thread the needle between the two. And it will be good to see more, reactions and abilities that are kind of things that over the last 6 years have maybe been more traditionally allocated to stratagems. We had this conversation years ago, because I always had this weird speculation of when does something need to be a stratagem versus an ability, and where is that kind of overlap? Because again, there were certain units back in the day that had probably too many abilities, but yet very little in the way of stratagems, whereas vice versa, stuff that was kind of felt like it should be abilities because maybe they always had been are now stratagems. It was always very weird. So I think hopefully there's more of an effort to kind of streamline that for sure. But overall, I think again it's a really amazing step forwards, which is a huge net positive, because ultimately it's a good thing to behold. So moving down from that, this should be a relatively quick point, but they have changed the way, at least in normal air quotation mark games, that you pick your army. Basically you go, this is my army, this is my faction, this is my warlord, I will take whatever I want, which is pretty cool. Obviously you have to observe the rule of 3. You can't just have loads of the same thing, because that's still going to be in there. But how do you feel about that, where you can basically just go, my points limit is 2k, I have a warlord, I have an army, I'll just do whatever I want?
Well, it does free you up a bit, especially when you want to do something thematic. I remember for a while, one of the reasons I've got a grot tank army and some Forge World bags waiting to be built. And one of the reasons why I didn't want to do it or couldn't build it is because you were slightly limited by, needing to trying to fit it into a detachment type, which was quite difficult. I think Arcs of Omen has freed up a lot of people in terms of list building, where and this is sort of like even more unbound from the Arcs of Omen for the GT rules, where you just take a warlord and then take whatever you want. What's interesting is they say your maximum of each unit is 3 battle line, which isn't troops. It's specifically called battle line. Again, an AOS reference, because that's how they denote things in their armies. At a battle line, you can take up to 6. So we'd assume most things like troops, like infantry, would be battle line. The fun thing in AOS, though, is depending on which sub-faction you take, or maybe a particular character, that unlocks different battle line units in your army. So imagine you're an Eldar army and you take Sam Han, which is the historically the jet bike one, right?
Correct, yes, well remembered.
Yeah.
The Wild Riders.
Exactly. So imagine if you take Sam Han as your sub-faction, all of a sudden your riders become battle line, and now you can take 6 units of them instead of just 3. So that allows you to thematically build your army even more, with more freedom than you would otherwise. I did see a couple of Guard players go, what am I going to do with these 120 infantry that I've got built and painted? Because Guard are renowned for taking sometimes hundreds and hundreds of infantry, and then Orc players as well. 6 units isn't enough for a lot of Orc players, I imagine. So I could see that being a sticking point, but maybe there's some thematic ways in the Codex or the Index to unlock more units, but maybe there's not, and those people just have to work around it, or just realise that they can't build those kind of armies anymore, which was the same when Rule of 3 wasn't a thing and then came in. That hit a lot of people as well, particularly Tyranid players with Flying Hive Tyrants. But yeah, concept-wise, I think it's good. It felt like people were potentially open to abuse it with spamming units, and people were saying that might happen with Arcs of Omen GT, and it doesn't necessarily feel like that's happened. So yeah, let people unleash their creativity, and hopefully it's a good thing.
Totally. And I think here's the thing, from a competitive standpoint, just to kind of look at it through that perspective, if they really need to, with future GT chapter approved books, they can implement some restrictions, or, ultimately, obviously the community can align on what kind of restrictions might need to be in play for specifically, horrific combinations that people come up with. But again, if Games Workshop have done their job right, and I hope that they have, we should be in a scenario whereby actually you're encouraged to take a mixture of stuff, because that's actually going to benefit you in game, because ultimately just spamming a certain kind of thing may not be super advantageous, because ultimately it won't actually help you win under certain conditions. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I mean, this is also just for the initial bare bone rules. I wouldn't be surprised if they do an AOS route where, particularly with the GT mission pack, maybe just in general, or for like Crusade or something, that they do Force Org stuff, and those give you extra benefits. So in AOS, there's like a 1-drop ability for a particular detachment. There's an ability to unlock an extra relic for your army if you take a different type of detachment, and there's loads of them. And then there's more added specifically in the GT, they're not called GTs, they have the General's Handbook, which is the equivalent of a GT mission pack. There is something to miss about Force Organization charts. I think it's restrictive, but I quite like the theming of it. But I feel like the way they've done Force Org charts in 8th and 9th hasn't been great. So I would like to see more, niche specific ones and maybe how they do it in AOS, where you don't have to fit your whole army into a force org chart. It's like you can put certain units into a force org chart and they get a benefit for being in there, but the rest of your army doesn't have to be. And that again can free up how you build your army. And the force org chart just denotes who gets what extra ability, not how you build your army. So that could be a route that they go down for future updates or for the GT pack.
Yeah, totally. But I think from the outset, it's just a really nice way of approaching it. And again, it just sort of simplifies it. It's like warlord, army, whatever you want, right? Like, just go nuts.
Yeah, I think they've clearly taken on we need to get players, or especially casual players, back into playing the game. We need to make it easy to pick up and play the game as much as possible. So the rules are going to be for free. The rules are streamlined. And the way you build your army is super easy. You don't have to go through any hoops or anything like that. So I think that's a good thing.
And that is beautifully personified within their new way of playing. So obviously, as we've already mentioned, Arcs of Omen, the boarding patrol thing is still supported. So you continue to play that if you want to. I suppose that's going to be one of like the potential entry levels that you can look at. But also, they've really leaned into Combat Patrol, which is amazing, right? Because ultimately, if Combat Patrol is emphasized as a brand new way of playing, and the fact that you're going to be able to basically just buy a box off the shelf and be able to play, I think it's incredible. I think it's just a really smart, simple solution. And here's the other thing, right? Say, for example, that you're starting out in the hobby and you don't want to necessarily even drop the 90, whatever it is, pounds, however many less it is if you're buying them through third-party retailers. But the point is like, say you don't actually have the financing to buy the Combat Patrol box set out the gate. You obviously know what's in it, so you can build it up over time. Like if you wanted to take a few months to acquire piecemeal the contents of the Sisters of Battle box or the Dark Angel box or what have you, then obviously you can do. But again, as a nice, simple solution to be able to just go into a Warhammer store starting out on your hobby journey and just be told, look, this is a version of the game that is designed around these boxes. Everyone is sort of built around the notion of being balanced against each other. So in theory, you should just be able to pick up any box off the shelf and then be able to play against other people who do the same. I think that's just a really smart, really good thing that is going to really reduce the barrier to entry for this, 40k game hobby, because now I can just basically go into a store or go online, buy one of these boxes, and I have everything I need to start playing. Obviously, there's the terrain component, the board component, all those other little variables, but the fact that all you have to do is buy one of these boxes, it's a really amazing way of just sort of breaking down some of the initial pain of getting into the hobby, which I'm hugely in favor of. I think this is a really smart and very shrewd business move by Games Workshop. I mean, I think it's great. I don't know what you think, Phil.
Yeah, it's a cool concept. I like it. It's sort of like the in-between of Kill Team and 40k. Like, yes, you can play 500 and 1,000 point 40k, but this is a great way of sort of unifying it, coalescing it into something where you say you just pick up a box and play. What I'd be interested to know is if it is a vastly different way from playing match play. So, for example, whenever we've looked at combat patrols before, we've always gone, the points values between them are wildly different, and therefore the power level of combat patrols have not been equal. And I don't think they've necessarily been designed equal, but they've clearly had to, for 10th edition, go, we need to balance these boxes from a rules point of view, which will be interesting. So is combat patrol, are the rules for these units in combat patrol going to be different from match play, or is match play and combat patrol the same game, but you just pick up these boxes? So therefore, for example, if there was a historically very weak combat patrol, have those units had to be up powered to make them balanced against these other combat patrols, and therefore some of the units in these combat patrols are going to be really good in comparison to the rest of the wider army when you play a larger game? Those are the kind of questions that are running through my head. in terms of the rules mechanics, or if combat patrol's like its completely own thing, maybe streamline stats even further or something like that. And also with the combat patrols, you sometimes get alternative build options. So the Dawn Eagle jet bike on the Custodes box set could also be a shield captain. So could you build it as a shield captain in combat patrol, or can you only build it as a certain thing? Because obviously all the points you would assume need to match up. But yeah, concept wise, as a gateway game for 40k, I think it's actually going to be a bit of a home run for them, because they haven't really had that in quite the same way. And yeah, I don't think Kill Team does that either. It does it from a model point of view, but the rules are totally different. So this is almost like old school Kill Team. And actually, to be honest, for most of 9th edition and some of 8th, I've been saying 500 to 1,000 point games are fantastic. Like, I've really enjoyed playing them. And this is what this kind of game is, and it's nice and easy to play. Hopefully it'll be a bit quicker as well. So yeah, I think that's a good move. It'd be cool if they do like little combat patrol terrain sets maybe that work for this size with the right number of boards and stuff that you need, so you can get started relatively easily, because they need to make getting into the game as smooth as possible. So not giving people a terrain set that would be suitable would be a bit of a shame.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's going to be one of the interesting things to see going forwards. I mean, weirdly, while looking at the combat patrols, Phil, just to throw it out there, I had no idea that the Grey Knight combat patrol still contains the old Terminator Librarian that they've discontinued in every other variant. So that was a sort of weird thing just to notice. Obviously, they've going to have a new Terminator librarian character coming pretty soon. So, well,
that's true.
Yeah, pretty interesting. But anyway, that is the thing, right? Because again, in terms of what they talked about, these were the things they talked about, right? They talked about basically, we're getting rid of codexes, we're giving you a bunch of free rules, we're going to streamline the experience, look at the new data sheets, we're telling you now that we're going to be reducing stratagems, everything's coming down to less pages, it's going to be more convenient, lovely. And then ultimately went, and look, there's all these ways to play. There's the Arcs of Omen boarding patrol, but also, hey, look, combat patrol is now a new thing.
There's still going to be Crusade as well, much to your annoyance, Dan.
Not to my annoyance, I just will ignore it, as I have continued to do for the majority of 9th.
I think the warning sign that I had from that is where they said if you've been playing Crusade, there'd be a way to port over your existing army to current Crusade. I'm like, why? That just seems like a weird thing to do. Because most people could probably go, I've got a super powered Crusade army, I'm happy to retire it, there's a new edition of the game. But maybe they know that some people are really wedded to their armies. And
of course,
my worry with that is I don't want Crusade to be bad because they've had to somehow tie in, they've had to make it compatible with an older version of Crusade, whereas maybe completely resetting Crusade would be the way to go.
I mean, I agree with you. I think resetting is probably a better play than trying to kind of let people carry on with their, historical lists. But they're kind of in a situation with Crusade where it is a sort of a niche of a niche. So I think ultimately, if it satisfies that audience, I'm in favour of them doing it to keep those guys happy. So yeah, I'm not hugely against it, but it's not something I'm overly invested in or worry about particularly. But yeah, what's interesting, I suppose, is look, Crusade, everything else we just talked about, these are the things they're telling us in the first instance. What we're not seeing yet is, and probably most interesting for me, is there's been a lot of rumours circulating around terrain. What kind of other kind of gaming compendiums or companions are we going to be receiving? Are we going to be getting specific terrain kits going forwards? I mean, ultimately, is it going to be a scenario that now they're going to hit us with a really amazing new range of terrain? And are they much like with boarding actions where they're like, hey, buy this boarding action set and this is the kit you need to play boarding actions? Are we going to see similar things for like combat patrol where they're like, here is a generic combat patrol board or a generic set of terrain that will facilitate combat patrol. So it's your, smaller board size with all the relevant stuff. That kind of already exists or does exist for certain kill zones for kill team. But then what is the kind of evolution of that? Are they going to come up with that for combat patrol? And then obviously then how does that evolve into the full kind of 2K larger army-based games? Are they going to incorporate what they've been talking about as a rumor, which is something that they introduced early on in Ninth, which was the concept of actually bringing your own terrain? Are we going to be in that situation where, you know, the expectation is that as a player, you need to be able to bring your own suite of the same very specific terrain to build very specific boards to play competitively? I don't think they're going to ever enter into a scenario where they're not going to obviously encourage people to make their own boards, because that's a really big part of the hobby for people. But I think certainly within the competitive space, I mean, if I'm Games Workshop and I'm watching your average 40k live stream and I'm looking at all that same old MDF terrain and those boring looking tables, I'm probably thinking to myself, why do we bother making all these gorgeous miniatures just to see them getting pushed around on these flat, uninteresting surfaces? Like, we probably need to come up with a suite of terrain and enforce it as like the standard, and create a system whereby that gets used. So I'm interested to see what happens with terrain.
I mean, they've been doing that for their own events solidly for most of 9th edition, where they've had their like 2 different table layouts. They've been doing it at Warhammer World and they've been doing it at the US Open event. And they haven't ever changed it, right? It's been the same layouts as far as I'm aware since they created it sort of early 9th edition. So they could go, here's a terrain preset pack with these, you know, terrain types. You know, there's some ruins, there's some you know, walls or obstacles, that sort of thing, and a couple of either crates or craters, woods, dense terrain of some kind, assuming those kind of keywords and stuff still exist. So you could do, here's a preset terrain pack with a couple of different layouts. This is recommended for like match play or tournament play, and they just sell it, right? But as you said, they could do pre-built ones for either combat patrol or various sizes of match play. So your 1,000 points, 150 and 2,000 points, sort of terrain packs. So yeah, that could be quite a good thing for them to do, especially if they did a bunch of different themed ones. So it's not just a generic box, which they might do a bit like boarding patrol, right? They might just do, here's your one box to play, 2,000 points at 40k, have at it.
Exactly. I mean, there's all sorts of exciting options on the horizon. I think, look, in essence, wrapping this up, I am really happy with all these initial statements. And I think as a long-time fan of 40k, as much as I have obviously made a habit of criticizing aspects of this edition and frustrations I've had with it, I'm always trying to look for the good. I try and approach it with a glass half full, but at the same time, you know, it's been difficult a lot of the time in Ninth to be enthusiastic due to a number of like design decisions that they have taken. I think the thing with 10th already is so much of it is all the stuff that I want to / needed to kind of hear from GW. I think they've just done a really amazing job of giving me confidence that they're listening, that they understand what is needed, and that ultimately we're going to be in a situation whereby, you know, we're entering into a potential kind of golden age almost of 40k. I think if they do if they do all of what they're talking about half as well as they potentially can do, I think it's going to be great. My only concern is if they lose their way along the way, which is always the nature of the 40k game system. It's the way that they as a company start to create new ideas or evolve their thinking as they go. But I genuinely think that most people hearing this news and thinking about what's coming around the corner are going to be very positive about these decisions, and that ultimately they're going to be excited for these changes and hope that they remain kind of consistent throughout. So yeah, I think the only thing is really now it's for Games Workshop to muck it up, right? Like at the moment they're saying all the right things. And if they deliver on those things, I think we're going to have an extraordinarily strong edition of 40k. But again, it's for them to deliver now. The proof is in the pudding, as they say, or as we have said, I think already. But I think, yeah, I'm excited to see how this develops. And it's just really awesome to be really kind of rejuvenated in my enthusiasm for 40k again. These kind of moments just get me really excited. I can't wait to play it, and I can't wait to see more of it. And I can't wait to be at Warhammer Fest in April and get maybe hands on with it and learn more about it. And it's just going to be super exciting. I'm really, really excited for this. So bring it on, I say. How about you, Phil? What's your general vibe?
I mean, I'm really positive. One thing we didn't talk about is they said there's going to be an app that's
of course,
and they specifically said it's going to work, which is very positive that they mentioned that.
I can't yet believe them when they say that.
Yes, I know. I think you've got to be a little bit skeptical, but also give them the benefit of the doubt. As you said, they've been saying lots of good things. They've been pretty much doing everything we've been sort of wish listing, right, in terms of what we would like to see in terms of a game that's less lethal, a game where morale has a bit more meaning. They've streamlined stuff. Like, what's interesting with the data sheet is ultimately it does everything that it currently does exactly the same way, but presented in just a much more user-friendly manner. And I think that alone is worth wonders. And I think James Hewitt, to give him a shout out, he's an ex-developer, games designer. He was on the Painting Phase podcast, and he actually talked about this, where, you know, having everything for that unit on the data card, and you have a fixed amount of space on those cards to fit in all the rules. So you can't just stuff it full of loads and loads of rules. And that was something that it felt like they'd lost or didn't do with 40k going forwards for some of the last few editions. But it was a great concept, and it's something obviously they've done in AOS. So it's great to see that's been embraced for 40k. Everything seems really positive in terms of the rules. It'd be cool, you know, Forge Worlds, they've said that's getting supported with free rules as well. It'd be interesting to see how that how that gets managed going forwards. Is Forge World always going to be kept separate? Will it be rolled into codexes finally? Will Primaris and Firstborn be the same thing? Will it matter? Who knows? I think rules-wise, it's really interesting to see what they're going to do. Obviously, stratagems are still in there, but it's like the best case scenario for keeping stratagems in the game, where I said we're limiting it. There's some core stratagems and we're limiting it to 6 per army, which is a lot of what a lot of people have been comping into their events anyway, or at least for some events. So I think that's a good idea. So you still get the flavor and fun of using stratagems, because, you know, they are fun to use, but I think it just got too much where, you know, there's like 20, 30 plus stratagems in an army. It'll be interesting to see if there does become bloat, and there'd be some bloat that I won't mind, like if they do Armies of Renown as a concept, where maybe they do force org charts for that, so you can do what you want and build however your army however you want, but if you build it within a force org chart for a theme that creates an Army of Renown, and then you get some benefits for it, but obviously you get the restrictions, which is exactly how Armies of Renown work. Stuff like that I think will be cool, and I won't mind that. Be really keen to see how Crusade works, because I've enjoyed that and I'd like to do a bit more of that going forwards. I think we're just in this stage where it's super exciting to see what they're going to do, and literally day by day they're going to be previewing new rules, and obviously we get to speculate on how that's going to work and stuff. I hope vehicles just work a bit better, because I feel like in 9th edition they never quite got that right. Oh, and Psychic phase is done for. And Psychic,
that's changed now, yeah.
That makes more sense. So if you've got because most Psychic things are normally weapons, so either close combat attacks or shooting attacks. So if it's a shooting attack, it will be done in the shooting phase. If it's buffing your close combat prowess, it would be done in the combat phase. If it's an aura ability, maybe it would be done in the command phase. So it's just tied into that. So you're losing 2 phases of the game, and you're just left with, what was it, movement, shooting, combat. It's cool. Like that. Oh, and command phase. Sorry, so you've still got that. So you've gained 1 from older editions. So that's all really interesting, I think. As you say, proof is in the pudding. I hope I'm willing it to just be good. And it seems like positive side so far it is going to be, based on what they've said so far.
Yeah. No, I'm very enthusiastic about it. I think everything sounds really good, and yeah, I'm really excited. And that's really the end of it, right? I mean, it's amazing. It's a great place to be, and I think, as I say, I'm just really excited for it. So bring it on. But it sounds like we've got a little ways to wait before then. So enjoy these final moments of 9th edition. Hold on to that World Eaters Codex, that Imperial Guards Codex, cling it tightly while it still has relevance. I think get ready for some really great gaming, because I genuinely believe that this could be one of the better editions of 40k in a while. They've made a believer of me, so I'm bought in. I'm hyped. Brilliant. So can't wait. So and we'll try and cover it as best we can here on the pod. Hopefully you enjoyed that. Let us know. Otherwise, transitional noise. Welcome back, everybody. In this part of the podcast, we're going to talk about Strike Force AGASTUS. That being the Strike Force of Primaris Marines and or a Primaris Dreadnought variant. What is that Primaris Dreadnought variant?
The Brutalis.
The Brutalis, yes, absolutely. Which is probably the main reason why you picked up this box set. Lord knows you probably weren't falling over yourself to get your hands on the old Desolation Squad. But maybe you were. Maybe you like the look of the rules, which we're going to discuss. That's the broad premise, isn't it, Phil?
It is indeed.
We are going to go over the rules for that there box set, or more specifically, the Primaris Lieutenant, the Brutalis Dreadnought, and the Desolation Squad.
Desolation? Desolation.
Desolation, disillusion, disappointment, whatever you want to call them. Yes. Space Marines with comedy guns. So we're going to go through that because, we figured it'd be something interesting to discuss. We won't obviously be talking about the rules for heavy intercessors because they're quite, commonly understood at this point.
Well, yes, they've also weirdly don't appear in the downloadable PDF on the Warhammer community website because they already exist.
Exactly.
It's only the new stuff.
But let us not forget the heavy intercessors are in there.
That's true.
Much respect to the heavy intercessor. I remember a time, Phil, where people were excited about heavy intercessors. I remember a time when people were speculating that they were going to be the best darn thing in all of 40k. Didn't really work out like that, did it?
Yeah, people were losing their minds that they're going to be the best thing and break the game, and then it, funnily enough, never happened.
Strange how that works sometimes.
But it did make you buy a lot of kill team with Necrons and some shoddy Necron terrain in.
Wasn't that... Oh, God, what was that kill team box set called?
I wouldn't say Pariah Nexus.
I think you might be right. It might have been the Pariah Nexus. Good
It
show.
was good just show. Before they redid kill team completely.
Classic play. Almost like what they're doing now with 8th edition. Not 8th edition, sorry, 9th edition. In advance of the quite obviously round the corner 10th edition. How's about that Dante leak today? Ooh, that was fun.
I guess, yeah.
Anyway, we'll have talked about that somewhere else. I just thought
exactly
I'd highlight it there, just to date when we did this conversation. Anyway, let's start by talking about the Primaris Lieutenant. I'm just going to say it outright from the outset. Probably one of the best parts of this box set. I think, actually, even though the Lieutenant isn't really essential because the Lieutenant can be created with any variant of Primaris, miniature, it is cool that there is a swanky new mini, because it is a nice mini that can, accurately depict all the different variants of, most of the variants of Lieutenant now, right?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully this will be the one Primaris Lieutenant to rule them all, and we won't see any more Primaris Lieutenants, because it was getting to be a bit of a meme and a bit of a joke that they would just constantly release new ones, which sort of made sense that they wanted to do, one for each specific, successor chapter, and each one had a different loadout, and that gave you sort of weird issues with the rules, and then this one sort of like the consolidation of all of those, so it can be used to represent any Primaris Lieutenant. I guess, does it actually, because I've not seen the sprue, I presume it must also still come with a storm shield to represent the Blade Guard variant, even though the Blade Guard armor is very distinctly different?
As I understand it, no, is the answer to that question.
But they've just consolidated the data sheet to go, you can take all these options.
Yeah, essentially that is what has happened here. So basically this kit effectively represents the greater majority of sort of standard power armored variants that you're going to want to kind of have, and has added some options that haven't, traditionally existed for the Primaris Lieutenant. We'll go through that in just a moment. But yeah, in terms of does this build all variants of Lieutenant? No, but the data sheet now incorporates all the different flavors of Lieutenant, which is good because it basically means that you can, with the use of just one data sheet, depict all the different flavors of Lieutenant now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it did before, but it was very restrictive in terms of, like, you've got to take these weapons and swap them out, basically, so you could only ever build the exact version of Primaris Lieutenant that was in a box. So I think when it obviously comes to the Storm Shield variant, that's still locked into the Neo-Volkite pistol, Storm Shield, Power Sword build. Yes. But I hope all the others will be a lot more flexible, because now you should in theory be able to mix and match like different close combat weapons and long range weapons and pistols and stuff.
Yeah, so just looking at the sprue now, you have a power fist, a power sword, a plasma pistol, a bolt pistol, and a bolt rifle that can be made as a auto bolt rifle, standard bolt rifle, or stalker bolt rifle. So those are all your different weapon options, essentially, that this guy gives you on the sprue. But then the rules, essentially, that we're just going to go through now will incorporate a myriad of other options, because there are still other Primaris Lieutenant miniatures out there. But we're going to go over what we think is kind of new, just talk about it. Because, I mean, from a profile perspective, it's still a Primaris Lieutenant, right? It's got the same movement, weapon skill, ballistic skill, so on and so forth, which is movement 6, weapon ballistic skill 2+, strength 4, toughness 4, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3+ save, of course. Where it is different, and some of the things that have essentially been added to it now, is in its array of weapons, essentially. So, traditionally, there were a few things that you couldn't put on a Primaris Lieutenant, unless, of course, they were in a Black Templar army. Because, weirdly, Black Templars and Castellans, specifically, added a whole heap of caveats that facilitated a great deal more options. So the Primaris Castellan, which was the words used to describe Primaris Lieutenants in the Black Templars, had a great deal more options because it was made from their Sword Brethren kit, and their Sword Brethren kit gave you a lot of flexibility, and that flexibility was then added to the Lieutenant.
I thought the Black Templars Castellan had its own unique mini, the one that was based on the old Blanche Itsu, John Blanche artwork. There
were 2 Castellan variants. That, yes, there is the one you're referring to, and that had a fixed build. But then there was a generic Castellan variant, and that had a whole heap of different weapon options, right? So a lot of weapon options that, interestingly, are represented here on the Primaris Lieutenant aren't actually representative of the entire array of options, because Black Templar Lieutenants have even more options. So you can take twin lightning claws, you can take a hand flamer and a power axe, you could take, I think you might even be able to take a thunder hammer with the Castellan, although I could be wrong about that.
That would be nice. That would be nice.
That'd be handy, yes, exactly. Bloody hell. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Although maybe they didn't give that to them as an option, but it's definitely an option in Sword Brethren, so it's possible that it's an option on the Castellan. I probably should research this before I say these words, but I haven't. If I'm wrong and you know I'm wrong, well done you. Maybe tell me about it in the comments, and I'll apologise to you via text. Anyway, the point is is that, yeah, we had a lot of options for the Castellan, but otherwise Primaris Lieutenants didn't have a lot of options because they were quite fixed to specific things. But the one thing I know for certain that has never been available to a Primaris Lieutenant nor Primaris Captain is the master-crafted bolt rifle. We've had auto bolt rifles, we've had stalker bolt rifles, but for the first time ever, we've gone and got ourselves an actual master-crafted, regular old bolt rifle. You know, only took 6 years, but here it is, at long last.
Quite swanky. Yeah. The default version.
The default version, yeah. I mean, I have to be honest, obviously, I think the Stalker had its moment in the sun. I think there was a time where having a lieutenant with the Stalker bolt rifle in, like, say, Imperial Fist, for example, was very strong, because in the old 2019 Imperial Fist book, any bolt gun or any weapon, any heavy weapon, got the extra strength and damage or whatever it was, or sorry, the extra damage from the super doctrine for the Imperial Fists, which is why you saw loads of, like, intercessor squads with Stalker bolt rifles, because they were just pretty amazing. And then, there was a lieutenant with a Stalker bolt rifle. Strangely, that lieutenant mini, there were rules for it, but yeah, it was a limited edition lieutenant, so it was like the third or fourth lieutenant model that existed outside of the specialist ones for Blood Angels, Space Wolves, and Dark Angels. So they did the first, I think, do you remember it was the half helmet guy, the guy that was able to take the top of his helmet off?
Yes, he carrying the other half in his right hand?
Correct, yeah. So he's got his scalp, as it were, on his person, and he had the Stalker bolt rifle.
Yeah, I want to say he was a store anniversary, but it could have been a, Warhammer anniversary or something. It was something along those lines.
One of those variants, I'm sure. But the point is that, yeah, we've had auto bolt rifles from the outset, because the first two lieutenant miniatures, the power sword and bolt pistol guy and the auto bolt rifle guy, both came, I want to call it Dark Imperium. It feels like so long ago since we had these conversations.
Yes, it was Dark Imperium.
Yeah, so those two that came in Dark Imperium, those were the power sword bolt pistol guy and the auto bolt rifle guy. Then we got, I'm going to say it was the Blood Angels that came first, and we had power sword bolt pistol guy in there. Then we got the Dark Angels, which was plasma pistol power sword. And then we've got Space Wolves, which was bolt carbine and power axe. But yeah, no, we've not seen the we've not seen the mastercrafted bolt rifle till now. Other than that, I think every other weapon variant, if you included Black Templars, has been included. But the other thing that, if you don't include Black Templars, that has now been included, is the Power Fist. Because as I understand it, lieutenants have, up until now, not been able to take Power Fists.
Yes, that's correct. Didn't Salamanders have a Flame Pistol and Thunderhammer, or was that the Captain?
No, those were Sergeant upgrades.
Oh, weird.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, so we've been in a weird situation at the moment where sergeants are better equipped than...
Yes, basically, if you get promotion to lieutenant, you effectively get a demotion on your war gear, and then maybe, if you're lucky, if you ever end up as a captain, you'll get some of them back. But even then, you don't get all of them, because captains don't really get Thunderhammers. Or Primaris ones don't, so... Yeah, sergeants have the best war gear. How odd.
I'll tell you one of the things that disappoints me, though, Phil, if I can be completely honest. I'm disappointed that we don't have a chainsword.
Oh. Yeah, that is odd, because a regular sergeant with the old Teeth of Terror was a go-to option.
Yeah.
And it is a bit odd, yeah, especially if you want to do like sort of an assault themed force, you've got your either veterans or your assault intercessors with lots of chainswords. Yeah, you can't do it on your lieutenants.
Yeah, because the chainsword is a very iconic weapon of the Space Marines.
True, but the power sword is the symbol of office.
Yes,
I think that's why they do that. Like, chainswords are for the nobodies, the nameless.
Yes, yeah.
The what I would call red shirts, but I guess in Space Marine terms they're the blue shirts because they're all Ultramarines in the artwork. So yeah.
Yeah. Intriguingly, though, yeah, they haven't given them that, but they have on the model yet again given it something that looks like an iron halo.
So weird. Stop it. Just stop it. Or make it clear that that isn't an iron halo, because an iron halo is what, something else in the armor? I can't remember, but it feels like that is deliberately designed to look like an iron halo, which therefore means he's either a captain or give iron halos to lieutenants, which it feels like they should have.
I feel like once you've reached the rank of lieutenant, you probably deserve an iron halo. You know,
yes,
at that point, it's kind of like, oh, you're sort of, you're up there now. Like, we probably do need to look after you a little bit.
Exactly, especially since, once you get to an officer level, you like to not have your helmet on because you look cooler. So therefore, you need extra protection. So you do need the iron halo for that very reason.
Absolutely. I mean, there is also, it's worth mentioning, there is a helmeted version of this lieutenant in the kit as well. So he does also have a helmeted variant. But there's no photos of it being modelled with that anywhere. But look, the Lieutenant Mini's cool. We can't really talk about the rules any more than is necessary, which is to say that it's basically a lieutenant with all the lieutenant rules, which we assume most people know. Basically, if you're a core unit and you're within 6 of it, you get to reroll 1s to wound. That's the thing that it does. Beyond that, there's probably not much worth talking about, because by now you know what a lieutenant does in a Space Marine army. And if you don't, apologies, we'll probably not elaborate any further than that. It's just interesting that we've got a few more options, and the model's nice. And that's my general 2 pence on the whole situation. Cool looking mini, nice to see extra rules for the lieutenant. It now starts to feel like the lieutenants are much more versatile and actually more well realized rule set, which is cool. I'm good with that.
Yeah, probably falls into the category of existing Space Marine players don't really need yet another lieutenant, but for new players it's great, because now you've got one kit that can do all the options. And I guess if you were clever enough with tiny magnets, you could magnetize some of those weapon option loadouts. Maybe you wouldn't want to go crazy on all of them. But it does give you that flexibility. Whereas in the past, you'd have to basically buy several if you did want all the different war gear options.
Yeah, no, absolutely, for sure. So yeah, there we go. That's the lieutenant. Let's get on to one of the more exciting additions, which is none other than the Brutalis Dreadnought. What's a Brutalis Dreadnought, Phil?
Yeah, it is a 10-inch movement, a weapon skill and ballistic skill of 3+. It's got a strength and toughness of 7, 13 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3+ save. It does degrade when it's down on wounds. So when it's on 5 to 3 wounds, its movement goes to 8 inches, its weapon skill and ballistic skill degrade to 4+. And then when it's down to the last 2 wounds, its movement is 6 inches and it's got a 5+ weapon skill ballistic skill. It's effectively the close combat version of the Redemptor, saying that you can have quite shooty loadouts with it. So you do get sort of a bit more flexibility in terms of how you build this in comparison to the regular Redemptor, I would say, because the regular Redemptor, you get like the macroplasma or the Gatling cannon, don't you? And then on the fist, you get a Gatling cannon or flamer, and then you get some
heavy flamer, Phil. Heavy flamer.
Oh, heavy flamer, flamers. Yes, flamers for days. So you get a few different options and a few different, like what we call nipple guns, and then the top could always be the like Icarus rocket pods, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah, which aren't very good, but well, they're okay. They're mid.
Yes, so but that was very much like a mostly shooty, but had a bit of punch because obviously it had the dreadnought fists, and dreadnought fists were always quite good. This one can be double fists. Well, in fact, they're always double fists. But you can have some fists that are a bit more shooty, and then you can have a lot of shooty stuff elsewhere. So it can be equipped with the twin Icarus Iron Hail Heavy Stubber, which is the gun on top, which is quite large and a bit oversized on this, I think. It has 2 heavy bolters, which are the nipple guns, which is a lot bigger and heavier than the standard storm bolters, or was it frag? Not frag
launchers, yeah.
Frag launchers, that was it, that you could have on the classic Redemptor. And then it also has 2 twin bolt rifles and 2 Brutalis fists. So the fists are like the standard kind of punchy fists, but also have a bolt rifle on each one. But you can also swap it out for some other versions. So you can swap out the 2 heavy bolters with 2 multi-melters. So your hull-mounted, let's say, guns are way bigger than the original Redemptors. And you can swap out the 2 Brutalis fists and the 2 twin bolt rifles, and you can just replace those with the 2 Brutalis talons. And it's got the usual kind of Angels of Death. It's got Duty Eternal, so -1 damage, and then it explodes on a 6. Standard stuff. Obviously, I think most people know what heavy bolters and multi-melters do, so we don't need to explain them, but obviously multi-melters, and they do 2 shots each. So if you've got 2 of them, you're doing 4 shots. So that is a lot of firepower.
It's pretty good, let's be honest.
Even double heavy bolters, that's 6 shots. That's, not too bad. That's still
nothing to
good.
sniff at, I'd say.
You could combo it, I guess, with the twin bolt rifles. So that's a 30-inch rapid fire 2, strength 4, -1 damage. So that could be up to 4 shots with both of them at close range. I guess what's interesting is the twin Icarus Iron Hail Heavy Stubber is mandatory. You can't remove it. So it's like you have to have it, which I thought, that's interesting. I thought you would have an option to not have it. This is actually quite good and very dapper. It's 36 inches range, heavy 8. Then it's strength 4, -1 damage. And each time you're shooting against an aircraft, you get to add +1 to your hit rolls. Which I always find that sort of thing interesting, because thematically it sounds fantastic. But you're shooting an aircraft which is at minimum toughness 6.
Yeah.
Most likely toughness 7, and you're shooting it with a strength 4 gun. So whenever you shoot these flyers with effectively anti-aircraft weapons, the anti-aircraft weapons never have the strength to deal with the anti-aircraft weapons. It's like, unless you're shooting at because this doesn't even give you +1 to hit against fly keywords, so it's not like you're hitting drones like Tau drones, or your Inceptors, your jump pack guys, which would make a bit more sense. It's specifically against aircraft. So that's always bugged me, those sorts of weird rules that don't seem to reflect what they're meant to be doing.
Yeah, I think back when it affected fly, it made sense, but now that no one takes aircraft anymore, right? Games Workshop have done a fantastic job of burying that unit type. So having this, this rule, I mean, it might come up, so fine, but I
mean, it's still good, horde clearing weapon, because it used to be when you had something that gave you +1 to hit against aircraft, it was normally -1 against stuff that wasn't aircraft. So the fact that they've removed that negative now means it's just good at shooting stuff on land, and a bonus if there's an aircraft around, but it always feels like a bit of a waste.
Yeah.
If you really want to deal with the aircraft, you shoot it with your multi-melters. Like that is what you would do.
Yeah, totally. I think that's the thing with it. It's fine. It's, I've used a lot of heavy stubbers because of my ongoing relationship with Imperial Knights. And they're very good weapons, Some would call them the best weapons in the entire Imperium.
Well, exactly. It is the one thing that will do a couple of wounds to a knight or a heavy vehicle after all your other big shots have failed. That knight probably has a 2 or 3 up save. It's always going to fail it when you shoot it at it with a stubber. That's a fact, 100%.
Yeah, no, I've never failed to do meaningful damage with my heavy stubbers. They always over-index, is what I would say.
Yeah, they're quite good.
They're
so never
good.
forget to take them with you. Right, next up we've got the Brutalist Fists. So their melee weapons are ×2 strength. So you are strength 7 by default. So what's that, strength 16?
Strength 16, yeah.
Strength 16. No, it's 14.
Sorry, yes, you're strength 7. Yeah, 14. Sorry,
strength 7, 14. Maths is hard, everyone. It's -3 AP, and it's D3 plus 3 damage, which is pretty good.
Very good. Well, it's the same as a Redemptive
minimum
Fist.
4 damage. Yeah.
Yeah, same as the Redemptive Fist, which is really, really good.
So that's pretty good. And then to compare it, we've got the Talon option, which is the clawed variant. So each time you attack, you get to choose one of the 2 profiles. We've got Strike, which is your heavy hitter. So that's, again, ×2, which is 14. -4 as opposed to -3, and it's D3 plus 3 damage. So same damage, but you can re-roll the wound roll. And not wound rolls of 1, it's just re-roll the wound roll.
Yeah.
So that's very strong.
Really strong.
Because most things you're going to be wounding on 2s or 3s, and you're re-rolling that. And then the sweep version, which is the one that gives you more attack. So that's strength user, so it's only strength 7, is only -3, so it's not as good as AP, and it's 1 damage. But you make 2 hit rolls instead of 1 for each attack, and you have 5 attacks base, 6 on the charge, so that becomes 12 attacks. And you're wounding most things, if you're against infantry on 2s and 3s. So you don't get your reroll, but I don't know, you might not need it.
It's interesting, isn't it, that they didn't give them the reroll on the sweep variant, but...
Yes, but I think that would then stop people wanting to... I don't know, would you try and do it... Would you try and, hit a tough unit with the sweep to try and fish for the attacks through? Because if something had a 2+ save...
Yeah.
And if something had a 3-up invuln, you would probably do the sweep, because you want them to take as many dice rolls as possible to fail them.
Well, no, because if I do
the other one does more damage.
So if I get 1 through, it will do more than I will ever get from
True, because 1 going through of a strike is minimum 4 damage. That's effectively 4 of your 12 attacks. So yeah, you're probably right.
With the reroll to wound as well, right? So if I go in with 6 attacks, I'll hit 5 times, 4 times. Let's say 4 times. It's actually probably more accurate. 4 times, and then I'll wound 4 times, and then if they're rolling a 3+ invuln, wherever those come from. So I'm fighting... Who has a 3+ invuln? I'm fighting against a Sermon. There you go. He's got a 3-up invuln. So I'm fighting against him. But funnily enough, if I'm fighting against a Sermon, if he fails that 3-up invuln, I'm only doing 3 wounds to him because that's his ability. So I'm fighting against...
has he got a damage cap?
Yeah, he has a damage cap, yeah. But say I'm fighting against an Archon with a 2-up invuln.
Oh.
There you go. Smish, if they're assuming they roll that glorious 1. Yeah. I mean, so the thing that's interesting, right, and the thing I probably want to highlight is that there is no points difference between one of these with the Bolter Brutalis Fist variant and the Brutalis Talon variant. So essentially, for my money, I think you're probably taking the Talon every time.
Yeah, I think it's the points choices are basically, are you going to take the multi-melters? because they're
Yes.
15 points each. So it's 30 points to take them. So if you were really struggling for points, you could arguably drop them. But it feels like you would take them all the time because you've got a very close combat-y dreadnought that is doing something for the first few turns as it's running up the board, shooting at something with those multi-melters.
Yeah.
I like the DACA build. I like the idea that you go for the fists with the bolt rifles, you take the heavy bolters as instead of the multi-melters, and then you've got the Icarus gun anyway. So you're just rolling loads of shots. So you've got something that can deal with chaff units very easily. And then it can either go into combat with them if it's trying to be screened out and also deal with them. Not as well, I guess, because it hasn't got the sweep profile. That's its only downside. But you've got the guns to deal with the chaff, and then you should in theory be able to then charge into a juicy vehicle with your fists and deal with that, or some heavy infantry or something. But I think looks-wise, I think I'd actually, as fun as that build is, I think I'd actually rather do multi-melter and the Talons.
I'm more of a heavy bolter person. I think the heavy bolters fit because the 30-point upgrade for the multi-melters is fine, but a lot of the time, if I need this thing to kill something big, I'm not really bothered about shooting. It's like, I'll just run at you with my big talons, and that's
that's the thing. Do you want to pay the points for the multi-melters and then ultimately to make the most of the vehicle, the dreadnought in combat? Will you be advancing him up the board for the first few turns? Because that's normally what I do as Minotaurs / White Scar player. It's like I just lob them up the board and shoot with them. Not really bother with shooting unless I'm using a strat to make them all assault weapons, which you can do as White Scars. But for anyone else, it would be a bit of a waste. So therefore, you'd be better off just advancing and not shooting, because as a heavy bolter, so what? Like, I don't need it. And you can deal with that in turns where you don't need to advance. Or because you're in combat and you're just going to shoot into combat with your guns that you've got, sort of thing.
Yeah, and the thing about dreadnoughts is, right, in all due seriousness, they're good, but they're not that good, right? Like a Redemptor is really easy to kill if you need to. If you need it gone, it'll go. The problem is with the melters is that if you're going to try and utilize this in a shooting capacity, you've got to give it lines, right? And if it can shoot something, it can get shot. Here's
the argument with the Brutalis. Would you be better off, especially within Arcs of Omen, the mission pack, you can put things in reserve for free. So could you just go, cool, this is in strategic reserve, turn 2, it's coming on midway up the board, sort of outside your opponent's deployment zone. Doesn't matter if I make my charge, I've still got 4 multi-melter shots that I'm shooting at something that I can get line of sight on that I couldn't if I put them on my table. It also protects it from getting turn 1'd. It gives you a lot more viability, and it's also a threat now that your opponent has to deal with, because it's going to charge into something next turn if it's still on the board. So might be a good way of dealing with it.
Well, I had a thing that I thought would be good with it, because as is customary, we need to talk about what chapters you take it with, right? White Scars is obviously obvious, and you'll tell me why that's a great idea in a moment. I think we all know why, because advance and charge.
Yes, yeah.
And all the stratagems and all the other bits and pieces. A lot of people will obviously argue Iron Hands, because every vehicle is incredible.
Yes, yeah.
In Iron Hands.
Make it a character.
Yeah, make it a character. I mean, you have to get it down to 2 wounds for it to be on its lowest profile as an Iron Hands.
Oh yeah, because it gets doubled, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it gets to shrug on 6s, which is massive. And it will get to re-roll the ones for its weapons constantly natively, because for its guns anyway, because they're all heavy. So it's heavy bolters and it's...
that's true. Well, the bolt rifles aren't, but everything else would be. Of course, you would take it as multi-melters instead.
Yeah, multi-melters.
And the talons.
I'd go talons, heavy bolters, I'd still think, but yeah. And then again, like, you know, as a Imperial Fist, it's quite good because it's got the exploding sixes on all the bolters, so there's some things there. But the version I like, Phil, is Death Watch.
Oh yeah. What bonus do they get? They get to just pick a thing, don't they, every turn?
They get to pick a thing, but the thing that's cool about Death Watch is that Death Watch have deep striking dreadnoughts.
Because they get to... Is that the stratagem where they get to pick 2 units?
And they put it in the teleportarium.
Yeah.
But then they've also got a war gear item that I've forgotten the name of, but it's basically like a teleporter array thing. So a character has like a homing beacon or whatever. I think it's called like the Beacon Angelus or something like that. But
that sounds about right.
Yeah. And what that does is it can pull a unit out of reserves in turn 1 at the end of your movement phase. So basically what you can do, and this was something I was thinking about. Well, I was thinking about 2 different options. One, I was thinking about a chaplain in Terminator armor. And then the other thing I was thinking about was just a Primaris chaplain on bike. And I was thinking that it would be fun because you could basically be like, cool, command phase, I've got my wise orator chaplain. I'm going to give him the aura of fury or whatever it is, the thing that gives +2 to charge range. I'm going to run forwards on my bike, and then I'm going to bring him in turn 1, and I'm going to throw him at you, because that seems like fun, that you can basically have these 2 dreadnoughts arrive from Deep Strike 9 inches away, and then they just need to make a 7-inch charge. You know, it's...
That's true. Won't it be great if one day the Forge World Dreadnought drop pods will allow you to put Redemptors in them? Can you put Leviathans in them?
Not the... Oh, well, the Forge World ones, yes. But not,
Yeah, because I was thinking Redemptors are about the same size as Leviathans, so if Leviathans can't go in the Dreadnought drop pods, then I wouldn't have thought Redemptors could. But if they can, then in theory, one day maybe, a Dreadnought drop pod would, you could put some Redemptors in.
But yeah, that was just my little 10 pence for it. I appreciate there's nothing immediately obvious in Death Watch that makes them obviously obvious.
No, but the sneaky teleporting stuff's always, you know...
Sneaky teleport, cool. Like, it's like a hilarious turn 1, why hello there. The other thing that would be really funny, I think, as well, is if you comboed that with 2 Invicta Warsuits from
because they can pre-game move, right?
Well, they just scout, right?
Oh, yeah, they infiltrate,
They infiltrate, yeah. So... have them up in the mid-table, and then literally in turn 1, you could have like 4 dreadnought-type things hoofing
in your
their
face.
way into their face, yeah. And then at that point, it's just like, well, watch what carnage they can get up to, and just chill out in the backboard, seeing what's going on.
That sounds pretty good.
Also, as well, because obviously, as an army, you can give it the reroll 1s against certain types of thing, and also they have the option to become any chapter, any turn. So you can make one of them, say, for example, it would be advantageous for you to leave and charge someone else. I think it's 2 CP. You can make one of the units become White Scars, for example, and do some fun stuff with that. I'm a big advocate for Death Watch, even though they are continuing to do terrible in the meta.
They are right at the bottom, aren't they?
But I think that's because people aren't imaginative enough to come up with fun things to do with Death Watch. I think it's mostly because basically everyone went for the easy option and just went Dark Angels, which, to be fair, I love.
Yeah,
but you know.
I do. That is a sort of problem with the competitive meta. Is a lot of people, if they have access to multiple armies, will just pick the thing that they think is going to win the best or easiest, right?
Yeah.
If every player in their whole life picked one army and just played it religiously and took that to events, then actually your meta would be a lot more all over the place and a lot more varied, because people are wedded and much more invested in their armies. And a lot of hobbyists are like that. Like, it took me almost like 7 or 8 years back in the hobby with my Krieg before I even dabbled into a second army. And even then, that's still not a full 2,000 points. So for me, it's incredibly slow at doing multiple armies, whereas for other people, I know they can do like a 2,000-3,000 point army, not quite in a weekend, but, you know, in a year at least, or 6 months or something crazy.
Yeah.
In terms of White Scars, they've got a few cool abilities. In terms of stratagems, there's one where you can put them behind enemy lines, so they can appear on any table edge from turn 2, so they could appear in your opponent's deployment zone. You can, say, by default, advance and charge. There's a strat that allows you to do, once you've advanced, you can turn all the weapons into assault weapons, so it can still shoot. You can make them -1 to hit once they've advanced as well, so they've got a bit of durability for the first turn. What else is there? I think there's a couple of others as well. I think mostly it's just the movement options that you can get. Oh, you can also double move, but not charge. So if you wanted to really hoof it up the board and then like hide it behind a building for a turn 2, like counter punch, you could do that as well. Although I sort of very rarely use that one. I tend to just try and get a big roll on the advance roll. And then see if I can get a cheeky turn 1 charge in on my contemptors. And these feel like, and I said it in a previous episode, this does all the roles of basically both my contemptors in one. My contemptors, I always do chain fists and multi-melters. And actually, I do the missile pods on top if I've got the points, which I do like, because that gives you a bit more anti-tank ability, which this kind of lacks, I guess. But each one of these puts out the same number of multi-melter shots as both of my contemptors together. And admittedly, the chain fists are, I want to say, flat 6 damage. It could be flat 4. I think it's 6 though. Against vehicles only. I think it's D3+3 against everything else. So they're slightly better against vehicles specifically, but yeah, this just seems way better, and it is quite a cool model. I do like it. So at some point I'll pick one up. But at what point do you have too many dreadnoughts, Dan? That's the question. Never is the answer. Just keep collecting them. Well, I think that's the gimmick, where they keep making a slightly different variation, which makes every Space Marine player go, "Dear God, I must buy it now." Yes, indeed.
I mean, one thing I will say is that obviously, or another thing I will say is obviously Black Templars and Blood Angels will be really good with these things as well.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Fits the archetype.
Although I guess Blood Angels get reroll. No, it's +1 to wound, isn't it?
+1 to wound, yeah.
So
which is pretty big.
Almost is a bit overkill, because then almost you pretty much, especially on the Talons,
with rerolls,
2's re-rolling, which is, maybe that is good, but it's almost huge. Like the bonus of it is not as great as maybe one of the other chapter tactics potentially.
Yeah, but you know,
if you know what I mean, because it's like you pretty much got like a 90% guarantee of wounding anyway. So they get need to make it like 100.
They get the +1 attack super doctrine.
Okay, so when they're in the assault doctrine, anything that can give you like pluses to your charge, I think would be quite good. Yeah,
they get +1 to their charge as well as Blood Angels, which is pretty meaningful. And let's be honest, this is definitely going to be given Death Company rules soon.
Oh, yeah.
Like, without a doubt. They're just
I could imagine it in black with some red stripes on it already. Yeah, that would be really cool. Yeah, I hope so.
No, I think it will be. I think that's the thing, though, right? I think like that's like the only thing is, though, right, is if they do a Death Company variant of it, I'd like them to do like a Blood Angel Death Company upgrade for it that takes the heavy stubbers and the heavy bolters off of it in favour of just no guns on the top and flamers. Because the thing is,
that'd be
right,
cool.
is like, I feel like if I basically had a dreadnought with a Death Company person in it, the last thing I'm going to give it is heavy stubbers. You know, I just want. That's the one thing actually I regret or I'm disappointed about in the general sense with this kit is it hasn't got heavy flamers. Like if it had heavy flamers,
I almost think instead of the bolt rifles, if it had heavy flamers on the fists, that would probably be better than the bolt. Cause this weird bolt rifle is a weird weapon because that's just a standard.
Yeah, it's
gun,
underwhelming.
Right?
It's underwhelming.
It's an odd choice. I mean, visually, I think it kind of looks quite cool, and I guess you get the. Is it like Ed 209? I'm sure there's some like sci-fi thing where there's like a guy, like a robot, where you just pick it up. You pick up a person, and then you just shoot into it with your fists, which is what that sort of gives the impression that you're going to be doing with that.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it hasn't got rules a bit like how the Invicta Warsuit, because that had originally an ability where you could. Actually, I might be getting two things confused. It has the bolt pistol, right, that you can shoot into combat because it's got the gun that it can pick up. But then there's also the Red Scorpion's Leviathan character dreadnought. I can't remember the name of him, but he's like the chapter master.
Conrad Kurz.
In a Leviathan.
No, not Conrad Kurz. Conrad Kurz is the Night Lord guy. No, it's...
Yes.
Oh... I've just completely forgotten his name.
No, I know. Richard loves him, but in that one, he's got a heavy bolter. Maybe that's in his fist.
Yeah, it is in his fist.
And he can unload. He can fire it every turn, or he can unload it all to do. I think now a bunch of mortal wounds into them in combat. But then you can't use the gun for the rest of the game because you basically you run out of ammo because you've just shot it all into this one person.
Yes,
which is visually very thematic.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah,
Carob Cullen.
Carob Cullen, that's it. Carob Cullen, well remembered. I think the Brutalis Dreadnought is an awesome addition. But I'd love to see an upgrade spree for it. I'm surprised they don't do one for like Death Watch for like the shoulder pad and stuff like that, or Death
some
Watch,
chapter specific
Death
shoulder
Wing?
pads.
Which one do you mean?
Death Watch. Because they get the like little eye symbol with all the writing on, and
you just put
it's silver.
Put that on it, don't you? It's fine.
So that would be quite cool.
I think that's the thing, though. I think on balance, I think the Redemptor Dreadnought kit has definitely become one of the iconic kind of kits of this period of 40k. I think Dreadnoughts are always iconic. I thought the Redemptor was a bit rubbish when I first saw it, but it's really grown on me. And I have fully painted one Redemptor Dreadnought in the last 6 years, but I'd actually quite like to do like 4 Dreadnoughts, 2 Redemptors, 2 Brutalis, I think would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I've got one of these builds built but unpainted because I concentrated on Contemptors. I've got one of them full kits, completely unbuilt, that I'll start at some point.
Yeah.
And then I've got the Death Guard Relic Contemptor from Forge World, which you can no longer get anymore because I was going to convert that into Achios Hecaton, I think is the name. I could be wrong. It's the Minotaurs specific character Contemptor.
Nice.
Because I don't like the original model, which I think is now one of the few resin Contemptors you can now buy as full kits. Because that one's still available, whereas all the Horus Heresy ones have sort of disappeared and now they're just for torso options.
Oh, yeah, which is a bit weird, isn't it? But anyway, let's not get on that topic. So like 4 of them, I reckon. 2 Redemptors. I'd want them with all the loadouts, though. Like, so I just want one for each. So I'd have one with, so I've already done one Redemptor that's got the plasma cannon,
the macro plasma,
and
then you do one with the
Gatling cannon,
then,
and then I'd have one of these with
a fists and a talon one.
And a talon one, yeah.
That's very unmeta of you. That's very good.
Well, I'm over it now. I just think if you're going to do 4 Dreadnoughts, lean into the fun of it.
Exactly. Have a bit of variety.
Exactly. Have a Tech Marine and just bring the joy to it all. So I might work on that. I'll see how if I can get my hands on some Brutalis. I just don't really want to buy this box set. But when the Brutalis becomes its own kit, I'll probably pick up a couple.
I'm sure it will. Yeah, I know what you mean, because actually I don't need a Primaris Lieutenant, but it looks cool.
It does look really cool.
I've always liked the heavy intercessors, and that's one of the few Primaris kits I don't own, so that would have been cool. The Brutalis Dreadnought, yeah, I'd like. And then on to the next unit that we're going to talk about.
Yeah, the thing you don't want.
Well, the thing is, I only want it from the point of view is it will be a challenge to convert up, and I would say 90% of the photos of this that I've seen online, in fact probably actually all the photos of this I've seen online, which is probably not obviously everyone that's bought it, but they've all converted them up and they've all tried to make it look better than it really is.
Yeah.
And that's obviously the Desolation Squad.
The Disillusion Squad.
Yes, the D Squad.
Yes, indeed. Well, I guess I should probably read some of the stats. Yeah, so the Desolation Squad, the Meme Squad, I suppose, as they've been basically given the role of, is a 5 to 10 man squad. So it has to contain a sergeant, and then it can contain between 4 and 9 Desolation Marines. Those Marines are movement 6, weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 3, strength and toughness 4, 2 wounds, 2 attacks, leadership 7, and a 3+ save. The sergeant is the same, but he has 3 attacks and an 8 leadership value thingy. I use the sort of delivery, sort of rhythmics of my language to denote a saving throw, but I was referring to leadership. Silly old me. Anyway, if this unit contains 6 or more models, it has a power rating of 16, as if you care, and every model is equipped with bolt pistol, Castellan launcher, super frag rocket launcher, frag grenades, and crack grenades. Cool, blimey. So, a bolt pistol is a bolt pistol. I'm not going to tell you what the rules are for that. But a Castellan launcher is range 36, heavy D3, strength 4, -1, 1 damage, blast. This weapon can target units that are not visible to the bearer. Ooh.
Yeah, so for context, this is the missile launcher that is below the other missile launcher. So this is the one at the bottom with the sort of cylinder shape that is the belt-fed ammo feed, rather than the Castellan launcher is the bigger one on top, basically.
Indeed. Then we have the Super Frag launcher, which is range 48, heavy D3 +3, strength 4, -1, 1 damage, blast. So between that and the Castellan launcher, you are potentially doing as many as 9 strength 4 -1, 1 damage shots, which is not bad per model. 9 straight, basically.
Yeah, pretty cool anti-infantry.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. I mean, to be honest with you, it depends how many points this squad is. I mean, looking at the points of them, I'm not overly impressed with it, but maybe there's more to it as we go into the war gear options. So all the models in this unit can have their Super Frag rocket launcher replaced with a Super Crack, my friend, rocket launcher. And the Desolation Sergeant Super Frag rocket launcher or Super Crack rocket launcher can be replaced with 1 Vengor launcher and 1 targeting optics.
Yeah, which is the real jumbo-sized missile that he's got. That's like the old school hunter-killer missile that you used to get on the Space Marine kits.
It's pretty wild.
Tanks.
The targeting optics is each time the bearer makes a ranged attack with a heavy weapon, add 1 to that attack's hit roll. So basically, your sergeant is hitting on 2s, unless, of course, they're firing out of line of sight for some reason, which I'm sure they probably can do. I'm going to get into reading the rules for that in just a second. But yeah, you get ballistic skill 2, unless you're shooting out of line of sight, in which case it's ballistic skill 3. But still, all right, not too bad to begin with. So a Super Crack rocket launcher is heavy 1, strength 8, -3, D3 +3 damage. I mean, that's pretty good. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. And the Vengor launcher is range 48, heavy D6, strength 6, -1, 2 damage, blast. This weapon can target units that are not visible to the bearer. So again, not bad. because you can shoot things that are out of line of sight, which can come in handy. Otherwise, frag crack grenades are what they are. They've got Angels of Death and Combat Squad, and then they've got a signum in your shooting phase. Each time this unit shoots, if it contains a sergeant, you can select one model in this unit until the end of that phase. That model has ballistical characteristic of 2+.
Yes, and that's every turn. So what's interesting is if your sergeant has a Vengor launcher, you could be out of line of sight, so you're innately -1 ballistic skill, but you can make your
Sergeant
with the signum make it 2+, and then you can also use the targeter optics to effectively nullify those minuses and still be hitting on a 2.
There you
basically.
go. You can stick your signum on top of your optics, and there you go. Once you've got all of that going in synergy, there's no telling the potential to your shooting.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. So you've got the option of shooting out of line of sight, but you wouldn't really want to hide your whole squad deliberately out of line of sight, partly because you'd get -1 to your ballistic skill, but also it means you're not shooting your super frag or crack, which is arguably your main weapon, and that your Castellan launcher is like your ancillary gun to deal with chaff. So more likely you want them in a good place to be able to shoot the stuff. And then if there's a squad sneaking up on you behind some ruins that you can't see, you can then use your Castellan launcher to deal with those things coming at you. But you've still got your main target priority with your super frag or super crack launcher.
Yeah. So this squad with a Vengor launcher, which you're going to take pretty much every time, is 185 points for the 5 of them. 185. That is more than a unit of Hellblasters. A unit of Hellblasters is 30 points a model. So they are 150 for the 5. And the Hellblasters are easily the most comparable unit. Hellblasters at 30 points a model are completely unviable in a tournament setting. I've never seen them run anywhere. Hellblasters are better than this. So, yeah.
They also look cool.
Yes, God, yeah. Do they ever? These are... So if you want these to be good, your option is Iron Hands. Because they won't suffer the penalty for moving and shooting. So they're always going to be shooting a ballistic skill free. Because that's the other thing. Obviously, the heavy.
Wait, isn't that the Ultramarines ability?
No. So Iron Hands have native reroll 1s on heavy weapons, and they don't suffer the penalty for moving and shooting heavy weapons.
Okay. Whereas Ultramarines is they just count as not
remaining
having
stationary. Yeah.
Right,
So obviously, if you're an Ultramarine,
which would still benefit them.
Yeah. So okay. Let's be fair. You've got 2 options, but the most optimal is Iron Hands, because then you get the initial the additional -1 AP. So your -1 AP.
You'd want to stay in your Devastated Doctrine.
Yeah, which you're going to do as Iron Hands all the time. Yeah. So as Iron Hands, these are good. Well, they're not good, but they're working.
They're all right.
They're good. They're the best of they could be. Other than that, I can't think of any army that would want them. For 35 points a model, they are completely unviable. They are really bad.
Yeah, I guess if you want anti-tank, you would probably still take something like Eradicators. If you want something to kill elite units or infantry, you could say, I'll take some form of Hellblasters.
Yeah.
Maybe even like the Assault variant or something. And with this one, I guess you get some utility. You get a gun that you get a rocket launcher that can deal with anti-tank, possibly the super frag that's more anti-infantry, and then you get a Castellan launcher, which again is anti-infantry. So you could have like, I want to hedge my bets, have something that can deal with infantry and tank. So it's kind of a good all-rounder. But ultimately, I think the fact that some of it can I think I like the fact that the Castellan launcher and the Super Frag launcher are both blast, so you could just go, okay, this is going to deal with hordes quite comfortably. They've got really long range, and if something's hiding out of line of sight, I can still shoot at it, whereas normally I couldn't, because actually Marines don't have a whole lot that can shoot out of line of sight beyond things like the Thunder Fire Cannon and stuff, so I mean, that's okay.
Eliminators.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it just feels like a really odd option. What I feel like is it's broken was very much there was always a free weapon options for your Primaris. Like with your bolters, your eradicators, your hellblasters, you've got an assault version, you got rapid fire version, and you got heavy option. Like that was what you always have, and that is kind of a staple for a lot of the Primaris range, like especially the regular pattern stuff, not necessarily, for all of the units or the Phobos stuff, but definitely the standard pattern, that tends to be your free options of loadout. Whereas this doesn't actually have that. I mean, they're all heavies, and I guess that makes sense, right? Because they're missile launchers. But I would have almost liked it if the Castellan launcher was like an assault missile launcher. So that was your running and gunning assault option. And then you had your effectively rapid fire frag launchers, or your heavy weapons, which was your just super crack launcher. And you just picked one of those guns to go on your Marines, and that was it. Like with, your standard Marines, you got your assault, you got rapid fire, and you got your heavy. And then you sort of solve the problem of the weapon overload of having all of these guns on just one Marine. You've just got one instead. And it's a bit more in keeping with the standard design principles that they've actually got for their Primaris as well.
Yeah, look, put it in context, right? This unit, so range, you point out range is irrelevant, right? Because in the game of 40k, with the smaller boards, a 30-inch range bolt rifle can pretty much hit everything, right?
Yeah.
So basically, this gun is at best equivalent to 4 bolt rifles, right? That's basically... At best, it's going to do 9 shots, which, okay, fine. Sorry, it's equivalent to 4.5 bolt rifles, right? And 4.5 bolt rifles will always do, well, not that you can do that. 5 bolt rifles will do the same, right? But this is the thing. I can get 2 units of regular intercessors for one of these squads. Like, 2 units of intercessors is 180 points. This thing, oh no, is it 180 or 190? 190. I think they're 19 points a model now, aren't they?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Let me just have a look. Intercessor, 18 points a model. So I can get 2 units and have 2 units of 5 intercessors, and have 5 points to
Plus,
spend.
you can also get some free war gear with those.
Oh yeah. No,
well, what's interesting is, I presume, maybe not with the Brutalis Dreadnought with the multi-melters, but I would have thought the Vengor launcher will be FAQ to be free.
Maybe, but it's...
Because that's currently how, not all, but a lot of the Marine wargear options are. But my point with the Intercessor squads is, you on your Sergeant, you can be like, cool, I'll give it a Power Fist, I'll give it a Thunderhammer, so I've got a bit of close combat punch or utility if I need it. Whereas these guys don't have that at all. And I've definitely won games where I was going up against Knights at the recent Crusade event I did with Richie, because every single one of my sergeants had like a Thunderhammer or Power Fist, and that gave me the extra bit of punch that I needed to actually deal with stuff in combat that I couldn't deal with just shooting.
Yeah. Well, also, to put it in context in terms of other units that I could take where they're less points per model, right? So for 30 points a model, I could have suppressors. So that is a fast-moving autocannon unit, which is not necessarily extraordinarily good at the moment, but better than this because they've got mobility, they've got range.
They do fit into the ugly category as the Desolation Squad.
Suppressors have definitely had their crown if they ever had it stolen. I actually think suppressors are one of that unit that really have grown on me over the years. I think they've got good helmets, and I think, well, it's really just the helmets that really save them. The helmeted versions look cool, but outside of that, they're a bit ropey.
Yeah, I definitely think we need to do our Patreon exclusive tier ranking of the visuals of Primaris range.
No, totally. But anyway, you can get suppressors for 30 points a models. You can get aggressors for 30 points a model.
Oh, I like aggressors. Yeah.
So, would you rather, Phil, have one of these guys for 35 points or an aggressor for 30 points?
Aggressors, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. You could also have, just to finish off, you could have an outrider for the same points.
Oh my god, really? Okay.
Yeah, you can have an outrider for the same points per model. And last but not least, you can have an assault terminator with a Thunderhammer storm shields for 2 points less.
God, that seems mad.
Yeah. When you put it in context, these are terrible.
Now, do you think they've, they wrote the points for them prior to the last update where they didn't actually reduce the points of a lot of Marines per se.
Yeah.
A lot of the units stayed the same, but they just go, here's some free war gear to sort of make up for it. And this just doesn't have much in the way of war gear choices, beyond the Vengor. Do you think they deliberately made the points high so people won't play them, so people don't have to either feel guilty for not running them because they don't want to see them on the tabletop? I don't know.
I don't think they realise that these are rubbish. I think is like,
well, the rumor was that they did.
True.
Now that is pure speculation, and that they didn't know what to do with them. Who knows if that really is true? I have to say, I remember the artwork for them is fantastic, and I think in the artwork, the guns are just like 10-15% smaller, as are the targeters on their backpacks, and they just look a lot better because of it. And the ammo belt looks a bit more dynamic. Artwork I always find looks better. I said that about the Votan, said it about the, oh god, what's it called? Rogel Dawn tank and stuff like that. There's something about the artwork that just captures the look and proportions slightly better than the actual minis do. Which is a bit of a shame because it feels like it has potential, but it's just wildly missed the mark on it.
While I'm remembering, they're the same points as Blade Guard as well.
Oh, well, who doesn't want Blade Guard?
Blade Guard are amazing still because they're 3 wounds each. They've got 2-up armor save, 4-up invuln. They are...
And they're really good in combat.
And they're really good in combat, and they synergize really nicely. This is the thing, all this unit is downside. It's all heavy weapons, so unless you're an Iron Hands in the Devastator Doctrine, moving makes you hit on 4s. And then obviously...
I think the rules, the FAQ... Not FAQ, was it balanced state rules regarding indirect line of fire sort of makes the fact that these shoot out of line of sight almost like a non-starter. Yeah. Because you're basically saying, do you want to hit on 4s and give your opponent +1 to save?
I mean, God forbid. That?
Especially when you've only got a AP -1 gun on the Castellan launcher. It's like, they're getting a bonus to their save, or you're not negating the bonus, and it's going to be difficult for you to hit as a Marine player. That's not great.
I mean, God forbid you move, because if you move, you're hitting on 5s if you're shooting out line of sight.
Yes, because the 2 stack, because one's -1 ballistic skill, one's -1 to your dice roll. Yeah, so that's pretty bad. And there can be other things that can give you -1 to hit as well.
Yeah, totally.
So you shoot a vehicle that's got smoke launchers, something like that.
Yeah.
Now I was going to say something that it doesn't necessarily make sense in the point of view that you got the Brutalis Dreadnought, but I was like, it's interesting that they've released them in the midst of Arcs of Omen, And the whole point about Ox of Omen is the boarding action. Sorry, should I say not Ox of Omen, because people will think the GT pack.
Yeah.
During boarding actions, you can't use out of line of sight weapons. So they've released it at a height when everyone should really be hyped for playing boarding actions, which, yes, you could technically take these, but you wouldn't
can't.
really want to.
You can't.
Well, can you not even take them? Or
Nope.
Oh, yeah, I guess you just can't even...
You can't take them because
was
they're heavy
thinking-
support. And you can't take heavy support. You can take troops.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, of course, yeah. I keep forgetting even... I was thinking more you just wouldn't want to take them because they can't shoot out of line of sight.
They'd probably be quite good in boarding actions, but you can't take them, so it's a moot point.
Yes, but obviously you can't take dreadnoughts either, so that was my other point that kind of contradicts my initial point. But the dreadnought's really cool, and people would want that in a regular game. Whereas
if I could stuff that into a Space Hulk, get that down, yeah.
I mean, honestly, so the one thing I like about the Horus Heresy or the old Zone Metalis rules for 40k is that you could take dreadnoughts.
Yeah.
And I kind of wish that they would upscale ever so slightly the boarding action rules to allow you to take dreadnoughts and maybe do some like just larger size, like double sized doorways to kind of accommodate them rules wise, because that's what you get with the Necromunda train. You get kind of single and double doors for the Zone Mortalis stuff. Because the ironic thing that we're, I guess, talk about next is in the VASHTOR data slate, but you can't actually take VASHTOR in boarding actions because he's too big.
Yeah.
Even though he is the kind of quintessential character of boarding actions and kind of like the architect of the whole Ox of Omen sort of storyline, which is a bit mad. Oh, it's kind of understandable, I guess.
I suppose so. It's got to make sense somehow. But there you go. Long story short, that is the contents or the rules for whatever that box set's called. I've long since lost
Strike Force Augustus. I was actually going to quickly just Google to see if Games Workshop still sells them. Because if they haven't sold out now, we're talking a good, 4 weeks since it's come out?
It's on a
3 weeks, I want to say.
It's on a made-to-order cycle. So
wait, can you actually still... Oh, no, are you sure? Because that is...
Yeah. Oh, no, it says available while stocks last. Yeah, they're fair enough.
Yes, it's while stocks last. So
no one's buying it.
Normally, Space Marine box sets sell like hotcakes. Like even like the sort of slightly larger boarding actions ones. The Christmas ones are always like good value. Always sell out, even though you think by now everyone's got all the Marines possible. This has 3 new units and it's not sold out, which either says that they overproduce this way more than anything else, or people are just really put off by the Desolation Marines, which I think is the case, because I would expect some people would just buy it for the Dreadnought alone. But it's a lot of models to buy that you possibly don't need or want, and that you got to sell on just for the Dreadnought.
Yeah, it's a lot of money just to get a Dreadnought, and you know that Dreadnought will become available pretty soon. So.
I know. I think it is actually a really good saving box set, because like the heavy intercessors are like 35 quid. The Redemptor's a similar price. I mean, if you weren't buying it through Games Workshop and like Element Games, it's a lot cheaper, so therefore it's a bit more of a saving, so to speak.
Yeah, I agree. But there we go. That's all of that. So, in essence, Lieutenant, thumbs up. Brutalis, thumbs up. Or double thumbs up, I suppose.
Double thumbs up, for
double
sure.
Thumbs up. The Disappointment Squad, the Disillusion Squad, or whatever you want to call it. Awful.
Double thumbs down.
Double thumbs down. I mean, looks terrible and is terrible. Like, it's super disappointing. I am surprised.
It breaks that tinfoil hat theory that Games Workshop deliberately put out really good rules for new kits to make them sell, because you would have thought if they thought this was a bad kit, they would have made the rules bonkers good to make sure people will buy it.
Oh, totally.
And they haven't done that.
No.
Or that they have, but the points were just wrong, right? If the points were, 10 points cheaper, probably maybe people would be like, oh, these are much more competitively viable and therefore worth taking.
They're trash. They're awful. They are probably.
Don't hold back.
Well, look, Hellblasters are bad. These are worse.
Fair enough.
If a Hellblaster squad was 25 points, you could be like, okay, I can get around to talking about taking Hellblasters now. If they were 20 points, good lord, like you'd take them like crazy. But like Hellblasters at 25 are a conversation. These guys at 25, yeah, they're probably a conversation as well. But at the moment, they're 10 points more than that per model, and they're just way out of whack with what is there. Like I say, compare these to the things that you can get for the same price per model, and they're just not in the same league.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we haven't compared them to a Devastator squad, right, where you get a standard missile launcher, but with that, you get the option of every turn firing frag or crack grenades. Like, you have that versatility, whereas you are locked in at your army list creation as whether you're doing super frag or super crack. Like, you've lost out on that versatility, and they've just given you two different modelling options, effectively.
Yeah. I mean, Devastator squads are better, because Devastator squads are 23 points per model. So a squad... Cheaper. Yeah, so a squad of 5 Devastators is what, 115?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 115 for the Devastators, and you can give them all just regular missile launchers, which aren't as good as these guns, but they're much cheaper.
I'd almost rather get a standard box of intercessors and some of the Horus Heresy upgrade missile packs kits, and just kit bash some to just look like the old, a firstborn upgrade, and just run them as regular Devastators rather than these guys.
Yeah, they're terrible. They are really bad. So yeah, there you go, an own goal to finish it up. But hey, the Brutalis, pretty solid. I like the Brutalis. Brutalis gets a thumbs up, 2 thumbs up. And Lieutenant I like as well, but yeah, that squad is just the worst. That's probably the worst Marine thing since...
For ATV.
Centurions were pretty bad back in the day, but they redeemed themselves through longevity, I suppose. You just got used to them. But yeah, no, these are worse than Reavers. There you go. They are worse than Reavers.
Oh, I'm not going to have that. Reavers aren't that bad looking.
No, Reavers look incredible. I'm talking about
Reavers. Oh, sorry, you mean rules-wise. Okay, right, fair enough.
Yeah. Reavers are 16 points a model now. You can almost get 2 Reavers to every... Well, you can, sorry, not you. Almost, you can. 2 to 1.
No.
And a point to spare.
Impressive.
Mate, there you go. Like, flipping heck. Yeah. I mean, if anyone has that in their army list, you could be like, why don't you just take 10 Reavers? It would have just been much better. 10 Reavers in place of this pile of rubbish. Anyway. Transitional noise. Howdy all. We're going to talk about VASHTOR now. Not just VASHTOR, the Archfane, whatever that means, but also the COGS of VASHTOR, because that is a army of renown that seemingly synergizes lovely with good old VASHTOR. If you're going to take a VASHTOR, you may as well be looking at the COGS of VASHTOR. So we're going to address them both. Phil, what's up with that VASHTOR? What's he all about?
Ooh, VASHTOR the Archfane. Obviously, lore summary, he is the architect of the Arcs of Omen. He is a demon prince wanting to become...
He's not a demon prince, though, is he? He's neither. He is not a demon prince, nor he's just a demigod type thing.
Yes, he's a demon demigod that wants to ascend to godhood and try and become a 5th chaos god. He is effectively the arms dealer of the chaos underworld or chaos world. So he does collaborate with all of the chaos gods to make all the demon engines and such. It's obviously been teased or suspected he will prophesize, herald even the Dark Mechanicum as an army of its own right, possibly in 10th edition at some point. Who knows if that's true, but thematically it does make sense. Visually, he's got lots of elements from the demon engines, chaos in general, demons in general. But what was interesting is, because there is a designer commentary on him in Warhammer Community, they do talk about how he's got lots of flesh metal, but he isn't a demon prince, that in the sense that he hasn't ascended from a human to demonhood, but he has effectively always been a demon, but is part demon, part machine, which is quite unusual for him. So there's lots of little nods to things like the venom crawlers and stuff, which is one of the more newer demon engines.
Not that all demon princes ascend from humans to demon prince. I mean, some do, but not many. Most, like
so
demon
they
princes.
coagulate in the warp and become? Do they Pokemon evolve from a regular demon?
There's a lot of broad sort of strokes when it comes to the origins of demons of certain stature. It's kind of asserted that they're sort of always what they are, but I guess through their various schemes and conniving aspects, they're able to, ascend, as it were. Because obviously Be'lakor is one of the more notable examples that most people know. That's been a chap on quite the evolutionary journey. And I suppose our old pal VASHTORR sort of sits in a similar kind of space. I think it's interesting, though. I mean, obviously, there are these demon engines. They exist in the game, and it's cool now that we have the guy that's supposedly overseeing their construction, because, the realm of the warp, although it is broadly, filled with weird magical spectacles, there does also seem to be some economic realities to how it operates, including the creation of weapons, which old VASHTORR is at the helm of. So he essentially, as Phil says already, is the arms dealer, runs the forges of the warp, and is heavily involved in the story of the Arcs of Omens, because essentially he is on the hunt for a key, and a lot of those keys reside in real space. Some are elsewhere in the warp, and they're quite easy to find, but the ones that are in real space required him to concoct this Arcs of Omens strategy, which is basically where he took a bunch of Space Hulks and, working with Abaddon, gave them to a load of different Chaos-affiliated warbands, and then they were just sent out to seemingly random locations, and then just kind of hurled themselves at worlds in pursuit of these different chaosy artifacts.
Are we going to talk about that more in depth in a lore segment?
Indeed, we will go over that later. But I just thought, that was top line enough, I thought. The point
TLDR.
is, he basically got together with Abaddon, started making a bunch of Space Hulks, and then flinging them at things in pursuit of the bestest, key in town.
After the key fragments,
that's the one.
To which we don't know what they're for, except a weapon of great portent that will change the face of the galaxy as we know it. I think is roughly how it's described.
It will unlock Primaris Terminators.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows what MacGuffin it will be that they're trying to get? But
the Great Rift will now become the Great Rift. More rifts, all on top of each other.
Yes.
They're having a party.
Like that.
Anyway. Tell us, Phil, about the stats of VASHTORR, the Arc, whatever his
the Archiphane.
The Archiphane,
so he has a 12-inch movement, a weapon skill of 2+, a ballistic skill of 3+, a strength and toughness of 7, 14 of your wounds, of your very best wounds, 7 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2+ save. When he's down to between 4 and 7 wounds, his movement degrades to 10 inches, and his attacks go down to 6. And then when he's on 1 to 3 wounds, his movement goes down to 8 inches, and his attacks drop to 5. He's equipped with VASHTORR's Claw. he's got VASHTORR's hammer, because again, he's got that little stampy name machine out, so everyone knows it's his and no one else can have it. And you can only obviously have one of him in your army. VASHTORR's claw, despite it sounding like a close combat weapon, is in fact a ranged weapon of 12 inches. It's assault D6, strength 5, -2 AP, 1 damage, and you automatically hit, because obviously it's a flamer weapon, even though the name doesn't imply that whatsoever. But if you look on the model, it's a claw with a flamer on the inside. It looks very cool. He's also got VASHTORR's hammer, which is a melee weapon, which is ×2 strength. So this time it is... Oh no, it's 14 again, isn't it? Because the Brutalis was strength 7 as well. So yeah, strength 14, -2 AP and 3 damage, which is pretty big. And each time you make an attack against a vehicle on an unmodified wound roll of 5+, the target suffers 4 mortal wounds and the attack sequence ends, which is obviously 1 more damage than you could do with the regular attack, so that's not bad. He's got Warp Strike, which I presume is Deep Strike, as one of his abilities. He's also got the Body of Unholy Artifice, so that gives him a 4+ invulnerable save. Not a demonic invulnerable save, just a regular invulnerable save. And each time a model is allocated, each time an attack is allocated, this model subtract 1 from the damage characteristic. So he acts a bit like a dreadnought in that respect. And then he's got Will of the Archifane. So in your command phase, you can select one of the following abilities. There's 3 in total that you can pick from. So there's Unholy Mechanisms. When you select this ability, select one friendly Traitoris or Astartes Demon Engine model, excluding character, aircraft or Titanic, within 3 inches of this model until the start of your next command phase. Each time that model makes an attack, add 1 to the hit roll. So +1 to hit for certain demon engines. Not bad. Then you've got Ghosts in the Machine. When you select this ability, to select one enemy unit within 18 inches and visible to this model until the start of your next command phase. Halve the range characteristic of ranged weapons in that unit, which is pretty good. And then the last one is Agonize Machine Spirits. So when you select this ability, select one enemy vehicle unit within 18 inches and visible to this model. Until the start of your next command phase, halve the move and attacks characteristics of models in that unit. So those are quite interesting. And then lastly, he's got a Warlord trait. So if VASHTORR the Archifane gains a Warlord trait, then it must have the Lord of Terror Warlord trait. See Codex Space Marine. So I don't actually know what that one is, but we could probably look it up. He's got Agent of Chaos keyword, which is quite interesting. I assume... Now, that probably incorrectly, but is Agent of Chaos the same as Agents of the Imperium? Like the...
Yes.
Because I think one of the Knights can have that. So basically you could add this to any of your Chaos armies without
Correct.
breaking any of the keywords. Yeah.
Yeah, and I believe the Lord of Terror Warlord trait is that you ask your opponent to roll, or demand that your opponent rolls, 2d6 when taking a leadership test, and they have to take the highest of the 2 results.
Seems like it would make sense.
So you roll 2d6 instead of 1, and you have to take the higher result. So yeah.
Okay. Pretty weird one for him, but okay.
He's scary looking.
Yeah, well, that is true. Yeah, he's also 260 points, and regular Demon Prince is 140.
Look, I mean, I'll come out and say it from the outset. He ain't got it. There is a world of rules that make you go, "Ooh, he's got it." He ain't, because from a stat perspective, he's all right. I mean, weapon skill 2+, yeah, all right. Movement of 12, we're all right. Ballistic skill 3 for the Lord of Forges. For the guy...
Well, it doesn't make a difference. He auto hits with his attacks anyway.
I accept it doesn't make a difference, but come on. You'd think the guy that spends all his time tinkering around with weapons would be able to shoot.
True, and you could argue that they could have given him a 2+ ballistic skill because it doesn't make a difference. It just looks better.
Yeah, it would have looked
stat-wise, looks better. Oh, 2 up to hit. Wow, that's good.
If he's interacting,
but he also hits anyway.
if he's interacting with like a gun placement, not that that's a rule anymore, but if it was.
True.
Strength 7 is fine. It's in fact very good. Toughness 7 is also good. 14 wounds with -1 damage. It's pretty good. 7 attacks is really good. Leadership 9 is really good. And a 2+ save is the best you can get, right? So all of that actually isn't terrible. It's just that thing where you look at like the hammer. I mean, fair enough, actually, when you look at it. I mean, he has actually got 7 thunder hammer attacks, essentially.
And no minus to hit as well. It's kind of cool that it's probably going to do its damage anyway on a vehicle, but you get the option of just doing straight 4 damage.
Yeah. And, you know, again, if you roll a wound roll of 5+, the fact that it does the 4 mortal wounds against the vehicle, it's pretty good. I mean, that's the thing. The VASHTORR's hammer's okay, the claw's all right, but it's the points limit, and then it's the abilities, right? So -1 damage, yeah, good. I mean, you can't say otherwise. But the fact that doesn't have a legion trait, doesn't have a demonic allegiance, doesn't.
Well, that makes sense thematically because he doesn't ally himself with any one.
Yeah.
I mean, you could argue maybe he has an ability where every turn he gets to pick one. So because he's a bit like Abaddon, right? He's chaos undivided in effect. So he doesn't give his loyalty to anyone. But so every turn, maybe he sort of switches allegiance and gains their benefit for that turn.
Well, that doesn't really work. In the case of Abaddon, it works because Abaddon is basically all the chaos gods want Abaddon to be his pal, as it were, their pal. They're like, come on, Abaddon, become our champion. We'll give you gifts. And Abaddon keeps going, no, don't want them. But they keep giving them to him anyway, because they're like, but we really like you. This Will of the Arcaphane. So, unholy mechanisms. When you select this ability, select one friendly demon engine model. Within 3 of this model. I mean, that's a really piddly
short range
aura.
I assume it's because his little tendrils are doing something deliberately to that thing, so it has to be close range, right?
Yeah, but it's an okay ability, right? Giving someone +1 to hit, fine. Like, you know, all good. Ghost in the Machine. When you select this ability, you select one enemy unit within 18 and is visible. That is difficult, right? The visible variable to it is frustrating, and also the range is super short, like 18 to an enemy unit. And again, this triggers in your command phase, so you have to basically be within 18 in that command phase in order for this to go off and be in line of sight, right? So you have no control over this. So if your opponent is really good, and I mean like really good, because they're probably not going to play against VASHTORR.
Well, actually, no, you don't. But you don't need. It doesn't activate. Oh wait, no, sorry, it does. Yeah, so weirdly, it says when you select this ability, and then it says it lasts until you end your command phase. But yeah, the bit above says in your command phase, select one of these abilities. So yeah, sorry, it does go off in the command phase. Yeah.
So if your opponent is really good, again, as I say, because they're not going to play VASHTORR against VASHTORR too often, because he's not that remarkable. Like, you first of all, just be 19 inches away from him, or otherwise, just don't be in line of sight of him, because he can't do anything about it, right? Like, when it gets around to, if I'm playing VASHTORR and it's my command phase, I'm like, can't see any vehicles. They're outside of 18. So it's like, cool.
Yeah, it depends what his debuff is meant to do. Is it meant to stop stuff from shooting at him, or is it meant to stop stuff shooting at other things? Because it's like, if you got like a Lehman Russ with a battle cannon, it's like, oh, you've halved 70 inches to 35. I can still shoot you. Yes. I might not be able to shoot something across the other side of a table, which I might not be able to do anyway due to terrain placement or what have you.
Terrain placement is the biggest
It's very
variable.
thematic. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I like it, but how much utility you'll actually get out of this is the thing that might not work, because what you might be doing is going, okay, cool, I had a tank, I wanted to shoot at this other unit that you have, but now I've got to shoot at VASHTOR instead because he's the only thing in range, or other units around him that are in range. So again, you might be just affecting your opponent's target priority.
Here's the thing, though, right? In all sincerity, if you are within 18 of a problem unit with VASHTOR in your command phase and it's visible to you, you're probably running at it and smacking it up with a hammer. So it's like, because again, the debuff isn't going to come into effect until your opponent's turn. So it's it's just this thing. The will of the Archifane, all of it, bar the +1 to hit, is bad because of the command phase variable. If it was end of movement phase, fine. End of movement phase, very different scenario. But because it's command phase, it's just bad. Getting +1 to the attack hit rolls is good. The range of it is horribly, horribly short. So, on balance, the will of the Archifane is the thing that lets it down. His Warlord trait is pretty bad because it doesn't really synergize very well with what he is and what he does. He's an expensive monster that can move relatively quickly and hit you with a pretty hefty hammer. Like, that's his gimmick. But he will just die.
Yeah, Agonized Machine Spirits isn't too bad because that actually halves the move and attack characteristics. So if you knew you're going to charge into something with VASHTOR, you can put this within range. I mean, actually, his movement is 12 inches. So technically, you could be outside of 18, move 12, and then not have been able to do the Will of the Archifane. But chances are, if you're within 18, you're then effectively like moving within 6.
Yeah, 6.
And then you're getting an easy charge off.
Charge.
Yeah, so super easy to get off a charge. You if you don't kill it, it's only getting half the attacks coming back to you. That feels like quite a strong combat. It's only a vehicle as well, actually. So how many vehicles are really good in close
Imperial
combat
Knights, basically,
that you're gonna worry about? Yeah, like Knights, other Chaos Demon engines potentially.
Yeah.
There are some, I guess, or some of the larger things. I mean, because this vehicle would work against Titans, right?
Yeah, of course.
So, a Warlord Titan, I'm halving your attacks and your movement. So, you know, some fun shenanigans there. But, I mean, I like the concept of the debuffs, but I think, they're not very strong.
They're not strong, and then their biggest weakness is you'll never be able to implement them. Because if they were really a problem, your opponent would be able to neutralize them super quickly. Because line of sight is too much of an easy variable to manage on most competitive boards layouts.
I'd almost rather like a sort of Death Guard style aura where it's like anything within 12 inches.
Yes,
is
I agree.
-1 to hit or something. So it's a really short aura range, but it just affects everything within that range, like a bubble of your opponents. So then you can deep strike him down. You can be a real problem and just sort of get stuck in.
Yeah,
and it's basically going to mess up all your. Even if those aura things only affected, say, vehicles or, I don't know, because that feels like thematically what it should be doing. It's all the mechanisms, which in theory you could say would be even a bolt gun he could be affecting because that is technology.
Yeah. Well, I almost like the idea that like he should have had a rule that was something along the lines of like, I mean, the hammer kind of does it with the mortals, but even if it was just like, for example. Something that's like, fiddling with your bits, and then it's -1 to your toughness, So, like, if he...
like an action. Or a...
Well, that was just an aura. It's like, are you in engagement range with him? Oh, it's VASHTOR, so he's gonna understand how to, like, corrupt or, reduce your functionality. Or he had abilities that when they go off stay and affect the whole game. So it's like, it's not just for a phase. It's like, oh no, I've lost, like you can deactivate weapons or something, like things that could have been more interesting. Like what they've ended up doing with this guy is make him an expensive beat stick with some very situational benefits, But for the most part, he's just a very expensive beatstick that if you use him as that, he's not going to come out on top because, again, so many characters will just waste him, or an army will lay waste to him without too much issue, right? He's not that survivable. So -1 damage is great, but, you know, you shoot him with one Vanquisher, like, you slap one of them on him, he's close to dead in a oneer, even with -1 damage, right?
Yeah, because that's it got to be like minus. I want to say 4 or 5 AP.
Yeah,
probably -4.
And he's only got an
ignores
invuln,
it.
So
It ignores the invuns as well. So
Yeah.
it would do a good job of just killing him outright. And he's over the 12 wounds, so you can always target him.
Yep.
Even though he's a character.
Over the 9 wounds is what you meant to say, but yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's 9.
Yeah. He's just. He's not very good. Like,
yeah, I sort of feel like they should have had more rules. What he should be good at is just killing vehicles and machinery of any kind, which I guess game-wise you would just say vehicles for the sake of ease, and make him really good at that. Like, that's what all his ability should really be focused, or a bit like the Unholy Mechanisms buffing your own demon engines. I'm sort of surprised that that's just not a generic, like, chapter master, like, reroll ability, like, within 6 inches of all demon engines. It's only select one. Seems really poor in comparison to what other things would get to do something comparable.
If Ghost in the Machine was, you can only use this vehicle in your turn if you roll a 5+, right? That would, like, something like that. Like, he just turns it off. He just goes, oh, Land Raider. And it just gets turned off. And then all of a sudden the crew have to go, oh, God, get the prayers out. Get it going. And then there's like a 1 in 3 chance that it's turn it back on.
Like, yeah, that unit can't use any datasheet abilities or stratagems for that turn until your next command phase.
There's
so it just switches off all these abilities.
Yeah, there's just so many interesting things they could have done with him. As he is, he ain't got it. It's just, you know, you could... He's a relatively decent little beatstick in the sense that he's got fly keyword, which is always good, so he can fly. He's got good movement, but he can't advance and charge, so he's not guaranteed charges without a little bit of movement shenanigans. And even with
I guess his movement's quite high, so his movement 12, and he can fly. So would you ever really want to deep strike him, or would you be better off just staying on the table and just moving up the board?
Yeah, I mean,
because you've only got a shooting weapon, so you'd always. I guess you can't advance and charge because you're not White Scars, but you know, turn 1, maybe you just advance up, flame something. Yeah. And you'd probably be out of range of charging turn 1 anyway.
Yeah, so for me, if I'm taking him with demon engines to buff him. I'm leaning into him, giving +1 to hit to demon engines. But again, he doesn't give to enough demon engines. He just gives
and I was going to say, do the Chaos Knights count as demon engines, but obviously it excludes Titanic as well.
Yeah. So
which I presume the little armigers aren't Titanic, so but they wouldn't be
they're not
demon
demon engines anyway. Yeah, the War Dogs aren't demon engines. The only stuff that's like demon engines is Forge Fiends, like Wall of Fiends, Hell Drakes, Venom Crawlers, and the Desolators, the Forge World miniature.
Oh yeah.
That thing. To be honest with you, we can talk about his army of renown now.
Yes,
because
I mean that would be a cool army. I think and I hope in the future, like he is heralding more demon engines to come, because that would be cool if Chaos get a kind of bit of a range refresh. When it comes to demon engines, because they could do with a couple more just to.
No, totally.
If they really want to make Marines and old Marine, Marines and Chaos Marines are much more different. So yeah, you've got Chaos Land Raiders, Chaos Rhinos, but they should have a whole new subsect of like completely crazy demon engines to make them so visually different.
Yeah, no, for sure. So very, very quickly, let's get into the COGS of VASHTOR, because that'll set up the conversation for the wider benefits of it. So I genuinely think that if you're going to do VASHTOR, you probably want to lean into the COGS of VASHTOR, because it's the gimmicky thing that you can do. I don't think this is necessarily a super strong army of renown. This isn't the Death Watch Kill Team army of renown, or some of the other like Skitarii Vanguard things that have been very strong in the past. But it is interesting, so I'll just get into it. So essentially, all units from your army must have the Traitor Astartes keyword, so they have to be Space Marines, or Chaos Space Marines specifically. Your Warlord must be VASHTOR. With the exception of VASHTOR, your army cannot include any named characters or Demon Prince models. So you can't have any named characters, nor can you have another Demon Prince type model in the army. And your army cannot include Khorne Berserkers, Rubric Marines, Plague Marines, or Noise Marines. So none of the specialist units either. So it has to be pretty generic. But the benefit is that all of the units from your army gain the COGS of VASHTOR keyword. You have access to the COGS of VASHTOR relics and stratagems. Units from your army gain the something called the
Tech Infernal Foki ability.
Yes, the Tech Infernal Foki. We'll get into that in just a second. And detachments in your army never count as a Legion detachment. And you cannot use Legion-specific stratagems, relics, warlord traits, or psychic powers. E.g., if such a detachment only contained Traitor Astartes units with the Black Legion keyword, it would not count as a Legion detachment. You cannot use Black Legion stratagems. You cannot give a Black Legion character model a Black Legion warlord trait. What is intriguing about that, though, is that they are still Black Legion, so I suppose they still benefit from the Black Legion trait?
No, because it says it would not count as a Legion detachment. So I presume because of that, it is then excluded from the detachment abilities.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
I would assume so.
Yeah, that would be where I would come from. Probably doesn't have a Legion trait then, because that all becomes this COGS of VASHTOR stuff. So fine. But you are still a Black Templar, but you can't use any of their stratagems. Sorry, Black Templar, Black Legion, blah, blah, blah. But the point is all of that is moot. So ability is the Tech Infernal Foki. So if this unit has the Demon Engine keyword, it always considered to be engaged in Wanton Destruction, Wanton Massacre, and Wanton Slaughter. So those are essentially the doctrines for Chaos Space Marines. And they're essentially exploding sixes. So effectively, if you are in Wanton Destruction, Wanton Massacre, Wanton Slaughter, different weapon types have exploding sixes. So in one variant, heavy weapons, and I think rapid fire weapons have it. And then in another, assault weapons and melee weapons have it. So yeah, there's like different variables of it.
So they get it all the time, basically.
Yeah, so they're constantly exploding sixes, which is not too bad. And if this unit does not have the Demon Engine keyword, it is never considered to be engaged in Wanton Destruction. So, intriguingly, it's an all or nothing approach. So basically, either you are a Demon Engine and you're going to get a load of buffs, or you're not a Demon Engine and you get nothing.
Yes. I mean, I wonder what the build options are could you just take Demon Engines in an army and avoid taking any regular troops? I guess especially with an Arcs of Omen detachment.
Yeah, it's totally doable.
You could. Yeah.
It's totally doable. You could do... I wrote a list as an experiment. You could take... I think it's 3 of the Desolators, which is the thing from Forge World. Two Venom Crawlers and a few Forge and Mauler Fiends and VASHTOR. I think that's pretty much 2,000 points on the nose. The one thing you're probably going to still want to try and get into this list, though, is the... I forgot the name of them now. The Tech Marine for Chaos Space Marines, is it
Warpsmith?
Warpsmith, thank you. Yeah, so you're probably still going to want to try and get a Warpsmith in there. Because there is a relic. I don't know if it's really worth taking this relic or not. Let's see, right? So COGS of VASHTOR model only, the Talisman of the Forge. In your command phase, select one friendly demon engine model within 9 of the bearer until your command phase. Each time the model would lose a wound roll d6 on 5 plus that wound is not lost. That is actually a very strong upgrade. So you need to find a way of getting that on a character. Or you might want to find a way of getting that onto a character.
Yeah, I guess you want to take... what's the guy that rides on a demon engine?
Oh, yeah, God, I forgot about that. The Disco Lords.
Yes, Lord Discordant. So he's... I assume he would be your choice warlord.
Ooh,
because
yeah.
obviously...
Well, no, I imagine VASHTOR has to be your warlord.
VASHTOR has to be your warlord, yeah, but you need someone else to gain a relic, right? Because obviously VASHTOR can't take it, so you need another HQ choice. So I guess it would be him. Would be,
and I assume the Disco Lord is also a demon engine themselves. Would be my assertion.
I would assume so. Yeah, let's have a quick look while you're reading the next thing in our.
Yeah. I'm just finding the miniature. What do you want to bet that it's currently sold out? Oh no, it isn't. There it is. £45 for the...
He's 175 points, and he's got the demon engine keypad, yeah.
Yeah, so you probably... Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, you probably take him. There is also another relic as well. In fact, there's 2 more. There's the Helm of Cyberphage. So, Cogs of VASHTOR model only. The bearer has the following ability. Helm of Cyberphage Aura. While friendly demon engine models are within 6 of the bearer, each time that model makes an attack that targets a vehicle, improve the arm penetration characteristic by 1. That's actually pretty strong. So that's probably another thing that you might consider taking, especially given that it's an aura. And then last one we have is the Spite Iron Goad. So in your command phase, select one friendly demon engine model within 9 of the bearer until the end of the turn. That unit is eligible to shoot and declare a charge in the turn in which it fell back. So quite situational, but actually quite good as well. So, actually those are 3 pretty reasonable relics. I probably would go with Helm of the Cyberphage, just because it's a 6-inch aura and improves armor pen characteristics. So that's never a bad thing. So being able to have the exploding 6s, but then also have the extra armor pen in the army, it adds up to some pretty good value, I'd say. So, yeah, on balance, I think that's probably where I'd go with it. And you're right, Phil, I'd probably take that on a Disco Lord rather than a Warpsmith. But I like Warpsmiths, but they aren't gaining any benefit in your army, whereas a Lord Discordant is itself a demon engine. So it makes absolute sense that you would take at least 1 Lord Discordant. Maybe even 2 Lord Discordants, because they're pretty tasty, aren't they?
That's true.
Or at least they used to be. I was also what they've done to them.
Just looking up to see what else was a demon engine from Forge World. So you got the Greater Brass Scorpion, which is obviously a Titanic unit, and then you've got the little gribbly ones that I love the look of, the Cornblood Slaughterer and the Cornblood Slaughterer Impaler.
I don't even think I've ever heard of those. The core.
We see they are. If you can cast your mind back to Warhammer World Exhibition Centre, where there's the big exhibition piece, like the spire that's under attack. At the back of that room is a bunch of core models, and it's there. And every time we go past it, it's along with the not Hell Drakes, what they called. I just saw them a second ago. The weird Chaos Fighters. Hellblade Chaos Fighter, they're all there, and every time we go past I go, I really love those models, and you always roll your eyes.
Demon engine, is it?
Yes, they're both demon engines. Yeah.
How bizarre.
Yes, they're the sort of mad models I would love to buy one day, because I think they're just weird.
Is the Dreadclaw drop pod one?
That surely couldn't be, but maybe. I don't know.
I mean, it's a drop pod with a big old mouth.
Let's see, Death Guard one. No.
Not the Dreadclaw. No,
I'll look at the generic one. No, that's just a transport.
And then there's the Decimator as well. That's definitely a
yes, yeah, they are. I didn't realise that they did the butcher cannons. Because I remember Richie one time complaining that that they didn't do the actual model for the guns and someone had proxied them. Maybe it wasn't the butcher cannons and it was some other weapon, because you get the soul burners, which do the mortal wounds, the butcher cannons and the siege claws. They're kind of cool models as well. I do like the decimators. They're kind of like Leviathan-esque, aren't they?
Yeah. The decimators are gorgeous minis. And also they are a bit silly because they've got the mortal wound gun, which is very strong. So if you had the mortal wound gun with the exploding
that's
sixes,
for soul burner, yeah.
Yeah, you could do a lot of mortal wounds with a decimator with that. So that probably gets a vote. So yeah, so I think, there are definitely options available to you, basically. I think you could make... I think you probably will look to take the Disco Lord and give it one of these relics, and then I think you just sort of build out the rest of it from there. There are stratagems. We'll just smash through these super quickly, so I'll just do the first one. Which is Forge Surge. It's 1 CP. Use the stratagem in your shooting phase when a demon engine model, excluding Titanic models from your army, is selected to shoot until the end of the phase. Do not roll to determine the number of attacks made with any weapons that model is equipped with. Instead, make the maximum number of attacks with such weapons this phase. It's good. You can have a Forge Fiend with 3 plasma cannons. So you're just going to get guaranteed 9 plasma cannon shots out of that. So that's pretty good. By the way,
I was going to say the soul burner, petard on the decimator does assault 2d3.
Oh, hello.
And each time the bearer shoots, if a modified hit roll of 1 are made for the attacks with this weapon, the bearer suffers 1 mortal wound. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, a non-modified wound roll of 2+ inflicts 1 mortal wound and the attack sequence ends. So obviously you would be doing 4d3 shots. But if you're doing maximum number of shots?
Yeah, with
then that's 12 shots, right? Yes, 12 shots for 1 CP. And you still got a hit, right? What's your ballistic skill? A 3+, but you can
make it 2+.
Make it 2+ with VASHTORR.
Yep.
And then every 2+ to wound is a mortal wound. So that could be, let's say, 8 to 10 wounds, maybe 8 to 10 mortal wounds. It's not capped
if you work on averages, right, you'll get 2 6s out of those 12 dice. So you get, say, for 12 hits, pretty much guaranteed each time, because you'll even the couple of misses.
Oh, of course, because you get exploding 6s, won't you?
Yeah. So you get that added to it, and obviously
tasty.
if you roll really hot, you could get a lot. But let's just use the averages. So you get an extra 2, so you get 12 hits every time. So in theory, you should be able to do between 10 and 11 mortal wounds, more or less guaranteed. So,
do you know what I think we're coming up with, Dan?
What's that, mate?
I think this is going to be a great doubles list.
A great doubles list.
That's what I'm thinking.
You're thinking
Any
VASHTORRs.
excuse to buy some obscure Forge World models.
Yes, yeah. Get that VASHTORR going. But yeah, no, I mean, that's a really powerful strat. So obviously I was talking about Forge Fiends. They can do it. One of the other units, actually, that I forgot to mention, by the way, that is also a demon engine that you should always look at in one of these army lists is the Lord of Skulls.
Oh, yes.
Never leave home without a Lord of Skulls if you're doing this list, because that thing's a bit bonkers. With
and there's the Catan.
I still take Lord of Skulls
Forge World
Catan,
version. Yes, yeah. Well, in your half of the doubles list, that's what you can take. But in my half, I'll have a Catan along with all these weird gribbly things.
Understood. I mean, it is a lot cheaper than the Lord of Skulls, but the Lord of Skulls is a lot better, so it makes sense.
Yes, that's true. So the next stratagem, because these are all battle tactics so far, Master's Guidance, which is 2 CP. Use a stratagem at the start of your shooting phase or at the start of a fight phase until the end of the phase. Your Warlord has the following ability, which obviously has to be VASHTORR, right? Master's Guidance aura, while a friendly demon engine unit is within 6 inches of this model, Each time a model in that unit makes an attack, you can reroll the hit roll. Oh, look at that. So you can make your soul burners shoot on a 2+, rerolling to hits.
Well, to be fair, even 3+ is rerolling to hit. And also, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, you can reroll the hit roll. You can go fishing for 6s.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, and it's any friendly demon engines, which can be Titans. Multiples.
Titans.
Cram as many Titan engines around him as possible.
I mean,
make the most of that 2CP.
Very, very strong strat in that context. So yeah, you could basically have him with the free. If you were going really like into it, you could do the free decimators or whatever they're called. Not decimators. Yeah, decimators.
No, they are decimators, yeah.
Yeah, so you do the free decimators, and I mean, God, you could get a few other things around him as well. But the decimators, yeah, God, they'd be, free. One of them hitting on 2s, the rest of them hitting on 3s, re-rolling everything. So basically just going fishing for 6s. You can do so many mortal wounds with that, with those 3 models. It'd be crazy. Like, really crazy. Yeah, no, I dig it. That's super strong. What we got now? Cogitated Fates, 1 CP, battle stratagem. Battle tactics stratagem. Use the stratagem in your shooting phase when a Traitorous Astartes unit from your army is selected to shoot. Until the end of the phase, each time model in that unit makes an attack, the target cannot receive the benefits of cover against that attack. It's good. It's every bit of 1 CP. It's fine. It's good. You'll use it quite often, I imagine.
Yeah, classic. Use it when you need to.
Which probably will happen now and again. But if you're getting the extra AP though out of the aura for the warlord, or not the warlord, sorry, the relic, it's probably more valuable. Like, I'd probably just spend the CP to put the aura of +1 to my AP on things, because then that would essentially set the cogitated fate on a broad basis, although that's obviously based on being within the aura of the relic. But yeah, that's probably more valuable on balance, but there you go. What's next, mate?
Glitch Curse, which is the only epic deed stratagem for 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your opponent's shooting phase when an enemy unit is within 18 inches and visible to a warlord, and it's finished making its attacks. If any of those attacks targeted a Traitorous Astartes unit from your army that was within 6 inches of your warlord, that's quite specific, roll 1d6. On a 2 to 4, the enemy unit suffers d3 mortal wounds. On a 5+, that enemy unit suffers 3 mortal wounds. Oh, I mean, it's not really worth it, even at 1 CP.
If any of those attacks targeted a Traitor Astartes unit, so... Oh, it's in your opponent's shooting phase.
Yeah,
okay.
So if a friendly unit within 6 of your warlord is shot at, you can make the unit that shot at them take mortal wounds. On a 2+, it's d3 mortal wounds. On a 5+, it's 3 mortal wounds. So you're paying 1 CP for, on average, probably 2 mortal wounds and a 1 in 6 chance of doing none, which would be a real kicker if that happened. I mean, if something is on its last few wounds, or it's a vehicle that you could bracket in your opponent's turn, then it's maybe worth doing. Or if it's like a knight that's just shot on its last wound, you'd be like, cool, I'll kill you with this. But it's after it's shot, so it's like you could have quite easily killed it in your turn, I'd assume, with minimal effort. If that was the case, just doesn't seem like it's really doing much.
I mean, it'll do something. It's one of those, right? The fact that you can just go, bam, take a mortal wound, or bam, take 3 mortal wounds. It's, you know.
Yeah, I sort of would have liked it if it was like, any unit that was shot in your opponent's
if it could
shooting phase that targeted against any unit within 6 of your warlord, they all take, like, even if it was like 1 mortal wound on a 2-up, or if it was maybe less mortal wounds but affected every unit that's shot at or near your warlord, then it'd probably be worth like 2 CP because you'd be doing like, 6 or 9 mortal wounds spread across your opponent's army. That would seem really cool. But yeah, there's normally a lot of better stratagems that do more mortal wounds than that. I don't know. It seems it's okay, I guess. It's just not striking me as anything great.
I mean, 1 CP to potentially, on those rare instances where you got that guy on 1 wound or maybe 2 wounds.
I mean, against a character, this is actually really good, right? Because you could just snipe a character, basically,
but again,
which is pretty cool.
Must be within 18 and be visible. So
and target a unit within 6 inches of your warlord. So a lot of things have got to happen, and you've just got to not roll a 1 as well. The old classic.
Yeah. The next one is a strategic ploy. It's called Cacaspark Prattle. Which is just Agents of Vect, but for 1 CP, basically. So if you're not familiar with Agents of Vect, it sounds a little like this. Use the stratagem after your opponent uses a stratum excluding command reroll. If your warlord is on the battlefield until the end of the battle, the CP cost your opponent must pay for this stratagem again is increased by 1. You can only use this stratagem once. So Agents of Vect doesn't require your warlord to be on the table as far as I'm aware, and costs you 0 CP. This costs you 1 CP and requires you the warlord to be on the table, but it is still really useful.
I can imagine you'd use that every game, right?
Yeah, always. I mean, you have to be really knowledgeable of the way of the certain stratagems your opponent wants to be using, but
or you've just got to be upfront and go, is this something you're going to do all the time? Like, you're going to use this next turn?
I might use it all the time. I might not. Who knows?
Yes. Anyway. And then the last one is Foul Alterations, which is 1 CP strategic ploy stratagem. Use a stratagem in your movement phase when a demon engine from your army is selected to advance. Until the end of that turn, the unit is eligible to shoot and declare a charge in a turn in which it advanced. Hold on. Is VASHTORR... No, he's not going to be a demon engine, is he? Or is he?
No, he's not, no.
No, he's just a demon. Oh, even though he's got mechanical bits in him. Because if he could have done that on himself, I would have been like, well, that solves one problem.
Do it on a Lord of Skulls.
Yes, or surely Kaitan's got a greater movement.
No, I think the Lord of Skulls has more movement because he's on wheels.
Well, but you'd have thought legs would stride more.
Yeah, but, wheels spin faster.
Well, that is true. It's tracked.
Exactly. He's got a big bulldozer on the front as well for getting stuff out of the way, so he creates his own smooth running conditions.
That's true.
Although I could be wrong. I
presume he's what's called the Kaitan Ravager. Hold on, what's his movement? 12 inches.
Okay.
And then the other one is
the Lord of Skulls.
10-inch movement. So the Kaitan wins.
The long legs, the lovely legs.
He's also slightly cheaper as well, the Kaitan.
He's a bit cheaper, yeah. But I don't think he's as good because he's not quite as shooty and not quite as fighty, if I remember correctly.
No, his Gatling cannon's nowhere near as good. His shooting he's got a smash attack that does 6 damage, so I think that's the same.
Fair.
5 attacks. Yeah, it seems alright.
Seems alright. The point is
obviously
that
a demon engine. Yeah.
COGS of VASHTORR is a pretty cool list in the moment. Obviously, if you do already own a bunch of demon engines, why not do a COGS of VASHTORR army? My only criticism at the moment is that we are 3 months away from 10th edition coming out. So if you are not in that position right now, perhaps don't
yes. Well, I guess here's the thing. Will all of these be valid in 10th edition? Who knows? And even if they are, most of the armies of renown have been legends or discontinued, right? Most of them from the Warzone books you can't use anymore. So it would be... let's assume all the rules from 9th edition port over to 10th edition and we're just getting codexes like same 8th to 9th. So this will still be valid, but for how much longer they might go, oh yeah, we'll give it 6 months and then it will disappear. The downside is I don't think even if we couldn't do it as a doubles list because you couldn't have 2 VASHTORs and you need VASHTORs to run armies of renowned, and you couldn't do an armies of renowned spread across 2 armies because they're classed as 2 distinctly separate things. But if we could, it would be fun.
Yeah, this is the thing. VASHTOR himself is not great. The VASHTOR or COGS of VASHTOR army list is interesting, but it is very one-dimensional. You have to obviously build exclusively into the demon engines. You're being forced into a scenario probably to take a bunch of Forge World stuff to possibly get the most out of it. And then at that point, you end up in a situation where there's a lot of potential for things to go wrong in the future. So I would say on balance that I think this army is super interesting, but until we know what the lay of the land is in 10th edition, I'd struggle to make an argument for someone to rush out and start buying all this stuff and looking at it. But, you know, the stratagems are strong. The maximum amount of shots, the re-rolling aura that you get, because I mean that's huge, right? Like, so re-rolling all hits as an aura isn't really a thing in 9th edition, right? Like, it was a big thing in 8th edition, but 9th edition it's relatively rare. Like chapter masters, even Gilliman. In fact, actually, maybe Gilliman's the exception. I think Gilliman actually does have the aura that does re-roll hits and then re-roll ones to wound, I believe. I forget now. But the point is it's rare. And the fact that you can do it, okay, it's 2 CP, but it's pretty reasonable. And, you know, there's some other little interesting gimmicks in it. But, yeah, I mean, you're not going to be... It's all right. I genuinely think there's some interesting options in there. I'd love to see people running it. But I think VASHTOR is too expensive on his own. And I think the demon engines, I think if you're going to, roll into that, you're going to want to be utilizing a bunch of Forge World stuff. And who knows what the future of Forge World is at the moment. And that's why it's difficult to recommend people pursuing this list at this point, because there's so many new variables with 10th edition. It's really impossible to suggest that there is one kind of solution or any kind of certainty in terms of what's coming around the corner. So unless you already own a load of demon engines and you've painted them all up and all the rest of it, I don't think this is the one to rush out and do. But hey, look, I mean, if you're excited about it and you own the stuff, why not? You know, I mean, it seems like a really cool list. I wish I could utilize it because it seems nice, but I just think I think its biggest letdown is VASHTOR, and it's also then I don't know how it would perform overall. I don't think this is going to really, you know, shock and astound people. But
true. I remember Joe back in the day, one of his many, many armies that he owned was Black Legion that had, was it 3 of each of the Mauler Fiends?
So it was Iron Warriors.
Oh, Iron Warriors. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah,
it had both types of the Mauler Fiends. What's the other one's called? Forge Fiends.
Mauler Fiends and Forge Fiends, yeah.
Yeah, so I think he had 3 of each in his list, plus some regular Marines in Rhinos and stuff. And I feel like VASHTOR would have been a good fit for that army had he still had it to this day, which is obviously many years ago, so obviously wouldn't be the case. But yeah, so those lists could exist out there for sure and would be a nice addition to those kind of armies. And as you say, there's a lot of nice Forge World minis, which, you know, if you do want, I'd suggest getting, because who knows how long they would ever stick around for, because Forge World, as they have done recently, discontinued a bunch of stuff, but that probably means that they won't be supported in the future rules wise. So if it looks like something else that you could run as and go, oh, it just counts as a Mauler Fiend, then that would give you future-proof your purchases, basically.
Agreed. But yeah, there you go. That's VASHTOR. Interesting. Good times. Transitional noise. All right then, ladies and gentlemen, it's the end of the podcast. Although you know better than that, we're going to talk now about stuff that we didn't talk about in the main body of it for probably about half an hour or so. You know, some general rambling to take it home, Johnny. Although Johnny's Phil in this case, right, Phil? I don't know.
Oh, am I?
Come on,
okay.
Give us a piano tune.
I'll try my best.
That was terrible. I was hoping you would just have refused it on the basis that you weren't going to be able to do it with the absence of a piano. But, you know, thanks for trying.
I'll try my best. the human piano.
That's what they call me on the streets of Amsterdam.
Yes.
I remember that summer. Anyway, right. Let's talk about our friend from the 5-star review. If you can think back that far. Jonas, one with a hat, does 40k. So we took it upon ourselves to go over to their Instagram and check out all the various Warhammer and or life-related things that reside on their Insta feed. And it's a real mixture, it's fair to say, a real mixture. Obviously, we encourage you to go over there and show some love and support for one of the Lookout Sir collective, the losers, as we like to call ourselves. But yeah, I mean, it's a real mixture of things. There's some really interesting work in terms of, you know, clearly a lot of kind of experimenting with different painting techniques and playing across a myriad of different systems. I mean, pretty much every flavour of Games Workshop is being explored here. We've got Necromunda squats, various maybe AOS, potentially 40k demons. Marines, of course, make a regular and, you know, intriguing contribution to the overall kind of collection. But again, there's also things like knights and, terrain.
There's a bit of Warcry in there as well.
I mean, it's literally the second image, or pinned image, is one of those Warcry. Is that one of the spider people? I don't know Warcry nearly well enough.
No, I
think it's one of the Spider Clan.
Oh, I mean, it could be. It looks like it looks a bit fishy.
It could be fishy. I'm not familiar enough with Warcry to remember if there is or isn't a fishy version of Chaos.
Well, they do. They no, because Warcry was originally the Chaos warbands. And then they've expanded it out to be just generic, which I feel like was their undoing, because when it had the setting of just the 8 points and the Chaos Warriors, it had like quite a kind of iconic theme to it. And then they've gone, oh, but we want some Stormcasts in there. And it's other people, I think, originally also battling to get to the 8 points. So there's every faction under the sun, I think, now in Warcry.
Is it weird if I say I think you're wrong about that?
You can say that, but you would be wrong.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Just go on the Warcry website.
Why are there skinks in it?
Because it's now available for everyone.
Lame.
It's just it's basically a miniature factory, just like
Warhammer
Underworlds.
Lame.
Well, they changed that after basically the second edition. They did it or actually even the first edition, I think, didn't make it long before they gave you, I think it was like packs of cards that you could buy to expand out.
Yeah, but that made sense though, right? Just as a kind of I think maybe for people who maybe want to try it but want to use existing miniatures. I kind of got that in the initial instance, but
yeah, and now I think it's just like a regular thing. And the setting, like Underworlds, moves every time. So now it's like in the realm of beasts, whereas the whole point originally it was like you're at the 8 points itself, fighting out to be the best, to prove yourself to Archon. And to me, that was like a much cooler concept that they should have just kept with. And I think doing the seasonal thing doesn't particularly. It sort of loses some of its charm, I guess, for me anyway. Even though I say
of course. I mean, I didn't even know they'd done it, so you were one up on me at least in that sense. But no, lame. Although I have.
What isn't lame though is some of these.
Well, I did. One of which is
minis.
the spider one from Warcry, though. I did check.
Yes, yeah, the Warcry one, the second pin post is really
smoky
cool.
Effect. Smoky.
Yes, it's like pulled apart cotton wool or something.
Yeah.
I think that's given it a sort of smoke or splashing water, but more likely smoke effect, which is very cool.
I mean, then for me, I quite like his brightly coloured squat collection. I think that's quite cool, the way he's lent into some of the interesting kind of contrasting colours. He's got, a fellow... Yeah, really
feels very old school.
Really nice to see. I quite like the way that he's experimented with like rust effects as well on his Imperial Knights to kind of imply that there's obviously, a knight that is, obviously seen a lot of action over the years and is a bit more poorly maintained.
Yes, because it's all rusty around the feet, especially.
It's obviously been relatively immobile, although the arms look fairly shiny. But I imagine that's just because they hadn't quite yet gotten around to, painting up those bits fully just yet. Or perhaps there was, the implication that, it was just standing still for an awfully long time, but just swinging its arms around like a loon.
So it might be the arms new. Maybe. He's also, got some great boarding actions, terrain painted up, and... he's done some. He says he's done his first game of Arcs of Omen, and it was very close with his custom Space Marine. So they look like Imperial Fists because they're yellow, but I don't know if they're actually Imperial Fists or something else. But the bases on them are very cool. They're like sort of purpley, neon coloured with some like neon, like static grass or tufts applied to it. So they look very cool. It doesn't say what the custom Space Marines are. So
they
that'd be
are
interesting to know.
Lookout Submarines, of course.
Yes, if they were red, maybe.
The Lookout Sir.
Oh wait, hold on. It does say the words "the Unforgiven," so maybe that's what they are, because that's one of the keywords. That might be his.
The Lookout Submarines
thing. He also has them as hashtag Dark Angels.
The Lookout Submarines are like the unnumbered suns, Phil. We collect them from all creeds.
Yes, okay. They come from all walks of life.
If you have a Marine chapter of unknown origins and custom paint scheme, and you send us a link to your Instagram, forevermore, they are Lookout Submarines. We have adopted them.
Yes.
The ugly red-headed stepchilds that they are.
Yeah, you are not born by race, but by creed, basically.
One of us, Gooble Gobble.
The implication. Very good.
Anyway, there you go. Thanks for that very much, Jonas. Appreciate the 5-star review, and keep up the hobby work. I am now following you, so, impress me. Not that you haven't already, but continue to. Phil, are you following back? Are you already following?
No, I wasn't, but I am now.
These are the depths we will sink to in order to secure those 5-star reviews. But in truth, actually, what I find with this is when people leave their Insta, it just means I actually take the time to look at stuff that people are doing, and 9 times out of 10, I like what I see. So it's no hardship to stick a follow on there, which is all good. Anyway, let's talk about other things, Phil. Let's get into some other communique. Those Combat Patrol box sets are looking like a good selection more and more. Not the Combat Patrol ones, but the boarding actions.
The boarding actions ones. Good. Are they called boarding patrols or just boarding actions?
I think they're boarding patrols is the naming conventions.
Boarding patrols, yeah.
But they've been, they seem like pretty good value as well, which I know is a maddening thing to say, but they seem all right. Just going back through it, right? So like the Adeptus Mechanicus one that they put out recently, 85 quid, comes with a good mixture of things. The Tyrannid or Gene Stealer one, £80. The Demon, which really should just be called Corn, boarding patrols for 80 quid. The Gene Stealer Cult boarding patrol, my goodness, that's actually a very good deal. £75 for your GSC boarding patrol is pretty tasty, given the individual price of those kits particularly. Because Lord knows that the what was the words I was looking for here? the Gene Stealer Cult particularly are one of the more expensive ranges that one can buy into.
Yes,
I mean,
no, that's
just
true.
go into GW to look at how much each of those individual kits is, but I'm going to guess it's not cheap. Unless, Phil, you know better.
Well, I know they're not cheap, but yeah, what the actual saving is, I'm not sure. I actually mean you get a decent amount of saving. I quite like the look of the Orc one. I mean, no, we talked about it in the last episode, but it's other than Badrux, they're not actually technically Badrux because he's a character as well, but the Flash Gits, they're all really new models as of last year, but the Flash Gits are still incredibly good and one of the newer, older sculpts, if that makes sense. So that one does look really appealing. All the other ones that they've announced, so what was it? Grey Knights, Necrons, seem all pretty good. Drakari. Even the Aeldari with the Corsairs.
Mate, the
good.
Aeldari one with the Corsairs is pretty solid, to be completely honest with you. But I think, the GSC one in particular is a pretty mad value. So I mean, I've just done the listing on the. I mean, is that right? Is that right? Jeepers! So that's £120 and 50 pence of models there for 75 quid. It's almost half price.
Oh, that is.
So you go on to a discount
I'd say the
site
one
and buy that. I mean, that's a load.
It would be even more. Yes, although if you bought them all individually, you get discount as well.
Yeah, but it's a discount on top of the discount. If you bought it individually
against Games Workshop. Well, yes, no, it would still be less than 120.
120, yeah.
What was it 20 that you said? But in comparison to GW, it'd be quite a good saving. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, I have to say the one I'm least favoured. The one I like the least is the Tau.
Really,
one.
You're not feeling the Tau?
I just feel like a lot of the models. Well, Farsight looks amazing, but I just feel like, with the exception of the drones, everything else looks quite dated. Like the infantry models look dated. Maybe it's just the angle of the photos, even though they should be. Well, they're not breachers, are they? They are the standard.
I have a theory
guys.
for you about that, Phil. A little theory. Those are the old Tau Fire Warriors.
Yes. Well, you mean they've used the wrong?
They've not used the wrong minis. They've just used the old minis. So
in comparison to the Kill Team one that had the upgrades.
Well, that was Pathfinders, so that was a different kit altogether. But they redid the Tau Fire Warrior kit to be breaches and strike squads. So this is a Tau strike squad, as far as I can tell, with pulse carbines rather than pulse rifles, which was quite a common thread amongst the Farsight enclaves back in the day. Although most of the time now you probably would favour breaches because breaches have specific war gear. Although actually, no, am I wrong about this? Am I just saying a load of nonsense? And now I've just noticed, no, I think actually, no, I'm talking rubbish. No, they are the current breacher kit. Okay, no, I retract my statement. I have made a blunder. I was trying to make an excuse for why they look a bit dated. I was basically trying to imply that these are
that they are actually older models. So the current Fire Warriors is the same kit as the breachers. Is that what you're saying? That is what I
am to understand. Yeah. So they've actually got.
Yes, that's what it says. The kit can be assembled as the breacher team. When you look at the Fire Warriors, it might just be the paint scheme because the models look kind of alright. They're good when you look at them on the website, but the red scheme in that box set doesn't wow me particularly.
Yeah. That red colour scheme.
And the crisis suits, I think, just look super old.
And that was the only other one that I wanted to try and speculate on, but I think the crisis suits, because again, the crisis suits got updated relatively recently. Within the last 5 years, they did a new crisis suit kit. I want to say, or maybe not 5 years, maybe 7 years.
Is it because they were originally fine cast and they've
always been plastic. So Yeah, so
Or have they
Tau
always been
got released
plastic?
for the
Okay.
first time round in, I want to say 3rd edition. It might have been 4th edition, but I'm pretty sure it was 3rd ed that they first came into existence.
I think it
And
was.
they've always had plastic crisis suits throughout that time. But those original plastic crisis suits were quite difficult to kind of work with. They were quite spindly. These newer ones are a little bit more solid. You'll notice that they can stand quite firmly on a base, which is something that the old crisis suits really struggled with. In fact, I think the old crisis suits majoritively had to be on flying bases, if I remember. Now you have the option of putting them on flying bases. But there's a lot more versatility within the kit, which is really cool. So yeah, I think it's that red color scheme that doesn't do it any favors. I think weirdly that Tau armor style just sings so much more when you look at it in white or off-white as the color scheme is on the GW website. So yeah, I just don't think that red color scheme is doing it any favors.
No, true. Especially because I would say, I'm just trying to think of the name, Farsight. His armor's much more like a brighter red because the suits, crisis suits, have a mixture of the dark red and the lighter red. So has Farsight, but predominantly more the lighter red. But the infantry is just all the dark red, which I feel just sort of drains the kind of life out of the models. Whereas if they were the brighter red, they would potentially pop a bit more and look a bit more interesting. So yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. I'm sure, if you're a Tau player, this is a great box for you. But when I've just been looking through them, it is the one that doesn't impress me.
Farsight is, Farsight also doesn't help them because he's such a dynamic, cool, new single miniature.
Oh yeah, he's like so cool. They just look really dated in comparison to.
Well, I think the major
him,
point of difference between him and the rest of the models is he's just so much more dynamic in his pose. He occupies the space much better. He's got a lot more kind of, of a sense of movement and,
Yes, yeah. Like the crisis suits are like the old sort of squat space marines where they seem very rigid and wide-legged and the arms are sort of just fixed slightly, outwards. Whereas you're right, Farsight's like super dynamic, a really interesting pose on its, tactical rock, as people like to say. But it's a very big rock, so it's okay. Looks a bit
of
more
course.
different.
I mean, the one that least impresses me is the Drakari. I think that Drakari lot just looks like a really bum deal. I don't know what they're going to be charging for those, but hopefully it's not a lot because doesn't strike me as a great collection for 80-something pounds.
Yeah, because it is interesting that all the prices do vary. They're not like a flat, like £85 for every single box. And I think that's obviously based on like the model count and, the value of what's actually in the box, sort of determines
Well, I'll say this,
prices.
mate. Their combat patrol, the Drakari combat patrol, is amongst the best combat patrols. If you want to start a Drakari army, buy 2 of their combat patrols and you've more or less got the bedrock of a really amazing Drakari army because it's 2 raiders, 1 unit of warriors, a unit of incubi and an archon. Like, just get 2 of them, and you've pretty much got the beginnings of an incredible Drakari army. In fact, sorry, I'm even wrong. So the combat patrol, I've gotten this even wrong. The combat patrol is a Ravager and a Raider, so it's even better. Like, it's just a really, really good combat patrol. Whereas this is just all witches, so it's like 20 witches, a succubus, and a unit of incubi, which again, individually, I mean, crikey, is that what they're charging for incubi these days? £37.50. Goodness gracious. But yeah, so I mean, the 2 units of witches will set you back £55, and the incubi will cost you near 40 quid, so yeah. It's not really the same sort of bargain.
Why isn't Drazarin here? Like, why doesn't it have a named character?
All the other ones, yeah.
Pretty much every other combat patrol. I mean, technically the Necrons doesn't either, but they don't really have named characters. Well, actually they do, but they don't have any modern plastic ones beyond the Silent
they've
King,
also got
right? I don't
Matey
think they've got any-
Boy.
Well, I had a Necron Lord,
the spidery legged one.
but wasn't that it?
I always forget his name. He came out during the Psychic Awakening.
Oh,
one of the
yes.
most gorgeous
But
minis
I think you're right. But oh god, from the
yes,
Psychic
yeah.
Awakening, yes,
For the life of
okay.
me, I cannot remember his flipping name. But he's incredible. He's dissolving the skin off of an Inquisitor.
Off of a, I think it's a priest.
Yeah.
Like
what is his flipping name?
you're right. Is he too big
don't
though?
know.
Because
That
he
can't
might
be
be
it.
classed as a monster.
That can't be a variable, can it? The relative size of him. I mean, it can be a variable, I suppose, but
Well, because if you can't run him in
Illuminor
boarding actions, then I guess
Caesarea or something. Caesarius.
that's it. Yeah,
Incredible mini. Yeah, that Necron box.
that's true. Which is weirdly, technically, it predates the Necron refresh, but is so good it fits and was just prior to it. So obviously, it fits. in
Yeah,
perfectly.
I mean that Necron box to me is okay. I mean those Wraith minis have never really found a place. What are they called now?
The Lich
No,
Guards?
the Wraiths, the ones with the tendrily tails.
Oh, they're the Obsidian
Obsidian, the
destroyers.
Maybe they've found a place. I've just never really seen them anywhere because most people just run the destroyers with that came in the box set.
Over with the three little legs.
These guys never really seem to. Well, maybe they're really good now. I've just not really seen them represented. I mean, it's cool to see the Lich Guard / again, I'm forgetting all these flipping names. The Lich Guard, or they're the other version of Necron Lich Guard, which again, is it becoming clear that probably my least knowledgeable area of 40k at the moment is probably Necrons? I probably need to spend
Quite lovely. So it says the box may show 5 of these assembles as Triarch.
That's it, Praetorians, yes.
But it says, as you clearly know, they can't be taken in boarding patrol. It was a test, you see, and we're glad you passed. Oh, okay. So is that because I presume they're elites and you can't take them all?
I've no idea.
There's obviously, some reason why you can't have them.
So hang on. So they've done a box set where for boarding actions, and it's called a boarding patrol, but you can't actually take it.
No, you can, but they can be alternatively built as the the Lich Guard can, I presume, be alternatively built as the Triarch Praetorians, and that's how they're shown assembled in the artwork. But it says you can't technically take those in the boarding patrol, but you could just build them out as the, I assume, 10 Lich Guard.
Gotcha. Understood. Anyway. We all know the most exciting thing that's going on at the moment, though, Phil, is the Steel Legion is on made to order.
Yes. I know. I've been waiting to talk about this. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I know a few people that are quite excited about this because they are Steel Legion players. So yeah, this will be exciting for them.
Even I
hope
am
one
tempted
day
at the moment, though, because there's such a quintessentially awesome force, as it were. Like the idea of having a 500-point section of Steel Legion infantry is quite like a lovely thing to own.
Yeah, I think these are one of a few that I don't own. As a kid, I had pretty much one of every other regiment when you could buy them.
Well, it's because you would have been like 30
boxes.
years old when these came out, mate.
Oh, maybe that's why. Because all the original ones where it was like Catachan, Talon.
Yeah, those were all Rogue
Valhallan,
Trader, second ed era sort of time. Yeah,
second ed, second third ed. Yeah, I got all of those. The ones I didn't have were the Vostrians, Steel Legion. I did get the Praetorian ones, but that was around the same time.
No, Praetorians came out and if they were to do the Praetorian box set, I want to say Praetorians came like 97.
Yeah, because that was that
like
was late
96,
90s.
97, I want to say.
So that was probably
these
more like
came out. I want to say because these
edition.
were released with the Armageddon campaign. So they did box for the. Well, they did these as like the main release alongside Armageddon, but they also did Salamanders and Black Templars. Was it Black Templars or was it Iron Hands? They did like a Marine box for Salamanders for sure that had the multi-melter in metal, which was super cool. And then they had these guys, and they also did they? No, it was
You'd have thought it would be Black Templars for.
Yeah, I think they do
Armageddon.
the Black Templar thing, but I think it was more just because at the time I think it was 3rd edition time still, so I think Black Templars were still all the rage anyway. So I think they just kind of premiered. In fact, maybe that was when they premiered the rules for Black Templars, but they didn't do any specific rules for them, or specific models for them. But I think the Armageddon book had rules for Black Templars in it. Oh, that was it. They had a specific Black Templar character, which was, I believe, the Emperor's Champion. I think that's when the Emperor's Champion got introduced.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they had these guys were like the main legion, well, the main guard regiment that they added. And I mean, it's weird because they look dinky and weird now, right? Because they look like old metal sculpts and, they're over 20 years old, but there's just a weird nostalgia for me with this kit. And it's just maybe.
Completely.
Maybe. This is the one.
Yeah, no, there's something nice about them for sure. What's interesting, well, one is that they haven't done one of these for ages, and I feel like quite recently, not that we influence anyone, that we said, why have they stopped doing meta order? Because it's just like money sat in the bank that they could be cashing in. Like, if they could be doing these meta order things every single month, and they did it for a while. Like, there was a real phase of they're doing all the meta order, like really old metal minis. So I'm glad they brought it back for whatever reason, right? It's sort of good timing. Like, they could have released it more like Jan-Feb time when the guard stuff was actually out, and more in the zeitgeist, but it's great that they've done it now. The second question I have is, or first question, a second point, is, do you think this devalues the original metal sculpts in any way? Like, collectors that like want the original ones. Do you think there's now like going to be a distinction, or do you think they just don't care and they'd get it any way they can? And potentially this is good because it keeps the prices down, depending on, of course, how much these are actually going to cost.
Yeah, I mean,
because they're probably going to be quite expensive.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I don't really overly mind if the prices are impacted for the second-hand market on this stuff, because I think the reason why people are buying this stuff second-hand is because they want to own it. I think it's a piece of IP that GW are able to kind of roll out and support in this way, which is really great. And I obviously would encourage Games Workshop to do this regularly. I think for certain ranges that do have that nostalgia and that popularity, I would really love to see them, not just do this every now and again, but do this like in 3 to whatever year cycles.
Yeah. Because I discovered another Loft story. I discovered that I had a original metal conflicts. And that is an iconic thing that I've always wanted to have. The
Screamer Killer.
And so one day the Screamer Killer. So I'm going to build that and paint it up at some point, because that would just be amazing. And that's the sort of thing that if they did that under meta order, oh God, I'm sure it would sell like hotcakes. Or they could do all the old like Rogue Trader or second edition like Orc metal minis and stuff like that, because those go for, on average, between like 8 and 15 quid for an individual model. So there's so many cool things that people want, and second ed armies are so popular at the moment. It's become like a real, ever since like lockdown, like a thing that people want to do, because they have so much nostalgia for those minis. So yeah, I think it should be a regular thing that they should be doing, because it'd be just fantastic.
100%. I think it's. I think it's, and it's easy money for GW, right? Like bringing back something as iconic as the Steel Legion is just, it's just, even you got people like me looking at it going, I've got a week to maybe buy this thing. Would I ever really think about getting the money under normal circumstances? Like is this an army that I would eBay my way into? Probably not, because there's so much inconsistency and such little quality control. Whereas I know if I buy these from Games Workshop and I get miscasts or, dodgy sculpts and stuff, I can send them back and they'll work with me to resolve those issues. And, as long as you do it in a kind of timely manner, I think that's the thing. I just think, I don't know, for me, like, this is something cool that I sort of think, and I think it's perfect for the Guard Army as well. Because one of the great things about the Guard Army, and the credit to Games Workshop at the moment, is that they've done a great job of protecting the scale.
Yes, yeah, it hasn't gone up crazy at all. I mean, I know people have said like the Kazakin's probably a fair bit larger than the standard ones. It was interesting because I got the free mini of the month. The previous month it was the Imperial Guard, so you get a lady who was apparently a unique sculpt that wasn't in the standard infantry Cadian shock troops. And then this month was the Jackal mini, which was its own sprue, but it was just a repeat from the Jackal set for the World Eaters. And that model is like a head taller than the Guardsman and is definitely more bulked up, obviously, because it's quite like muscular dude, but scale-wise does actually just look bigger. So it is interesting that for Guardsman they've kept it small. I guess, yeah, I hope that the made to order, like the order window is pretty decent. I hope it's not just 1 week, because it's, as you say, it's the sort of thing where you'll go like, oh, I'll buy the platoon plus a couple of like the officers, and that'll be my collection. And that in itself might be 100 or 200 quid, say, depending on how these are going to be priced. And for some people, that's a lot of money to drop, with 1 week's notice. And if you've only got like a day or a week to like order it, because I guess with made to order, they can just go, we're going to take all the orders and then we're going to make them. So it's not like it's going to be out of stock. But yeah, I hope like the order window for actually ordering these is like a month, which I think is what they were previously. So yeah, I just hope it is like that for people that do want to get hold of it, basically.
Yeah, because I mean, by the looks of things, you're getting the heavy bolter heavy weapons team, las cannon heavy weapons team. You also get the missile launcher heavy weapons team, but that's an interesting nuance of the Steel Legion, because that heavy weapons team is made up of 2 models that would otherwise go within your infantry squad, which is a really interesting variable.
Yes, so I think that those are only available in the infantry squad itself. So if you wanted just an infantry squad all with las guns, you're kind of out of luck.
Well, you have to buy 5 of these to do it, or 4 technically, I think. So yeah, because if you're going to include the grenade launcher, you need to buy 4 boxes, because
yes, or you buy the plasma guy separately and swap him at least. Yeah, weirdly you can't. If there was a second special weapon, you could swap the heavy weapon out for the 2 specialist weapon guys. But are you saying that there's a grenade launcher guy? Oh, there is, yeah. So that you get a grenade launcher and a heavy weapon team in the
so you're basically getting
unit.
You're getting
so that's
7 usable minis in a standard squad.
Oh, I see what you mean. So if you did want all las guns, technically, why would you in the current rules? Because all your warg is free, so you would just take a heavy weapon squad, probably, or at least for specialist weapons.
Yeah, because if you so there's 6 las gun guys. So if you include a sergeant and a special weapon, that basically means, 4 boxes of these will get you 3 squads, because you'll have a sergeant with las pistol chainsword, you'll have a special weapon guy, which is the grenade launcher, or the plasma gun if you buy the plasma gun separately, and then you would have your, what is that? That would be 4 times 6 is 24. So yeah, you'd have your 24 guys. Yeah, so 24 regular guys, and then 3 sergeants, 3 special weapons, which makes 6, which is, your 3 units of 10. So that, but you have to resign yourself to having the special weapons in the squad, which I don't think you don't want anyway.
True. I mean, worst case, if you really wanted to, it's very difficult because it's metal, but you could remove the specialist weapons and replace them with some las guns from like a bits box.
It's probably a big...
if you wanted to do that, but that's a lot of work. Although some people do it. I think, I wouldn't say Sam Shard, I hope I'm not mispronouncing his name, on Instagram and Facebook. He's a very prolific Steel Legion player, and he does amazing conversions. And it's like, that's a lot of effort to go to, especially with mostly metal minis.
Yeah. Well, and this is the thing though, right? You've also got the Sergeant swap, which is the one with the severed orc head.
And the weird sort of samurai.
Well, those are commanders, aren't they? Those are what's the word? Company commanders.
God, yeah, will be, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So those are your actual kind of like captains and things. I mean, I would probably here's the thing, like, if I'm genuinely thinking of doing this, I would probably buy 4 of the platoons, I guess we'll call them. 4 of them, probably 2 of the plasma guns, 2 of the orc severed head guy, and the 2 characters, the commissar, and then I'd probably finish up with another 3 heavy weapons, which I'd probably just go las guns, just because it feels like the
Las cannons,
sorry, yeah. So I'd probably go las cannons. Although there is part of me that would be tempted to specifically just buy if I was really going into it, to buy the heavy bolters as well, but essentially just to sort of take the crews and use them on other things.
Oh, repurpose them, yeah. To be honest, I love the look of the heavy bolter, like the way it's sort of laid flat down. It's like on a really tiny tripod, and that both guys are sort of lying prone as they're shooting, which just looks cooler than the las cannon one on its like dinky tripod where they're kneeling. I mean, it's still cool, and I think it could work because I've seen people do it where like they have the las gun mounted on like some sandbags or something instead, so they sort of entrench it within like a mini diorama, which I feel like just innately the heavy bolter one's doing.
Yeah, I think the thing is, for me, is there opportunities for compatibility with the newer ranges of Astra Militarum? So is it that if you are going to do this, that you look at like the new super heavy weapons or whatever they're called? What are those new heavy weapons?
Oh, field ordnance, yeah. Well, interestingly, the guy kneeling that is the reloader for the missile launcher would be a perfect crew member for probably it's the Nebelwerfer type gun, the thud gun equivalent, basically, the multi-shot one, because he's basically carrying a large shell, which would work for that, or the Basilisk, the mini Basilisk, it could work for. Obviously not for the las cannon one. Potentially the las cannon team itself, because they're kneeling, and one of them's just like, he's like a spotter, and then the other guy's a gunner. So those would work for any of those heavy, not heavy weapon squads, field and ordnance batteries, I think. And then potentially the heavy bolter ones, possibly, but maybe not, because you wouldn't think they'd be lying down, firing those, guns, but definitely good for heavy weapons.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the thing is with those heavy ordnance teams, though, is they're also 3-man teams, aren't they? So you need to get someone in there to do the spotting and all the rest of it. But I mean, again, maybe you don't. Maybe you just, lament that particular mini and just go, actually, it's just a 2-man team on this base. Because as long as it's the weapon and the base, I feel like you're probably okay. Like,
yeah, because the men aren't really doing anything from a rules point of view, because they're just modelled on the base itself. So great visually, but they're not particularly adding rules.
No, they're not essential, really. And then obviously, there's obviously the fact that Steel Legion is so synonymous with Yarrick, which is again another awesome character, and the Commissar mini that they've got for these guys is pretty cool as well. So
yeah. Well, what's interesting is so they killed off Yarrick in the Codex, and then they sort of double backed on themselves and backtracked and sort of did a social post on the community page, sort of implying that, he might not really be dead. We don't actually know. But then here they just go, yeah, he's dead. Because they say, Commissar Yarrick may have gone to join the Emperor's side, but the loyal guardsman of Armageddon is still alive and kicking. So they've done another U-turn and said, yeah, Yarrick's dead. Which I'm sure isn't, an official source, but it is interesting that that's what they've said.
I mean, the other thing as well, you've got to say about these old style minis, that, right? Like, they're a dream to put together, slap them down on their slot bases, get a bit of, green stuff or something just to tidy up all the little holes in the base, as it were, where the slot goes in. Maybe do a little bit to kind of patch up some of the potential differentials between like the bits slotting in. But like, realistically, I mean, I've not actually looked at these as sculpt. I'm not actually sure if they're all majoritively single sculpt or if they're
I think that the Commissar with his gun will be a multi-piece, because the way the pistol arm, that will be one, possibly the sword arm as well. So that's probably a 3-piece mini. Obviously, the heavy weapon teams are going to be several pieces. So you got the gunners, possibly the arms on one of them, and then you've got the gun, the tripod, and then you've got like the ammo box and wire, which will be 1 piece on the las cannon team. And again, you'll have on the heavy bolter like about 3 or 4 pieces. So those ones will be a bit more of a pain to assemble. Everything else, though, I think is a single pose, single piece miniature. I think even maybe not the sergeant, but I think even the sergeant might be.
No, I'm just looking at the sergeant now. I managed to find a listing for him. The sergeant has his las pistol arm separate, but otherwise he's 1 piece.
Oh, it is, yeah. I was looking at that thinking that might be the case based on the pose, but everything else does
the missile launcher
like
arm, the missile launcher arm, and the missile launcher guy is a 2-piece, but the guy with the
that makes
ordnance
sense.
is 1 piece, and pretty much everyone else is 1 piece as well. Which again it's a dream, right? Like it's an absolute dream. The mold lines will be atrocious. Like
but you've got you wouldn't want to use a knife. You'd probably want to use the GW mold line removing tool, like the sort of like scraper, to get them off, because they'd be a bit tricky. But that's it. Like you've got mold lines, and because it's cast in metal, the detail won't be as crisp as the more modern plastics. But we've been talking about it amongst ourselves, probably not so much on the actual podcast itself, but there's a real joy to just building a model that's really simple and easy to build, and also not crazily detailed, so it doesn't take you all day to paint. I think the benefit of the more modern plastics is the detail's really crisp and defined, so when you're painting it, you know where the pouch starts and ends and where the body of the model starts and ends, so it's much easier to do that. Whereas I think some of these older metal models, you sort of have to paint in the details a little bit more, because the edges aren't quite so crisp. But there's something to be said about just sticking a model down on a base and going, it's done, and then just being able to paint it relatively easy. And if there were more models like that, you'd get through your backlog so much
this is
quicker.
the thing with these minis, right? Like with modern painting techniques, base coat them. Like for these guys, I would just I'd start out by just I'd probably just do them like a bone like base coat, so either like Wraith Bone or Zandri Dust, if that's even still available, or an army painter equivalent.
Yeah, that is.
Just to get like the baseline down. Obviously use some brighter colours for this technique, because if I'm talking about like enamel washes and that kind of stuff, that does darken down the colours. But just literally do the leather, do the metal, do the guns, do the helmets. Like you can get all that down, right? Like you could probably do a production line on these guys and get all baseline colours put on pretty flipping quickly. And then it's just literally either just use, do a quick gloss varnish with an airbrush, and then it's just a simple case of apply like an enamel wash, or do a streaking grime kind of effect over the top of it.
Yeah, or a thinned down like brown contrast, because the brown colour works really well on the brown leathers. It will give a rusty effect to the metal that you can then bring back up with some edge highlighting. And then the sort of tan coloured coats, it would give a lot more depth and richness to that as well. So that one is almost like the army painter dip method, where you just dunk it in a tin, which is a bit overkill, I think, and a lot of people have moved away from that method. But you're doing that with like contrast paint, or thinned down contrast paint, would work really well, I think, on these models. And then obviously the ones that do have the faces, you'll paint that up separately. So you almost do all of that first, then go in and
paint the faces in.
Yeah, the skin colours afterwards.
I mean, what little there is of it, though, right? I mean, you're literally talking about like a little bit of ear and a bit in the eye and the eyes.
Yeah, it's almost, that's the thing, it's almost too little to be easy to do, because the tiny bit that you've got to paint in is actually going to be really difficult. Whereas if it was a whole head that you're painting pink, it would be, or, you know, whatever colour skin preference you have, it would be a lot easier to do. Whereas, yeah, just trying to paint in like a ski mask sort of piece is actually going to be quite difficult.
But the point is, though, this is a more exciting prospect to me than painting 30 of the new Cadian kit, because that thing just looks like a pain because it's just got so much detail on it. Whereas this, I'm like,
well, yeah, I can tell you, I did my freebie one, and I really struggled with the arms because they're sort of two separate pieces, and you've got to obviously join them together up with the las gun. But there's no real sort of slot or particular place where it joins, the shoulders join the torso. There's no guide as to exactly where that goes, and it doesn't like lock into place or anything. So you can position the arms way too high or way too low really easily, and you just had to sort of eyeball it all while sticking these two bits together, which I found actually a bit of a fiddly pain. Admittedly, I was doing it in a Games Workshop store, so it wasn't, you know, ideal building conditions. But yeah, I didn't enjoy that bit, and it gave me flashbacks to when I was doing my Krieg infantry, because that's a sort of similar process. But that felt more like you knew where the shoulder and torso join was, whereas on the new plastic ones that wasn't as clear.
The long story short is that it's exciting to see him come back, and I'm tempted. I don't know if I'll actually go through with it because I've got so much on the back burner at the moment. So the likelihood of me doing Steel Legion is unlikely, but
fair enough. Yeah, so it's now, because I wasn't particularly looking at it, but now we've been talking about it. I think maybe getting a squad would be good to complete my old collection, which I've got somewhere, but because then I would have pretty much one of every squad bar of Austrians, and I think is the one I'd be missing from those old school era guard.
But no, I think honestly it'd be, you know, a welcome addition to any guard collection. I think this is cool, and I'm intrigued because we were talking, and this is something we'll talk about when we're ready to talk about it. But we were talking about our Tale of Four Warlords 10th edition thing, and there is part of me that goes, "Oh, I know, we'll talk about it when we talk about it." But I was like, "Oh, maybe this could be my 10th edition project." But my problem is with that notion is, one, I'd have to buy a bucket load of them up front now, and then two, I genuinely feel like I need to at last do demons again, because it's like the one army that it's just so usable in so much stuff. It's like I can use it in Age of Sigmar, I can use it in Heresy, I can use it in 40k, but also it's the big bad evil guys, and I feel like I under-index on big bad evil.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, especially because
it sounds like
as long as you've known me, Phil, I've always had a Chaos or Chaos Demon army, and this is the one. Yeah, this is the one kind of elongated period of time, the last few years, that I've not. And it's weird. It's weird not having a Chaos army in my collection.
And that is true.
Yeah, something to think about. But anyway, there you go. I reckon that'll do for an outro, mate. I mean, crikey.
Oh, can we not talk about the last cool model on the list?
Thing is, Phil, what you've done
is
you've impromptually, although, you know, we did kind of naturally go into it, you've basically started doing like a review of the Warhammer community, what's going on pre-order today section, which is not what we did from the outset. No, I didn't. I talked about combat, boarding patrols in the general sense, not the ones that were specifically coming out this week. Although Grey Knights look
fair enough.
The box for Grey Knights on Boarding Patrol looks like good value. And I was excited about Steel Legion, so I wanted to talk about them. But it is true, I am also quite excited by the look of Lady Harrier, 13th daughter of the Lord Hemamamamamama.
Helmore, yeah.
I have never seen this
the guy
mini
that's
before
running
I read this
Necromunda.
article, by the way. I messaged the guys today and I was like, where did this come from? It's incredible.
I don't know how you missed it. They previewed it a while
Yeah, well,
ago.
clearly.
But yeah, it is phenomenal and is a out-of-the-box Inquisitor or Rogue Trader, basically.
100,000,000%. Why is Necromunda so gosh darn cool?
I know, right? They do knock it out. I mean, they have their odd misses, but 99%.
What was their
of the
miss,
time
Phil?
they
What was their
knock it
miss?
out of the
You
park.
still couldn't forgive them for that weird squat robot, but I quite liked that.
The squat robot, the Goliath bike things, I wasn't
you
too
didn't
keen on.
like
Some
the
of their
Goliath
bike,
bike?
Ash Waste stuff wasn't very good. Some of the other more recent
Cawdor
Necromunda
gang,
ones.
not the Cawdor gang, the Orlok.
You're saying
Orlok
Redemptionists?
gang. The Orlok.
What? The
No,
generic
their
ones?
specific Outworld thing. They had a moped, didn't they?
Oh, the
Yes,
trike,
the Orlok trike.
wasn't
God,
it?
that was a bit of a miss.
I didn't mind that so much.
Strange, because I didn't mind the Goliath
there's
bicycles.
a couple of new Goliath ones which aren't.
I didn't
super
mind the
good.
Goliath bicycles too much. Which of the Goliath ones are you not into recently?
I think it's the guy with the big hammer, sort of hammer arm. He's okay, but just doesn't wow me as much as some of the others. Basically, it seems like mostly all the attendants and sort of hangers-on models and characters like this Lady Hera one always seem to be really fantastic, but not all of them. Some of them have just had the odd miss. But I think the squat robot, as you said, was definitely one of the worst
I
ones
love that mini.
in recent minutes. Oh, actually, the other one that they did that was, dare I say, even worse was the Enforcers robots that they previewed
Oh,
recently.
yes.
They're terrible. I didn't like them. They just look really... They look sort of like derpy Rogue Trader, but not in a good way.
No,
It's the best way to describe
I do kind
it.
of get where you're coming from there. I'm just looking at the range on the Forge World site. I completely forgot that they had this new Underhive Traders kit that looks utterly amazing. You seen that one? Well, it's not new so much. It's probably been around.
Which
for a
one are you
while.
talking about? The
Underhive Traders, it's called. So
Are you talking about... Oh, is that got the guy with the kind of Black Plague gas mask on? Like he's a little fat guy?
No. So it's got a guy selling a lizard with a with a lynx.
Yes, no, I think I remember now. Yeah. I
It's
actually picked
cool.
up recently. I think it was just called Necromunda. Was it like Necromunda Scum or something? It's like four like random guys. I'm sure it was Necromunda. I can't see the box over my shoulder. So they're somewhere. It was like four plastic guys that are just like sort of random misfits. And that just looks like great for converting. So I picked that up recently.
Nice. By the way, while this has all been going on as well, I have read most of or skimmed through the rules for 3rd edition Armageddon. It's fun.
Ooh.
So I was right. It was the Black Templars, the Salamanders, and the Steel Legion. Controversially, though, I was wrong about one thing. They didn't give us rules they gave us rules for the Emperor's Champion, but they didn't give us an Emperor's Champion miniature. That was released later at Games Day. So they had a Emperor's Champion mini that came out exclusively at Games Day. And then it wasn't until Black Templars got their own supplement in 4th edition that they released a new Black Templars Emperor's Champion miniature.
Ah.
But there was an old Games Day miniature where he used to hold the sword in 2 hands ahead of him.
Yeah.
If you ever remember that mini. And then there was the one where he held the sword up in the air with one arm, which was basically the Emperor's Champion miniature up until the new Primaris variant existed.
Yes. Yeah.
But yeah, so the Emperor's Champ rules, though, can be found here, as well as their now infamous Crusade squads. But back then, just Black Templar squads is what they were called. So just get yourself a nice Black Templar squad, which was neophytes and initiates, and then salamanders had their own army rules, as did the Steel Legion. So yes, there you go. Oddly, oh no, there they are. Yeah. So and then orcs got speed freaks. Of course they did. Of course they did. So yes, they are good old Armageddon. Classic rules. Cool. There you go. We've almost done this for an hour now, Phil. Can we stop now?
I guess so. I could talk for days.
I know you could,
fine.
as could I, but I feel like we have to draw the line somewhere. So why not here, Phil?
People have to go to their work, don't they?
Exactly. Until next time, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.